And we're live. And this isn't Red and Brown edition because of my piles. We are talking about fascism.
Sorry, just a lavatorial joke will get me laughing every time. I'm a big. I admit it. I am an overgrown 50-year-old child. So hey.
We gotta find our way in the world. we gotta find our way in the world.
Yeah, toilet jokes, potty jokes. Yeah, it didn't endear me to members of the revolutionary communist group when I had my involvement with them.
Oh my
Sense of humor is
god.
a petty bourgeois deviation. We do not approve of mucky humor.
When I pointed out that Xi Jinping has the facial expressions typically shown from someone with sociopic tendencies, I got called a racist.
Oh dear.
Who's the racist here? Me analyzing someone's facial features just as they operate and as they speak, or the person who's trying to say that I am adhering that to a common English stereotype where they're gawkying the guy, they're trying to make him seem like he's some form of... Like, what the fuck? I hate these people. And, you know, I didn't know that they were big China defenders then, because they didn't bother defending China to me at that point in time. I then found that out when they were defending China's actions in Afghanistan, when US was getting kicked out.
I found them very hostile to China. Unreasonably so. There's this almost in this kind of Western chauvinist kind of a way, rather than in a critical, in a good faith kind of a way.
That's
But I don't
important
know.
though, because they've gone full 160, they've gone full 180, which means that they're doing it for for prestige. They don't give a shit.
Yeah. I mean,
Money.
there's a lot of egos in the left in all these groups. There's an awful lot of very middle class types looking to try and become some kind of cult leaders. Bob Avakian types.
You know what,
You
though?
saw that with this is the RCP USA. They're called. That's Avakian's crowd. And it does become like that. It's egos get in the way, and it's a very, very toxic thing.
Well, I mean,
Little beauty club.
you a sort of good example here because I mean you're someone who's so afraid to let an ego get in the way. You big yourself up too much because you put your past history higher on the class ladder than it so much is because you come from what I would term bourgeoisified proletariat. I know the area you grew up in quite well, and what's it? You don't grow up in that area and not have some proletarian principles, and you don't grow up in essentially terrace houses and not have some understanding of a working class mentality and second generation Irish, which means
Mhm.
I know the area, very anti-Irish. Everyone who has a thick Irish accent, and you know what? Even though I know Irish people would certainly say you ain't got a thick Irish accent, to an Anglo, they're gonna think you've got a thick Irish accent. That's just the way that they think. There's a slight twang to his voice. He must be one of those traveler types. That's the mentality they get, and then they just from there
Yeah.
racism.
I don't have an ego. You say, or I'm not. Is that what you were
Yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah. You're less egotistical, and what I'm getting into there is because of your fall from grace, which, as
Yeah.
I stated, is not as gracial as a lot of these aristocratic types. You're sort of
Yeah.
seeing things from an angle that they don't get to. So you're looking at
Yeah, I
it.
mean,
You can
yeah.
see where you would have gone down this Avakian path, and most other people that you may have known have gone down this path who are communists. But you also see how pathetic it is and how much of an importance it is to look at things from the lower perspective, not the upper perspective.
They were very much the ones particular people I'm talking about were mostly they were very middle class types, and they were mostly men, some women too, but majority of them were men. They were very, very middle class, upper middle class types in groups like the RCG and the SW. I've known people who were who'd been in the SWP as well, said the
Oh,
exact
God.
same thing. Even worse, I'd say the SWP and the other one, the CPGBML and groups like that. They're
Ooh,
all very much.
transphobes.
Yeah, there's a lot of transphobia there. There's a lot of swerfy behavior there as well. I believe it might have been you that
Do you know
told
what
me
they
about
call the labor aristocracy?
that. Go on.
The advanced working class.
Oh yeah.
How much of an
yeah.
insult that is to workers around the fucking globe?
Exceedingly damning, in fact, very damning, like rhetoric and language.
But they get a paycheck, guys, so that makes them proletarian.
Well, I mean the.
Do you know what's funny though? So Zuckerberg and other people like that are on certain paycheck jobs because they became board members, which means they're not the sole owner of certain companies that they
Yeah.
made. So I mean, fuck me. Should we start snaking the argument down until we start literally calling capitalists
That's what I'm saying.
workers?
I mean, lots of Trotskyists use that one. They'll say, "Oh, they're all work." I mean, there's the Socialist Party of England and Wales. They'd say, they accept prison officers and police into their ranks and say, "Oh, they're workers too."
How can you call
And
yourself a socialist and call it Wales at the same time, like in the title? I understand people saying it
yeah,
because Cymru's a bit hard or they're in a
aye.
common conversation, but literally putting it on your label,
Yeah, the socialist. But there's another one, the Socialist Party of Britain, who is supposed to be more
it's even worse.
anarchist. They're supposed to be more anarcho-syndicalist, I think, or something like that. They don't like
They use the
socialism.
term Britain.
Yeah, well, I mean, the CPGBML, for fuck's sake. Even as a kid, I thought, why would they want to call themselves the Communist Party of Great Britain? It was just a bit weird, you
Why
know. But
great though? Do you know what? That's one thing I'll give the CPB. As much as they're morons for using Britain, at least they didn't call it great.
That's something.
That's how low the
Yeah.
bar is these days. Fuck.
The left. I'm to be honest, I'm borderline nihilistic about the left. It's just you've got on the ones. It's like the bloody song by what's it, Steelers Wheel. Was it Clowns to the left of me, Jokers to the right? It's like that. It's. I mean, anti-vaxxer who are pro-Putin fucking are supposed to be that they're now gone full on red brown with this, which is Galloway, Maupin, and all of that crowd. And I don't know about Maupin being and Galloway being anti-vaxxer, but a lot of them are anti-vaxxer or
So
COVID, the big
they're not so much
conspiracy.
anti-vax, but they're pushing the hysteria anyway.
Yeah, I mean, there's
They,
the mint. I recently dissociated myself from Mint Press because they are now putting the COVID's all about controlling us, and it's all. No one is denying that COVID is being used as a very convenient excuse to push bullshit and draconian right-wing laws. They're kind of implying that it's not real. That like Jimmy fucking Dore's another one in the grey zone, like Mint Press. They're all going down this rabbit hole.
Do you know what
So
they're
we
all
got that.
missing though? The one thing that could be is capitalism may have chose to release this from the factory that they were using to make it.
Oh,
So
that's
they were
probably
making it in a
so.
lab, the US was, in a Chinese
Mm.
lab because they were banned by Obama from doing it in their own country because the people of America, not the government didn't care. The people of America had a problem with gain of function research, rightly so. It's not a good idea. It's dangerous as fuck. And then they go and
No, but
make
yeah,
this super virus in a lab where they engineered all the different forms of coronavirus in that area of China. They engineered them together because they were making it for miners that are mining in caves so they don't get ill. So, I mean, and it's
yeah,
likely the Western vaccines are based off of the vaccine they were going to give to third world miners. I'm sure we could all know that makes a lot of sense given that we don't care about third world people, the Western companies don't, and all these other people. God, someone's going to end up clipping that one three words, aren't they? But the West, they don't give a shit about third world people. So when they're making these vaccines, they ain't going to make them that good. And
yeah,
in and of
yeah.
that,
I mean, that makes
in and of
sense.
that, they're gonna fucking what's it? Um, they're not gonna make these. They're not gonna make these vaccines so good. So that makes a lot of sense as to why they may have been leaky. Um, and the thing I say that may say that because I know that we know that it got out the lab, and at the moment evidence says that it got out by accident, and I will follow the evidence. But I'm just saying that given Bill Gates is involved with this and is a big profiteering capitalist. And if any capitalist is going to know that a Great Depression is on its way, it's going to be a billionaire. It's quite likely that he may have involvement. And it's quite interesting that October 2019 was the start of the Great Depression that we're in now. What happened in December? By December, we're dealing with this. We're dealing with this coronavirus. That's
Yeah.
that by March is in Britain and was probably there even earlier and spread like wildfire. Sorry, I just noticed that my mic has been redlining the whole time I've been speaking, so I've turned it down.
But I was going to say, yeah, I mean, the whole COVID thing, I mean, but there's countless conspiracies going on all the time, even with about that or not about that, even. Whatever it is, they'll use it as an excuse to stop people from congregating in public, also protests against the government or all that they become, banned for public safety is the excuse they use. They're just looking for an excuse. COVID will give them that. That does not mean that COVID is not a real thing. I mean, that's
yeah.
just it's that now is a ridiculous is so ridiculous that I mean, even the tinfoil hat crowd are hiding their tinfoil hats away and pretending they never wore them. You know, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
I
what's
mean,
it? What's it? I'm someone who's quite a skeptical guy, and
oh yeah, same.
I I find their things hilariously dumbfounded. So one thing I find quite funny. Now I didn't get it quite so right, but I actually suggested that it was the CIA that started this and that they released it. Now it was actually worse than I thought. America were actually just fully engineered the virus, but what's it? I did I did I did think that it was the US from the start, and then I halfway through I thought it was an incident because I started to get away from that path because evidence started to seem like it was native and it just came out of nowhere.
Oh yeah, I
So
mean,
then find out that the US was the one pushing that idea, that the West went out of its way to just accept it was native. And if you notice, the US was originally not hostile to China to start with. They first focused, because it wasn't because they cared about China, they first focused on trying to purvey this idea of it was natural, it's all from here, but it's all fine, we can do it. They tried to make sure they quemmed and get people calm, and that they derailed people from thinking this was engineered, because it was the first thought, because they've had that
yeah,
problem ever since AIDS came out of nowhere. And to be honest, AIDS is
that
a
was
super
another weird one.
virus, coronavirus is a super virus. There's a common pattern
Yeah,
here. Well, COVID
yeah,
19 is a super virus. Sorry, because I know that all SARS viruses are super viruses, but this one was engineered into a super virus complex structure. They explained this in an Australian documentary of the situation.
it certainly seems a bit. I mean, I don't know. I don't know enough about it to say one way or the other, and I'm not going to go down any of these rabbit holes. Anyway, before I forget,
I,
there's this when it comes to Ukraine, we've got this kind of the left is split into two idiot camps. There's the coronavirus denying fuckheads who are shilling for Vladimir Putin. And you've got the other type, which is Ukraine is a democracy and we need to help it. And they're putting their little yellow and blue flags up. And there's a picture in the Guardian of Ukrainian demonstrators, and they're all doing this, the three fingered salute. And there's one group we've seen that does that. A group called Svoboda, a far right Nazi party, as you said yourself, Mickey. They're not even neo-Nazis, they're old school Nazis. I think that's a good point actually. Either way, whatever you want to define them as. They're
so
and
I yeah.
they're put up there by the liberal left as this kind of like oppressed group, and they're standing in the streets doing that.
Yeah.
Fascist salutes like that. And I looked at this Guardian article and I didn't read it properly. I only skim read it, but I didn't see a single word saying that they were Svoboda supporters. They were just a crowd of people, and it was explaining the situation in Ukraine, but trying to make out that it was a sovereign nation, a genuine, legitimate democracy under attack from this brutal fascist dictatorship, almost hinting it was like World War Two. And a lot of these supposed progressives, I mean, the liberals you expect it from because they're fuckheads. But I forget they're sock dems pretending to be Marxists or pretending to be socialists. It's embarrassing, you know. I mean, I've been called a Putin shill because for putting an old Soviet Ukrainian flag up on my Facebook profile, and
Yeah, that's about Ukraine. Like, what's it? Because it's not like you turn around and say, "Oh yeah, Russia is liberating Ukraine." No, you're saying Ukraine as a socialist nation would be the best answer to a situation, which is the same thing me and Rob have been saying.
yeah,
Yeah.
And we're
Yeah,
fucking
that's
me and Rob are
cool.
some of the biggest critics of both sides of the war. We've been going after it.
I tend to be less because I come from one of the countries that support me. I'm living in the UK. I'm less inclined to start bashing Russia because it sounds as if I'm just beating that war drum. That being said, I'm going to sit there and I am going to fucking criticize Russia. Of course I am. You know,
I mean, that's why I've
but
made more videos on Ukraine than I have on Russia.
yeah, yeah.
Because
I
at the end of the day,
mean,
I like seeing Nazis getting shot. It's just Russia's
of course.
intentions in doing so. I mean, they have Nazis on their
Questionable
side
to see.
too.
I mean, there's good things happen from the Ukrainian invasion and from the Russian interference or whatever. Is that the Communist Party's been like liberated to some extent in Lugansk and in
You got to be careful
Donetsk.
with the communists that those Russians are choosing, though,
That's
because they
yeah,
have.
that's very true.
Because I mean, so
Absolutely, yeah.
they were leaking telegrams this whole conflict, all 8 years of this conflict. They've been leaking the telegrams of the Luhansk and Donetsk freedom fighters, and I mean that
Yeah.
likely
I
would
know.
have been the cause for the death of the communist leader of the Donetsk People's Republic back in, was it 2017 or 2018? I can't remember when he was drone assassinated in the middle of a town. And
Knowledge is a bit is sketchy, but yeah, I know what you mean. Don't get me wrong. I'm not going to start jumping up and down celebrating this. But I'm just saying it's one
oh
thing to
no,
see
yeah,
them
it's just it's very complicated. It's in so many ins and outs.
fucking severely
Hey, Lumpen,
complicated.
Lumpen. It's like you said though. Why didn't Putin arm the Ukrainian anarchists and Ukrainian communists 7 years ago?
Yeah.
I brought that up in my debate with Default. I don't know if Neil watched it at all.
I haven't watched it yet. No, sorry. I keep meaning to, but yeah.
We're all sleepers in the day, so like by the time you sent it, we were all passed out.
I'm just like drunk.
I was actually sleeping quite well until tonight, but that's gone out the window now. But anyway, yeah, sorry.
Sorry.
I think one of the reasons why I focus more on Russia than Ukraine is simply because, like,
Oh, bless.
I think for most of us, we know, like, NATO is bad. Like, it's not like, you know, something controversial. I mean, within the circle I'm talking about, the communist circle and broad. It's like, yeah, NATO is bad. No shit. The problem is we got people that think, like, you know, Eurasianism good, Dugan good. I had a comment, like Default literally saying, "Did you read Dugan? He's actually brilliant." Like, what the fuck? Dugan is a...
And Putin's an anti-communist. That's what Putin's an anti-communist. Putin went along with Yeltsin and Gorbachev. I'm saying Putin went along with Gorbachev and Yeltsin.
So Putin's last job in his role as a member of the fucking KGB was to ensure the collapse of the Berlin Wall. That was his last job, and he succeeded.
Good job.
That's what I'm saying. He's an anti-communist. He went along with Yeltsin and Gorbachev. Like that's why I don't get MLs.
He was a
can't get through their
well. One
heads.
thing as well.
He's
He
not on
was
their
a part.
side.
He was a part
You don't
of.
give a shit about Western MLs.
He was a part of the Soviet Union's process of essentially holding East Germany at gunpoint. And then and you know what, like it's all right when you look at the history because they were defending them for the most part, so it's easy to look at it as a good thing. But as soon as they didn't want to defend them, they held them at gunpoint to make sure that they became weak to the West. Drop your wall, drop your guard. They became weak to the West. Drop your wall.
Yeah.
Someone's got an echo.
Sorry, no, that was me. My phone came on. My phone came onto YouTube for a second, and it went a bit like
checking if the stream's working.
Silence it.
My camera
Because I can see on YouTube, I just can't see on Discord. But
Oh yeah, because what's it? Fucking, I can't use my camera on Discord. I can only use my camera on YouTube. Well, that's okay. Yeah, I see. Are you being smart? I see. I'm not very smart about these things.
I'm fucking useless, mate.
I don't know why
my mate sent me a computer and I don't know how to deal with it. Oh, sorry, JP, I spoke over you. What was you saying, JP?
He probably wants us to watch the stream.
I don't know. I can't. He's not saying anything again. I talked over him and them. Sorry, I talked over them. I do this with my mate Alyssa. What my mate Alyssa recently, recently came out trans, and I'm still getting used to the pronoun stuff. Because
all the time. But you know, I'm an older.
I use middle of the road pronouns when I struggle, but I call them lass with these because that one's easy. It rolls off the tongue. Lass does. I like lass because calling someone lass or a lad is so easy to get that.
Yeah,
you normally notice when you've made the mistake halfway through the word you're saying, so you can make sure you're saying the right word. Because I only ever do it with people I've known because I'm so used to just off the cuff speaking because I use dude and lad all the time. So
I tend to
I get really conscientious about it.
I tend to try and use like Irish and north of England slang rather than just incorporating the MTV US slang. You know what I mean? So I don't tend to use dude as much these days, I must admit. But lad is actually in the Scots language. Lad, I believe, is actually gender neutral. So I hear from an advocate of the Scots language and Scots identity, Scots culture and stuff. And she was saying it's actually, they say, all right, lads, it's gender neutral. So Make of that what you will.
Oh, well, I mean, laddie and lady are very similar words because I know lad is short for laddie.
Yeah. I.
Because it's supposed to be laddie and lassie is what I remember being the gender splits. But then if laddie is gender neutral, then is lassie also gender neutral?
Yeah, well, yeah. Language isn't mathematics though, so that's the
Yeah,
thing is that you have
well,
to remember.
we've anglified Scottish too much as well in the southeast. Or well, they chose to become a part of the what I call British Anglo-Scottish because I feel as much as it's always called itself Anglo-Saxon, the Southern Scots have had a bigger seat at the table than the North Anglo-Saxons. So when you put that into perspective, that the South Anglo-Saxons already dropped most of their Anglo-Saxon culture by the time of the 1500s because they embraced French culture. You're in a really complicated relationship there, and the Angles were more dominant. Oh wait, no, actually, the Saxons were more dominant, so it'd be right to call it Saxonic Scottish because Saxons are in the south and Angles are in the north. When they came over here.
I've heard that the people saying that the Lowland Scots were more Saxon and Nordic than the Highland Scots. Well, that could just be like
Angles. I'd say more Angles.
Yeah, or Angles maybe. I mean, it could just be like Scottish Stockholm syndrome that in desperately wanting to be North Brits, like the old days of the.
A lot of Normans settled in southern Scotland too. Robert the Bruce was part Norman.
So yeah,
there's always
basically with the Viking thing, it was because of the genocide. So the Gaelic Scots in the west were unconquerable. The Vikings could take as many lands as they wanted. They couldn't stop the uprisings. They had a similar problem in Ireland. But with the Lowlander Scots, they absolutely wiped them out. Not entirely. I just mean war like they completely paved through them. Same with a lot of North England.
Who mentioned the Normans? Because that's my family.
Robert,
get out of there, you Norman prick.
Robert
the Bruce was part Norman.
Yeah.
Du Bruce, D-U, it's French. Yeah, it's French.
Normans are just Normans are worse than Mormons, and that's saying something.
They integrated quite well in Ireland. They became like the names like any Irish name beginning with Fitz is like
Norman. Fitzgerald and other stuff like that.
The Old English.
Right. Yeah, they were Anglo-Normans. They were the Catholic ascendancy. But
what's it?
Some of them became.
Isn't the idea that Saint Patrick was like Anglified or Romified? Like Romified.
As I understand it, he was a Romanized Brit.
Yeah.
The ancestor.
Yeah, because
Britannic.
Because Romanization is really similar to Anglicization.
It was Roman, yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, the Romans were a big influence, I think, on the British in being an empire. Like the British were a big influence on the United States in being an empire.
So me and Lumpen-Celt were talking about this as well. Like, where did the Romanism come from? Because the Normans would have had an influence on the Anglo-Saxons earlier. Because it's interesting with the Anglo-Saxons because we know that they come to there originally because the Celts invited them after. Well, not originally because of that. Sorry, the Romans brought them over as mercenaries, and then the Celts invited them there, and the Celts also allowed later on people running away from Anglo-Saxon warlords to come over again as well. So there's the class dynamic. But where did the Roman influence come from? Did the Anglo-Saxon warlords pick it up, or was it from the Norman influence on that region? Because Normans dominated the Anglo-Saxon region before they conquered Britain.
I don't know. I think a lot of it was just referring to history, wasn't it? I mean, like the Victorian, the British Empire of the 18th and 19th century was very keen on fetishizing. I mean, the Romans were long gone by then, anyway. So it could just be a historical fetishization of them. You know what I mean? Does that mean if that correlates with what you're saying, or maybe I'm just losing my mind because it's 6 o'clock in the morning and I'm still knackered. But am I making sense?
Yeah, you're making sense.
I think it's like the way the Western world is kind of has this fetishized view of ancient Rome. To use
the modern Western term, it's a romanticization because romantics comes from the Romans. and how much we had a love for the Romans. Like it didn't originally
Romance
romantic didn't originally mean love, but we turned the word into love because of our love
Yes.
for Rome. That's how
Yeah.
fucked up. And the
fucked
British
up. That's fucked
Empire
up.
from about the mid 1700s was calling itself New Rome.
Yeah. New Rome incidentally was the actual name for Constantinople. Nova Roma, or Nova Roma was the original name of what became known as Constantinople historically. But that's a different story. I
I mean,
digress
you've
there.
got the first Roman Empire being the Holy Roman Empire as well.
Yeah.
Well, that didn't fucking
Yeah.
last.
It tends to be successful empires become fetishized by bourgeois imperialists in later centuries.
Well, I mean,
you know?
America started off fetishizing the Roman Empire, and then when the British Empire was no longer the big daddy empire and had collapsed, and America took over and became the big empire, they started romanticizing the British Empire.
Yeah.
We go.
Yeah.
I mean, they go on about our atrocities. Spoke to people in American education that have told me they go on about their atrocities, but America preaches the civilization narrative as much, if not more, than Britain does. And I mean, Britain doesn't even tell you about our atrocities. We're worse. We just tell you about what the Americans did in the 1800s.
It just makes me laugh. The British left is always there going, oh, the USA this and the Yanks that and the bloody Americans and all.
fucking made
Yes,
them.
that's very true. Who told them how to do it? I'll give you a clue. They speak the same language. That
Fuck
fucking
me.
bastard
Have
told me
they ever
language.
listened? Have they ever listened to an Irish criticism of an Irish American? They'll literally turn around and tell you that they're acting like the English. That's the first thing they'll tell you. I mean,
Yeah.
what's it? It's like the old song about the Scottish traitors.
I'm not sure.
They're given a British uniform. They're given a British gun. They went and joined the British Army to have themselves some fun. Once these people have betrayed the other people, they'll never forget. Sure as hell, the IRA aren't picky yet. And the whole point of that story is that once you've picked your side, you've picked your side, and you've picked your tendencies, and they come from a certain path of delineation. America and everything it does, Britain has a responsibility for, even long after we lost control of it. I don't care what any British person has to fucking say about it. There isn't such thing as British people, and British people need to turn around and learn that they're English, or they're Scottish, or they're Cymric, they're Cornish, and especially they're Irish. Now, the Irish, the Cornish, the Cymric, and the Scottish, for the most part, have got this in order if we ignore the Lowlander Scots just for a moment here. The Northern English have also seemingly got this for the most part as well. In North England, you find more people raising St. George's Cross than you'll see them raising the Union Jack. The Union Jack's a bit of an insult to a lot of places up here. Unfortunately, Liverpool has lost its way. It used to be a very pro-IRA city, and now it's an orange cunt fucking place to be.
Well, the orange bastards have always been there, but I didn't know they'd increased so much as that. That's really disappointing.
Oh yeah, I was speaking with my Manchester mate about it. Now he is a Manchester guy, so you got to take it with a bit of salt. But he's also Irish in descendancy.
I think
I
do believe
part
I know who
Irish,
you
part
mean.
Roma. Yeah, the Angles is. And
Yes, good friend of ours. Shout out to that
absolute
young-
legend, or
Oh, yes.
legend as we say these days. The legend.
He's a good lad, so he is. He's a top
He
lad.
is. He's what's it? He's following the principles of aristocrats, sure, and that's
Right.
criticizing everything and anything that comes to sort of the way he has to look at things, because he knows that his perspective is some issues, but he's in a position where, I mean, he's back-ended to the horrible places that poor people do have to live in, so he does get to see the environment and experience a side of the world that a lot of aristocrats don't see because they avoid it as much as possible.
He's one of me. I'm starting to call him one of me non-biological nephews. I have a few of them. I think he's the latest addition to that list.
Well, I'm so mentally old. I could just be your fucking brother.
I'm still a child. I am still a child. I have to admit, I'm a big kid and proud of it.
I've got the mental age of a fucking crippled 40-year-old.
I did get called a 50-year-old degenerate by one of Caleb's Maupinite crowd, and I thought that was quite. I thought, yay! I've arrived on the scene. Fuck you.
Coming from a person who names his fucking thing CPI, like what's it? This sounds like an industry set up by Vosh.
DM.
Oh, imagine if
You
you
want
set
something
it up
live
as a
stream?
company without the USA name instead of a
It was
just a party.
it was a certain person who I've still got on my friends list saying about Caleb Maupin, but somebody else made a criticism of him, saying I don't hate the guy, but but you know, a guy, another Facebook friend of mine, and this Maupinite really got nasty and started putting pictures of him, saying, "Oh, look at the state of you." I think he's got kind of punky style, you know. And then I said, "Oh dear, body shaming now, are we?" And he said, "Oh, don't get me started on you, you fucking 50-year-old degenerate." I said, "Oh, look at that, you and your stupid green hair." I thought, "Oh, yeah." There was him with his dad mustache, and he said, "I look like any 34-year-old should look." Not really. Really? Are you living in the 19 fucking 50s now, you fucking gowl? You know, I don't fucking believe what I'm seeing here. You know what I mean? This was just cringeworthy. A 34-year-old who's like fucking 16 years younger than me or thereabouts, or 34, 30, something like that, telling me that I'm a stupid big child and a degenerate because I don't insist on basically acting my age and being an old fart. Would he approve if I was sitting in the corner going, "Bloody kids today, they got no respect in my day"? Is that what he was? Is that what I'm supposed to? Fuck you, as you like to say, Mickey. Suck your mum. Fuck off and die. Anyway, yeah,
It's my go-to. That is like out there, you know, as they say up in North England, suck your mum.
Fuck your mum. Yeah, fuck, as the Geordies say, Halloween, shite you daft twat. Fuck off, you fucking numpty, as they say around here. I mean, I couldn't believe it. I thought, my God, I'm talking to someone who's 15, 16 years younger than me, and he's talking like an old granddad talking down to me because I don't bloody, you know, I didn't. If I stuck Grecian 2000 in me hair, would he have approved instead of green hair dye? I mean, Jesus fucking Christ, man. I thought we'd grown out of this. There is a new backlash now. I've noticed in social conservatism, not least amongst the left, but in general, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wear unusual clothes now, you're a hippie or a hipster, and if somebody calls me either of those, I'll fucking end them.
I used to always get called a hippie when I had my really long hair, and I'm like, why am I being called a hippie? I hate hippies. What the fuck?
I fucking can't stand the cunts, but I get it
I mean,
all the time.
hippies. I mean,
You're
look
a
what
hippie.
hippies have turned into as well. The hipster movement grew out of that, and the hipsters are right
Yeah.
fascists. So anyone that thinks hippie ideas bring left-wing views, well, hipsters follow a lot of hippie ideas, and they are fucking fascists.
They were supposed to be like a kind of left wing thing, like the hippies were the hipsters, but it's like all liberalism. It's kind of like licking the boots of fascism.
Well, I mean,
'Cause
the guy. So the biggest hipster outlet is Vice Media. Everyone's heard of it. It's literally ran by an open white supremacist.
Is it? I didn't know that. I don't know much about Vice. I
He's
just
this
noticed
guy
it was very-
drenched in tattoos and what's it? So it's weird. So he's like a white supremacical fascist, but he supported Obama. Oh no, I don't know if he supported Obama, but he gave Obama a load of like platforming and shit. But it's weird.
So,
This
so I know the history of Vice. It was actually there was a guy named Gavin McInnes who helped found Vice, and he is a freaking right cunt motherfucker.
Proud Boys.
Like he is, yeah, he's far right. Like
I know that
McInnes.
motherfucker. I know
Yeah,
Gavin
Gavin
McInnes.
McInnes.
Oh yeah.
Son of Proud Boys.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he
yeah,
started
the
the Proud Boys. Yep. Ding 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 ding. Yep. But he's
didn't know that.
tried to distance himself from Vice, you know.
I
But
didn't know
he
he
was the one who
I
helped
didn't know-
started it.
I did not know it was him that it was being. But as soon as you mentioned Gavin McInnes, I went, "Oh, that fucker." Oh, I know him well. He's one of the he's infamous on the level of Richard Spencer. I mean, it's you know, he's one of
well,
those.
I mean, what's interesting though is the Proud Boys was it was started by the CIA. Oh no, sorry, the FBI. The leader was found out to be involved with the FBI.
It's not McInnes you're talking about now. Is it another guy?
Yeah, I don't think it was McGuinness that was running it. He just got involved. A lot of
Right.
a
He
lot
started
of
it.
the
He's
people who
co-founder of it.
pretend to be libertarians actually, and so this is where you saw a split in the libertarians. There's a lot of libertarians who are the ones who are just outright fascists and absolutely are knowingly fascists. A lot of these types will even call themselves ANCAPs, which really gives it away. Morons.
Gavin was a co-founder of the Proud Boys, though.
But
Was. I thought he
then
was.
he's probably in the pocket of the CIA. But what I'm getting at is you saw this split with the people who are pretending to be libertarians but are actually open fascists sided with the police and sided with the Proud Boys. And then you saw all the other libertarians who then also got infiltrated by the same fascists that were siding with the police because libertarians don't know how to make organizations. You got that Boogaloo Boys shit where the libertarians sided against the ones that were siding with the police. Even they turned around and said it was unorganized as fuck, and that's why fascists would be joining. So I'm not even insulting them. This is their own synopsis. You know, honesty, it helps.
Well, Gavin used to be more libertarian because he used to be on Fox News a lot, and then he started drifting more into that, like, you know.
I'm giving you the
Proud
quotations because you
Boys,
can't do them.
alt-right. Yeah. And then he started drifting more into like the Proud Boys alt-right kind of thing.
So
and then
if a libertarian is being
destroyed it.
presented on Fox News, he is likely also one of the fascist types because they'll be used to clock people into a position that's institutionalized. So, and the fact that he's involved with Fox News means that he is very much gonna have been involved with the CIA before. The CIA literally has the ability to walk into any of those newsrooms, drop a piece of paper on the table that tells them what they have to say, and they have to say it because they lose their job. Every one of those mainstream news firms has to be involved with the CIA to keep their business going. Otherwise, an anti-monopoly law will come and smack them out of business because the CIA has no government oversight as well, so it's hard to restrict it. Can go to the government and turn around and nag this, and the government does not want to get on the wrong side of the CIA either. The CIA has a very large sense of immunity to what it can do.
Yeah, they're like a law unto themselves, pretty much. I've heard them described that way.
For those that like Gramsci, I describe them as a cultural hegemonic institution of power that controls and organizes all the other cultural hegemonic institutions of power.
And the CIA, nowadays they just straight up show up on the as like commentators. Like they'll be like, okay, here's the former CIA director on MSNBC, and it's like this used to be a taboo thing in the past. Now it's just like straight up, yeah, we're just gonna hire CIA agents all over the place. It's like they're not even like they don't even have to like hide it anymore. It's just like, oh yeah, sure, the CIA, they're great.
I mean, they're so ubiquitous now. They seem to be like, I mean, they're recruiting people in college campuses and people. I mean, with the MK Ultra really opened up things, and that's only a fraction of what was going on. Most of the files, I believe, were lost and destroyed. But I mean, there was like hospitals, which are entire hospitals or hospital wings at least, were completely fronts for the CIA. The whole thing. I mean, this is like conspiracy theory stuff. It turned out to be true, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, this is terrifying stuff. I was recently watching an old film from 1976 or 75, I think it came out, called 3 Days of Condor. I think it's called. Robert Redford. He's working for he's a researcher for some institution which is a front for the CIA, and I'm sure at the time that was made that was like considered almost, you know, a kind of like a fiction story, but it's the truth is actually much more extreme than that. You know what I mean? But that was the 70s. People didn't know what they know now. It seems to be the CIA is like it's like some weird, scary organization that seems to have its tentacles in absolutely everything, and it's really quite disturbing.
It has its testicles and everything. It shouldn't be doing stuff like that.
It's probably got its testicles, tentacles, and God knows what else. But yeah, anyway.
Well, I mean, the Mossad is heavily involved in like managing sex trafficking, so I imagine the CIA helped them with that because I can't see why they would miss out on the business. And
I mean, yeah,
they're all it's a very male dominated field, so I mean,
Epstein was Mossad.
Rape is not a thing that's off the table for a lot of these people. I mean, it's quite interesting that like they try and put like this sense of like vulgarity of crime onto the lower class, but the biggest committers of sexual assault always ends up being people of power, not people in the lowest positions.
Totally.
Actually, out here, you would get fucking killed if you found out by people in the lower class that you were sexually assaulting people.
Yeah.
I think Epstein is a Mossad agent.
You think what? Sorry.
Epstein. I think Epstein is Mossad.
Epstein, probably. Possibly. I mean, it's hard to say.
And Maxwell.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
My response is schizophrenic. That's funny. Also,
there's
really offensive.
I mean, the British equivalent is MI6. I mean, you've got MI5, which is somebody said was the I think it was might have been Socialism for All said that MI5 is basically British version of the FBI, which is kind of true, I suppose, or the NSA or something like that. I'm not sure. It's not really. I don't know what the equivalent of the FBI is. I always thought there's the police special branch, but
Okay, so
yeah,
so
it might have been
the
S4A. I can't
police
remember.
special branch is our version of the FBI.
Yeah,
And our special investigation teams and all those lot. MI5 is the CIA for at home.
yeah,
MI6 is the CIA abroad.
yeah. They're the spies, and they're
Well, it's not
like
just spies; it's a complex sort of.
yeah,
It basically functions like the CIA.
operations.
It does all those complex functions of spying on people, policing people, and
Yeah,
likely all the evil, spooky experiments. Just unlike the America, we don't leak as much fucking shit because we're not
No,
stupid.
there's it's a very closed society, Britain. It doesn't have a written constitution for one thing, so it can bend the rules, which is why the Americans have this reputation for being more direct. Their constitution is written in the USA, and the British constitution is not. So there's the stereotype that the Brits like to mince their words, and the Yankees are more straight talking. I mean,
We
of course,
don't
that's a
also have laws saying we'll declassify stuff for you either, if I remember rightly. I might be
yeah.
wrong. Prove me wrong if anyone knows
I
it,
think
but I'm
that's
pretty sure in
true.
Britain we don't have to tell historical mistakes that we declassify.
Yeah, I think it's not so clearly written down like it is in the United States.
Because I mean, like,
I
because
mean, like I was just
if
saying,
there was a time thing, why is it in like 10 years' time they're going to be telling us about the monarchy, relatives that wanted to support Hitler? Like, what that because in America it's a 50-year period. Can't tell me it's an
yeah,
84 and 85-year period that they're like, yes, just some
yeah.
really odd off number. This is the time that we do for declassifications. No, Britain's vault is much more uptight and up close. You got to be someone of some pretty high class to be getting access to the restricted
Yeah.
archives.
Yeah. I mean, well. I mean, I remember seeing some documentary 20 odd years ago, maybe more, about Nazi sympathies amongst the British monarchy, and I remember there's like a photograph or a camera panning across these files saying not to be opened until 2045 or 2055 or something like that. So that I mean, this is in
So
the
it
late
might just be
90s.
arbitrarily chosen when things are folded.
That's the impression I got, but I don't know. I mean, I'm going by a documentary I saw about a quarter of a century ago, and I've
I was
forgotten.
watching.
A
I was watching a
100 years. That's a
conspiracy.
period, isn't it?
I was watching a conspiracy show on like the History Channel, and it was basically saying that there's a conspiracy that um, Winston Churchill had Mussolini killed in order to cover up all his letters that he wrote to Mussolini praising him, and that was what
Well,
was
that's full of
in
shit. Because it was the
Mussolini's.
communists that killed him.
Yeah, I know. It's just like a conspiracy though.
I
Like
love the story of how
there.
Mussolini was killed. So he got captured first by the fucking
I'm just
what's it
wondering what
by
happened.
the
What
normal
happened?
resistance,
Yeah.
the bourgeois one,
Yeah.
and then what's it? He my computer's been a spaz. What the fuck?
Oh, you
Trying to
can't say that.
change
That's
sound
ableist.
settings and it won't fucking work. It's pissing me off.
Spaz, you're being ableist. Don't say that.
Yeah, thanks for smacking me. You are right. I do apologize.
I think there's a kind of grey area. You have to be careful using language like that, but there is a
Yeah,
grey
what's
area.
it? I was not a word I should have used. You are right there.
It's not as bad as saying mong. Like we're calling someone a mong. That's a terrible one. That it is both
Yeah.
ableist and extremely racist as well. I mean the idea that people with I think it came from people with Down syndrome allegedly looked something like Mongolian people, which they don't at all. They used to refer to them as Mongols, and the word Mong came from that. That's a really nasty one, that. But
Oh yeah,
Spaz is
you're
a
on
bit
about. I know what one you're on about. What's it?
monged. He's a bit of a Mong. That's really nasty, nasty one. Don't even like saying
Yeah.
it. I'm probably going to get us all banned from YouTube for saying that, but
Uh oh.
I'm just curious what happened to Winston Churchill's letters to Mussolini.
It's
Like,
not talked about here.
It's not talked about, and it just seemed to like disappear. That was the weird part.
Yeah,
He basically straight up said he was considering himself to be a fascist by the end
yes.
of the Spanish Civil War. He said, "Well, I could be a fascist, honestly." He was contemplating it. He didn't say it, but he was like, maybe I could be a fascist or not, or something like that. This is like before World War II.
If you say that over here, you're likely, especially if you're from the USA, they'll start screaming at you, "Fuck off, you fucking Yank, you, blah blah." Blah. I mean, if I say it, I'm a bog wog with a chip on my shoulder and that kind of shit. It's. I mean, the kind of deification of Churchill has got to the level now. It's frightening.
Oh, it's
really
terrible.
Reaching FDR levels.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Okay.
Or yeah.
Engage with the dialogue.
Okay, it's not letting me change my sound settings for this fucking dickhead. So I have it go for my fucking iPhone.
Fucking technology, boy.
There we go. Hey.
I've noticed in the since I was a teenager in the late 80s, a young adult. I turned 18 at the end of 1989. You'd get a lot of political satire in the 80s that was really aggressively left wing and very anti-establishment and anti-military. I mean, there was a sitcom called Blackadder Goes Forth. It was made in 1989 when I think I was 17 roughly when it came out, and it was brutally satirical about the slaughter of the First World War. And it portrayed the generals as a bunch of incompetent upper class buffoons.
Brilliant. One of the best comedies ever made.
It was, and the ending was so poignant. It wasn't funny. It was like
it was actually heartbreaking. It was
absolutely totally heartbreaking.
You didn't expect this comedy. This comedy made itself quite hokey. Like when it was talking about the First World War, it showed the brutality of it, but it was very hokey, and you didn't expect it to turn around and crush your heart at the end. Like you really come to love these characters.
Yeah, exactly. But you can you imagine that being made now? The British monarchy, the British not the monarchy, the British military is now so lionized that if you don't wear a poppy, people are going, "Why aren't you wearing a fucking poppy?"
Hello. Did you ever watch Hello?
Yeah.
They turn around and show so many times like the whole joke of Hello, and it's really obvious. Is the bourgeois-led resistance is useless. That's the main punchline across the story. And then everything else is centered around this one family with this one French family, and obviously it's an English comedy, so the French are all cowards because funny. But the biggest people who do so the only people in the whole story who actually do any work that succeeds at fighting against the Nazis, because everything that this resistance does fails all the time. They can't get anything right. And if they're not doing anything right, they're running away from problems and cohorting with the Nazis as well at the same time. Whilst the only resistance actually doing anything in there was the female-led communist resistance. And there's a moment where Rene literally turns around and states that. He basically turns around and states that seems are always bloody useless and they're the only ones doing anything.
It got a lot of flack and it was quite controversial at the time because people thought it was taking the piss out of people suffering under Nazi occupation. It was actually a parody of kitsch TV shows mainly about the whole thing, So it was better than it wasn't as terrible as it was portrayed as being. I mean, we're getting back to Blackadder Goes Forth. I mean, nowadays, if you don't say our boys are stiff, if we'd all be speaking German if it wasn't for those boys, you're likely to get attacked over here now.
Yeah.
It's been like that in the
It's
USA
same
for
as if you
quite a
were to
while.
give the benefit to the female-led communist resistance. I mean, sexism has not gone away, and we've also got the problem of it's all about the if we didn't support this one resistance force that the British even assessed at the end of the war and said was useless. We'd never won there.
Yeah.
Like the communist resistance dealt with the successful sort of missions that the resistance engaged with in France. The communist resistance took up the most part of it. Took like 70-80% of the fighting was took up by the communist resistance, not the bourgeois-led resistance. I mean, it doesn't help that the communist resistance were trying to use weapons with just actual weapons and fighting and going tactical. Like the West had these weird ideas of, okay, here's a suppressed weapon, go be an assassin, and it's disguised like a rod. Oh yeah, by the way, it's bolt action. Good luck.
Wait, so you're implying that Charles de Gaulle and the Gaullists didn't just liberate France, and when the U.S. soldiers landed, France was already liberated by the de Gaullists? Are you implying that the communists were somehow a big force and it
Yeah,
wasn't,
so in the
Charles de Gaulle
south was where
personally
most of the
liberated?
successful fighting was going. De Gaulle actually, so De Gaulle did a lot of good work in the north. I won't completely shame him, but
Yeah,
the north was the most heavily armed by the Nazis. They weren't so worried about the south, and the reason why is because invading from Italy through the south is a nightmare. You try crossing them mountains with tanks.
yeah.
Churchill's you might not have a problem because they're very good at climbing, but and Sherman maybe. But once you get any heavier than that, you're fucked.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, in the
Pershing
United
wouldn't make it
States,
up there.
in the United States, we also had like this period in like the 1970s where we had movies like
Yes.
Apocalypse Now and other
Yeah.
such things.
Flash.
But yeah, and then we had like Reagan come in and just
Yes.
completely undid that kind of culture. It was
Yeah.
like, like we had this opening up period where people were talking about the CIA, the church,
Yeah.
committing. Yeah.
3 Days of the Condor I was talking about had Robert Redford, who's known as a more progressive end of like Hollywood. I was watching that on Netflix the other day. The films like that were going on all over the place.
But
It all went down the toilet in the 80s with Reagan, and then you had Rambo: First Blood Part 2, bringing a happy ending to the Vietnam War and killing commies and all that. Red Dawn was another one of the most embarrassing movies. I've never watched it. I've seen clips of it and went, I ain't watching that shite. It was terrible. But in the eighties in Britain, in the 80s in Britain, there was comedy shows like the Not the 9 o'clock News, The Young Ones, and Blackadder, and they were really quite caustically vicious about
the
the
Monty
bourgeois
Python religion. That's the best 9 o'clock news episode.
Which one was that?
The new religion of Monty Python, because they do a sketch where they're basically doing a reverse on the people
It was
who
a
are religious
parody.
complaining about the life of Brian, and they're like they're complaining about Jesus being a rip off of Brian.
Yeah, John Cleese and all that. The
John
thing is
Cleese is a
now, nowadays,
old bastard conservative now who says, "Oh, London's getting more Muslim than it is British." So shut the fuck up, you cunt.
Let's not get on. Let's not talk about him. He's a fucking gobshite.
More like John
look, I'm
Cheese,
saying-
which actually was his original dad's surname. He changed his surname to Cleese instead of Cheese. Oh no, his granddad. His granddad in First World War changed his name to Cheese,
I
Cleese.
didn't know that.
So he's actually John Cheese.
Anyway,
What a what's it?
none of that would be made now. I mean, the comedy we see in the last 15 years it was just sneery kind of American prank style stuff. You know what I mean? Balls of Steel and all that. But the presenter of that god awful program, Balls of Steel, is now a presenter of GB News, which is the gammon right wing fucking news channel set up by Andrew Neil, which has been.
I wonder, do you think Fred Hampton's pork chop nationalism comes from the gammons? Because like kind of similar concept when you think of it, because they're backstabbers. They're backstabbers that go for the bourgeois colonialist way, and that's sort of like
maybe. I mean, just gammon to me. I kind of googled it, and I think the expression came from the wrinkled up angry faces of these right wing bigoted types who tend to vote UKIP.
Oh, I see what you think. I see what you mean. I thought we were using it as a term for
lefties are all
right. So I see. I thought you were using it as a term for what's it? Celtic Unionists. You know, the ones who are siding with the British.
It may be. It may be a connection to that, but I mean, it's just used a lot. The gammons, they refer to them as the.
My I pick up vernacular is just trying to watch how people use it, and I'm not very good at watching things. As we can tell, 000.
But yeah, they're saying I can't see Blackadder Goes Forth ever being made now. It's just unthinkable. I'd say. I mean, I don't know if that. I think it's fair to say that the way the military in this country has in the last I remember Michael Gove, that obnoxious little bastard from the Tory party, saying that it was time to stop this revisionism of the First World War, which had seeped into British culture in the 1980s. And he made some comment about that in about 2004, 2005, 2000, something like that, 15 to 20 years ago. And since then, I've noticed it's more and more and more this kind of far right nationalistic, don't diss our boys or you're going to get a kick in the teeth kind of thing. Don't, we're going to shut you down and beat you up kind of thing. It's getting quite extreme. And it's got more and more and more to this far right view thing now where the British government's now saying that all public buildings must display the Union Jack or the Union flag at all times. I'm thinking we're slipping into it. No one seems to be taking any notice because they're too busy shilling for a bunch of like fucking Nazis and neoliberals in Ukraine. So, yeah. Sorry, I'm off on a tirade there.
Yeah.
I do think that the kind of right wing nationalism's got really out of hand in this country now. It's getting it's gone back to how it was in the sort of 70s and early 80s. It's really quite ugly. Like you were saying about the USA in the 70s, there was lots of anti-war movies made about it. Really pulling the US imperialism apart. I don't know about that kind of went out the window in the 80s. I don't know about now. It's very. I've noticed
British
the
comedy
MCU
nowadays is just more about the monarchy and Epstein, and they just, I mean, the jokes are trying to make themselves look like the old British comedy, but it's a pale imitation.
Yeah,
and,
it's
and
really
a lot of that's
watered
dying
down.
out because it's all dominated by aristocrats. I mean,
Yeah,
I mean, most of them were aristocrats still back in the day, but a lot of those aristocrats came from poor families and still remember coming from poor
yes,
families, and half
yeah,
of the
not
other
at all now.
comedians were literally poor people. And sometimes
Yeah,
you can't even tell by the accent because I know a lot of them sound posh. I mean, so is one of the guy who will sound posh who isn't actually posh. So Tom Baker has one of the most bohemian Scouser accents you'll ever hear. He's such a beautiful
okay.
voice.
Yeah, doesn't
He's
sound
a
Scouse at all.
Liverpool working class lad. He comes from a very poor family, and
Yeah,
every time he was at work, he was working in the graft. Oh, there's plenty of photos of him on shift with Mandem. Um, he's an absolute legend. Like, I mean, like always been my favorite doctor, and he's the working class doctor. He's absolute G, and he's probably one of the he's one of the doctors that were, because so the doctor goes between different sectors. Sometimes he's socialist, sometimes he's a eugenicist. That's literally the two opposites. There's nothing in between. He's either a really left wing guy who really hates capitalism, or he's a eugenic, and
I
that's
haven't noticed the eugenic ones.
oh the second doctor has some moments.
Um, Patrick Troughton, that was.
Troughton. He's one of the best ones as well. It's not his fault. So sometimes
Yeah,
the writers write in stories where like the aim of the story is some races are bad. Like
yeah, yeah.
it probably does eugenic sort of reductionism where they're
I did like the more recent one, the David Tennant Doctor Who was grand, but the amount of gushing over Churchill. I mean, I had to create that meme as a result of a
oh
picture
man,
of
that
like
was
Ian McNeice
horrible.
playing Winston Churchill next to a Dalek, saying this photo shows two life forms. One is a rabid, genocidal, warmongering lunatic hell bent on destroying everything different to itself, and the other is a Dalek. That was my little meme I created about Churchill, because it was just the Doctor Who version of it was just, oh my god, I've never seen something.
Daleks have a
Again,
greater chance
that's
of
what's happened.
redemption.
That's kind of like putrid, mawkish sycophancy over Winston Churchill, um, portraying the British military as this kind of like lovable, either at worst lovable buffoons, at best outright liberators. It's absolutely,
Do you know what
it's
though?
just
The best thing about Churchill is he looks like the Porky propaganda picture.
looks like the what?
He looks like the Porky propaganda picture that the Soviet Union did.
Yeah, yeah, he is pretty plump, I gotta say.
Like it's
But
like he
yeah,
saw it and was like, nice style.
yeah, I'm gonna mold into it. But you were talking about flags. So in the United States, we have this interesting thing. We have both the U.S. flag, that's supposed to be the good flag, and then we got our evil twin brother, the Dixie flag.
Yeah.
Now, people incorrectly call it the Confederate flag.
Yes.
However, it is not the flag of the Confederacy. I have to point this out.
Ku Klux Klan.
It is no. It's not even the Ku Klux Klan. It's an elongated version of the flag of Northern Virginia.
Yes.
So it's like, but they
It's
don't
actually
seem to
it's
get
actually
that.
it's actually a cultural flag to Virginia, but the Unionists have basically ployed history and directed everything at that flag because it was a flag that was used by rednecks in the region. So I mean, it's an easy way to demonize. Because you got to remember, the redneck movement was a left wing movement. Everyone needs to remember that.
Yeah.
Very true.
And
you also had the reds. So you had the rednecks. You had the red shirts as well. I mean, there was anything that they could wear that was red was typically what the movement was centered around a lot of the time.
My family's from East Tennessee, and they fought they were opposed to Confederacy.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's a lot of that in East Tennessee.
My family are poor dirt farmers in East Tennessee, and they oppose the Confederacy actually.
There's like a break off, I think, in East Tennessee with the mountain regions.
Yeah, there is. That's my family's from. My dad's family's from there.
Yeah, some interesting history with Tennessee during the war. But anyway, yeah. So that Dixie flag's supposed to be the evil flag, but but those are the traitors. We're the good Americans. We fly the Star Spangled Banner and the red, white, and blue. We're not
the
like
one
those
that fought
evil
to keep slavery as long as it could.
And participated in Manifest Destiny and the slaughter of the First Nation people.
The genocide of many nations of the native peoples.
It's the list is just endless. The massacre of Vietnamese civilians, the fascist fascist junta that existed in Latin America.
I forgot what I was going to say, but I know what I was going to say. So, is one interesting thing as well about America and Britain that you can see a similarity with? Does anyone know what one of the biggest problems was for the British in the Second Boer War? Just as a nice little engagement question, because I like to let people be involved.
What was one of the what was that again? What was
one of the biggest problems that the British found with their army during the Second Boer War?
So I think I probably knew this once, but I can't think of it right now.
So it was
they didn't want
a
to
lack
engage.
of fitness.
They didn't want to fight the act.
No. It was a lack of fitness. Does anyone know what?
I was gonna.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
I was gonna joke and say they weren't willing to fight the Axis until they started going towards their colonies.
No. It was a war to secure the rest of South Africa. You see, the Boer had a lot of power still after the First Boer War, where the British got control over a good portion of South Africa, but they wanted the whole planet. And so when they went to war, they found their army to be unfit. Why do you think their army was unfit? Which way do you think it was?
I mean, I could say something about living in poverty and slums and stuff.
No, actually. So that was a problem for the lower class people, but they had two problems. People being too fat.
Yeah.
What did America have during the Afghanistan war? They had a lot of issues with that. They couldn't foster a fit military easily. They had to. I've seen pictures of both British and American soldiers in Afghanistan that are quite chunky. They had some unfit people who managed to pass tests because they could run and do push-ups and they could hold a gun. They were strong people, but they're still unfit. This was a simple problem the British had with the Boer War and what America's had with Afghanistan.
Processed food with too much sugar, basically.
Yeah. Well, so the Victorian era really pushed up a lot of obesity because of our addiction to sugar and conquering the world for sugar. I mean, I once saw a video of a Jamaican in Jamaica said he handed this American a piece of sugar cane and he took a bite out of it. He's like, "Oh, that's really nice." He's like, "Yes, that's what the British said. That's why they come here and grow so much of it."
Yeah. Imperialism, gotta love it, eh?
He turned around though and he sat and he was like, "Look at the beauty here, the beauty of nature here. This This is the real first world. You guys in your despotic cities are living in the real third world. That place is, and obviously,
Well,
imperialistically wise, that's not the case. But what he's really getting at is that our disconnection from nature is just disgusting.
Africa is one of the richest continents in the world, but it's also the poorest. It's the richest in resources and it's the poorest in finance and infrastructure and so on because it's been invaded by the white bastards
So-
from
Yeah,
Europe.
I mean, British capital, French capital,
French, Belgian, German, Dutch, Portuguese.
I was debating with Default,
China now as
and
well.
he literally tells me point blank, imperialism doesn't exist anymore.
Oh, that one.
I'm like,
I hear that all the time.
Oh
that
yeah,
was
they keep
just-
trying to say that like we're now at a stage of unitary imperialism, whatever the fuck that means.
I mean, people said to
Yeah,
me,
move-
"Duh, Britain's not an empire anymore. Duh, the empire collapsed in 1947."
technically, it's
You know.
so stupid.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like, generally, like, has anything really, like the mode of production hasn't changed from Lenin's time at all. Like things are still, still the same capitalist system. Like, I don't get like what they're implying here. It's like, yeah, it's now neo-colonialism, but it's still pretty much the same as it was.
Yeah. Yes. It's a lot of it's softer colonialism in some countries, especially.
Yeah.
It's more. Well, you've got your own government now. We pull the strings, mate. You better step in line, or we're gonna drop a ton of bombs onto you. I mean, like, the Irish Republic is not a republic; it's the Irish Free State, and it's. I mean, is it? Shout out to Marxist Paul, good old comrade in Dublin.
He is a
Did a
good
good video on
guy.
it and about how they've got a good way of keeping people docile. I mean, people don't bother with the Irish language anymore. I mean, Dublin Castle, I believe, is still owned by English landlords, and the Irish state pays rent to them. I mean, there's loads of these little properties all over Ireland.
Where they
Still
fucking
basically-
killed O'Connelly.
Yeah. I mean, that's Ireland, but what we know about, I mean, India, the Modi, fascist, crypto-fascist regime there, completely subservient to the British and US and whatever EU and all the rest of it. South Korea,
China too, and China also.
yeah, China now as well. I mean, South Korea, it's supposed to be the free Korea. It's the complete antithesis of
The
free.
opposite. Fuck.
It-
All the testimonies from Korean people, not just people who
Right.
defected who suffer there, people who were trafficked there by South Korea,
Yeah.
who turn
Yeah,
around
yeah,
and
yeah.
go, "Oh yeah, me being here is maybe more socialist. I love the North even more. I
Yeah.
want to go back. It's horrible here.
Yeah.
It's hell."
I mean, people.
Women who are
it's
there
something-
as well, they just get trafficked too. Sorry about that, but they
If you
get
point-
trafficked in sex trafficking because it's rampant there.
Oh, aye, absolutely. If you point that out, you're just shilling for Kim Jong Un's mad dictatorship and all that.
I have his phone number.
I've defended the DPRK because the stories about the DPRK are so ridiculous. I mean, they're Monty Python's comedy stuff. It's like Dr. Bloody Evil or some Bond villain shite. It's nonsense. But people believe it. People just swallow it. They'll have you eaten alive by dogs if you don't have a Kim Jong Un haircut. And I'm there saying it's not like that. They've got this. They've got blah. They've got healthcare, education that the South Korea doesn't. Oh, you're a fanatic defending Kim, aren't you? You're just shilling. I'm like, I've got plenty of criticisms to say about the DPRK. I mean, I don't know that much about it compared to some people who know a lot more than I do. But I know a lot more than your average Joe over in the West who knows fuck all, because all they've heard about it is the stuff that they believe, which is they'll have you eaten alive by dogs if you don't say wonderful things about Kim Jong Un and copy his hairstyle and that kind of shite.
Well, I mean, what's
they were
it?
saying he had his own brother killed by dogs or something, and then the next thing you know, his brother turns up, or his sister was supposed to have been killed by him, and she turned up alive and well a week later or a month later. I mean, it's ridiculous. It's embarrassing, the level of idiocy and bullshit misinformation about the DPRK. It never gets brought up though. The moment you point it out, you're shilling for Kim. It's like putting a Ukrainian Soviet flag up. I get called shilling for Putin and swallowing Putin's propaganda. So what the fuck are you talking about?
But you see,
This
Literally, Wait,
But you
didn't
see,
Putin say?
there might be a secret message in his number though, because it does happen to be 0121666. So there might
He's in Birmingham. 0121. He's in
yeah,
Birmingham, is he?
he's he's a Brummie.
All right, mate. All right. My name's Kim Jong Un, and I don't like the way you're talking about me, mate. That's not very nice. I don't like this.
I've got a disagreement to be had. Like all the people who have a problem with me now are gonna be like fucking trying to find me in Birmingham when I'm not even in Birmingham.
That's not talking with a Brummie accent. I'm not doing that again. Fuck that. You know.
Oh man, they'll have a bad
How
time
is
trying to
the-
find me there.
How is the
Well-
Ukraine-Soviet flag pro-Putin? Didn't Putin say he wanted to decommunize Ukraine?
Yeah, pretty much
it's
exactly
really-
my point. That's my point exactly. I didn't put a yellow and blue one up. I said this is a. I'm not putting up this national. I mean, it's a yellow and blue flag. You could say in and of itself it's neutral, but it's loaded with nationalist connotations right now, pro-Western connotations, and the fucking Azov battalion. That bloody yellow and blue armbands were worn by the Shuma battalions, who were Nazi collaborating bastards who went around pogroms, massacring Jews, Poles, Roma, so-called gypsies, and gay people and Russian people. You know, they were the Nazi fucking collaborators, and Banderites wore yellow and blue armbands. At least that's what I understand. That flag has now got connotations of that. But I said, no, I don't want to do that. I'm not going to sit there whooping up, beating the war drum. I'll put the Soviet Ukrainian flag, and I get people saying, I can't believe you swallow Putin's propaganda. I said, at what fucking point did I mention Vladimir Putin?
I didn't know
One
Vladimir Putin was the leader of the Soviet Union. Bottom text.
What the apparently?
Yeah, you know what I mean. But it's like, oh, you know, I mean, there's somebody got. It was a Canadian news thing I shared on Facebook as well, saying somebody was displaying a Soviet flag in a Canadian yacht yard, shipyard, you know, a place where they've got boats and yachts all parked up, and there's loads of these people saying this is offensive. We want you to take this down. And my grandfather died in the Holodomor and all this shite. And he said, this guy, I don't know, I think it was a bloke, said, spin on it, mate. Fuck you. And there's, oh, it's offensive. It's this, that, and the other. And it's like, oh, it's like, what's this got to do with Putin, though? I mean, like, you know, banning Karl Marx now from a Florida library or in a school or something because of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I thought, what the hell's that got to do with Karl Marx? He wasn't even Russian. He was German. You know, but it's the Russian commies. It's the big bad nasty commies from this. They're trying to relive the Cold War with, you know, the Reaganomics shite.
Both sides are.
Yeah, true.
Even some MLs think Putin's bringing the Soviet Union back.
Oh yeah, well, they're
They're nostalgia mode. And
I mean, you've also got the Dengists doing it as well. I mean, you got some of those shitheads be like, Soviet 2.0, like, you fucking brain dead. Like,
I'm not going to be sectarian. I've got Facebook friends who are probably more Dengist than I am, but some of them are very sectarian and they are incredibly bending over backwards.
Right wing is what I would call them.
Yeah, well,
like I don't think it's being sectarian to cut away from people who are outright willing to support capitalism and imperialism just because it waves a red flag. That's my problem. Like
yeah,
they're way too.
I've had that argument with anarchists as well. I mean, I've had many anarchists going on about, you know, all governments are bad and they're supporting these freedom movements with black flags and anonymous masks. And, you know, you point out that the CIA are behind that. They go, fucking tanky. You know.
Yeah, but those aristocratic anarchists that are typically like that. The street anarchists are involved with a proper. They got their heads screwed on. Good.
To be honest, most of the ones I've met were more either idealists or they were just aristocrats who were much more just basically radlibs, you know.
These guys and gals use dialectical materialism.
Yeah, maybe. I mean, I'm sort of, yeah, I don't know.
So the first document I read about them when I was introduced to what they are and what they do when I got properly involved in MRN and became line holder was that they what's it? They're assessing that anarchism has failed in places where Marxism has managed to succeed. So we've got to learn from our mistakes of where we've failed and where Marxism has succeeded and follow a path forward. And of course, that first is having a grounded scientific method to how they put themselves forward. You know, I mean, they're in the lower class at the moment. I mean, a lot of them are lumpen proletarians and lumpen aristocrats struggling on the street in squatter houses. So these are people with experience in struggles. So that's why they're a lot more driven in positions that a lot of the time sound exactly like things I believe and agree with. So we get along.
About a decade ago, I probably would have called myself an anarcho-communist, or well, not, just over a decade ago, 15 years ago, or that thereabouts. I mean, the punk scene was full of that kind of like communists who are anarchists, but they're really communists.
Yeah, because it wasn't cool to be an. I always hated that about the punk scene is that they were a little more tricky with people just being communists.
Yeah. I mean, there's I got a lot of hate off people in the punk scene actually for the band the band that's we're on a bit of a hiatus at the minute, but the band I have is just more Marxist, getting called red fascist and all this sort of shit by very sectarian anarchists who are
they're doing it to all the skinheads. Also, all the old skinheads are getting called right wingers because they just think all skinheads are right wingers now. Because most modern day people who call themselves skinheads end up being right wingers in Britain.
It's I've noticed the fascist element of the boneheads are. I think they've abandoned the pretenses of being skinheads these days. The problem is people think if you shave your head, you're a skinhead. It's like, oh, he's got. I mean, my parents used to think that. I think, oh, he's a skinhead. He's got shaved. No, that's not a skinhead.
I remember a story I was told by a teacher that when he went into Ireland with his Irish mate, because he was taking them back home after he come and visited him, he had to go back and let him travel the rest of the way himself after he got a certain way because he had a shaved head, and he was like, you're English, you like that, you ain't gonna get around there. I don't know what that's about. Probably to do with our fucking right wing paramilitary fucking shit that we were doing there, but.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of people think that that they judge they say you're a skinhead for having a shaved head or something. It's like that doesn't make you a skinhead.
It's not about the look; it's about the
making your hair. My mother used to say to me, Dad, he said, "Oh, he's got a punk hairstyle." I went, "Why? Oh, it's spiky." In the 80s, it was very trendy to have spiky hair at various times. That doesn't make you a punk. You know what I mean? It's like having long hair doesn't make you a hippie or a rocker.
The football community all spike their hair. Well, not anymore. It's now the 20s quiff shit now, but they used to spike their hair.
Back in my day. It was mullets when I was a kid. Oh Jesus, yeah. But
bring back the mullet days. Torres was like one of the last mullets, and even he's got rid of it.
Please, no, not mullets. Oh Jesus, man.
Back to the anarchists. There was Ukrainian anarchist, Ukrainian communist, willing to fight the Kiev fascist regime. Why did Putin arm them? Why did Putin not arm them 8 years ago? Why was he arming Nazbols? Why was he arming Nazbols, not Ukrainian communist, Ukrainian anarchists 8 years ago? He's arming Ukrainian. But he's arming Nazbols though, no problem.
And then leaking their fucking chats to the Ukrainians anyway.
Yep, exactly.
That's conflict.
I don't know.
I mean, think about as well what they did in so in Armenia and Azerbaijan. They literally just sided with both of them in a war. There was only just the two of them in it, and it's basically just manhandling the war. They're doing what the US does, being a security defense group that is operating and analyzing the situation.
And when they were destroying, when the fascists in Ukraine were destroying communist statues, Putin was calling them anti-Russian acts. No, that'd be anti-Soviet, anti-communist acts, not anti-Russian acts. Because Russia was only one of 15 republics, including Ukraine, to make the Soviet Union.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
also,
that's
if they
true.
want to take down statues in their own country, you can't just fucking say that's a provocation. Like, that's their country.
No, but the whole point was Putin was calling them anti-Russian acts. No, those would be anti-Soviet, anti-communist acts.
No, but I mean,
anti-Russian
what? it shouldn't even be attacked like anything, because to take down a statue doesn't always mean you're anti something. I understand statues are supposed to have like a significant meaning and a long term history, but heck, sometimes you just want to knock down some statues, and they knock them down because of an anti-communist mentality of fascists. Fascists don't think Russians don't need to exist. They're not morons, mostly, somewhat. Half of them aren't morons. There is a degree of the people in the group that are fascists that are not stupid, at least.
Oh yeah,
I know that. What I'm
There's at
saying is
least
Putin
five
was
of
calling
them.
them. Putin was calling them anti-Russian acts.
Yeah,
They should
yeah,
be called anti-communist, anti-Soviet acts.
yeah.
Yeah, he's conflating Russianism with Sovietism or communism.
And that's the reason why I go after more Russia's part of this, because like you said, everybody knows NATO is what NATO is. Liberals shilling for NATO is no surprise to me. That doesn't bother me. That's what they do, liberals shilling for NATO. It shouldn't bother us. When I see MLs shilling for Russia, that disturbs me now, because they should know better. They're acting like the SOCDEMs and the Second Internationals. They're acting like most MLs, I'm sorry. They're acting like the SOCDEMs or Second International taking a side in the war. When Lenin said no, he posed both sides. Lenin didn't say, oh, the German Empire is more progressive than the British Empire, or the British Empire is less progressive than the German Empire. No, he didn't play lesser evilism. Like you said, there's no middle ground principle, including imperialism and fascism. There's no middle ground principle.
I think they would argue. I wouldn't argue this, by the way. They would probably say that supporting the lesser of two evils is like what is like they would use the Second World War analogy, whereas you're thinking more like the First World War analogy.
This
This is exactly like the First World War. So this is why I mentioned the Boer War in comparison to America's Afghanistan and Iraq, because they're very similar.
I won't disagree with you. I won't disagree, because I think the Russian government is certainly. I mean, it's got like, as I said, this Dugin character being a government advisor to Putin. And Putin's an open anti-communist, and why did? I mean, you may. I'm only saying this is probably what they would argue, and I think I have heard them argue that. I mean, I can't say I can argue.
This is nothing like. I understand that. I understand that, but this is nothing like World War II. There is no Soviet Union. There is no Red Army in existence. This is like World War One.
I'm not arguing that.
Because World War II was the war against the Soviet Union. I mean, that's the Great Patriotic War is one of the two key most important points of it. Is the war against the Soviet Union, a war against the Jewish people.
I'm not. It's just like I say. I put that out there, but not to. I can't.
No, I understand. No, you're doing some at the. You're doing some at the common guy who we have on stream does, where you bring the other points forward, because you can't discuss the other points if you don't have them on the table. Don't stress yourself.
Yeah,
but I identify more as an ML than an MLM, but I have more Maoist sympathies, and I certainly have more Maoist sympathies than I do for Dengist ones.
MLs in the first world are quite scary these days.
They can be, a lot of them. I mean, some people are. I mean, I'm not the only one. There are quite a few that are more sympathetic to the Maoist stance, but they're.
Yeah, we call them proto-Maoists. They're on their way.
Maybe. Whatever.
Well,
but I mean,
or maybe the right word would be pseudo-Maoist. I don't know.
Well, you get the others though. The kind of the hardcore. They're basically revisionists. They're just I mean, there's
not getting
one
to
who
the Gonzaloists as well. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I mean, I've had a few run-ins with them as well. I mean, I've been like I say, one of Maupin's crowd called me. I can't remember the guy's name. He called me a fucking degenerate. I've had one. The contentious issue of things like sex work, my answer is destroy the material conditions that make it a necessity. His attitude was ban sex workers, ban this and ban that. It's like, no, you're just demonizing them.
Then they go on about like, oh yeah, Lenin imprisoned the prostitutes and stuff. Oh, shut the fuck up! I don't care what Lenin did. Like, like I hate this. Like Lenin did this, Lenin did that, Lenin said this, Lenin said that. I have people mentioning things that are like Lenin and Marx is passing things about like the American Revolution that isn't theory, and I'm like, this is not theory. You do not understand theory. This has nothing to do with the situation. And then when I quote Summit from a letter by Engels where he's talking about an analysis of fucking the British proletariat, I'm being told this is akin to love letters to Marx, and I'm like, no, this is literally Engels' analysis of the proletariat. Mind you, Engels was the one who literally had two long-term relationships, one of which was a marriage, the other one of which lasted 20 years anyway, so might as well have been a marriage.
Yeah.
With two Irish working class lasses, and the first
Yeah.
one showed him around, the worst parts of Manchester, showed him
Yeah.
actual experience of what it is these people are going for his research. Engels is much more trustworthy than Marx, and you will always find these motherfuckers drift to Marx when they want to chat their bullshit. Engels is too scary for
Yeah.
them to get into.
Yeah.
Excuse me, sir. This sounds like revisionism. Only Marx and Engels didn't believe in the Irish struggle until they almost died, basically.
Engels spent most of his life with Irish people.
Well, knowledge is a little too sketchy to argue the toss on this one way or the other, if I'm honest. So
No, he's in a relationship
Yeah.
with two Irish girls.
I might have known that actually, but I
The
forgot.
Burns sisters.
Just parroting the old Maupin head.
Engels was with the
Who
Burns
claimed-
sisters.
Yeah,
With who, sorry?
and
The
most of
Burns sisters.
the
Yes.
Burns sisters.
Maupin's idiotic comments about
And
Irish.
what's it? He so he came from so when he was in Manchester, the way his factory was set up, there's quite a large Irish diaspora.
Oh yeah.
So what's it? A lot of the people working in his factory were of Irish descendancy, and Engels Engels in his hatred of being a capitalist, but ended up being dumped the factory anyway because he kept causing problems in Germany. So his family wanted him as far away from Germany as possible.
Yeah.
He decided to take the advantage of the situation as a communist and learn from the people he had working for him, which is, I mean, what's
Much
it?
more,
The least he could
much
do.
more. It's funny, like George Orwell gets all this kind of fetishization about what he denounced his bourgeois background. So did Tony Benn and all this. It's like not like Engels did much more than either of those two ever did. You know what I mean? I mean,
Oh man,
I'm going off on
fucking
a side.
Tony Benn. Oh,
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, I used to quite like Tony Benn in the day, and I realized later on I went, oh, I didn't know this, I didn't know that. Oh, he was involved in. Oh, really? Oh dear. Tony Benn wasn't the great guy he was made out to
George
be.
Galloway still likes him.
George Galloway's Galloway's he's a fucking gowl. They call him Galloway for that reason. He's a
I mean,
gobshite.
perfect evidence that Toby Benn is not going to teach you very well.
Yeah, well, Galloway, he was extolling the virtues of all sorts of. Well, he was bringing up stuff like the Ballymurphy massacre and all these kind of Irish Republican things, and then suddenly he went quiet on that and started snuggling up next to far right loyalists in Scotland. So, I've not heard him talk about class anymore. He was going on about it all the time, nothing but class, class, class. Now he's basically.
Oh, when
advocating
you
class.
criticize him for acting like an aristocrat, you're going about his working class background like that then.
Oh yeah,
But otherwise,
they all-
no.
They always do that. They do that all the time. You know, I talk like that in it. Know what I mean? I'm you know, you hear these like petty bourgeois fuckers.
And then
in
when
the
you
factory.
criticize the CPG BML types because they all suck his asshole out, even though they
Yeah.
also will turn around to you, they'll turn around to you directly and tell you he's a moron, and they think he's fucking a moron. But then they'll tell you if you've got a problem with him, ring him up and go on his show. So what the fuck? I don't need to speak to the cunt.
Well, you're gonna say, why would I waste a phone bill talking to that fuckwit? You know what I mean? I mean,
Apparently it's
think I'm-
completely free, but I can't be asked to be fucking speaking with that fuckwit.
yeah.
Because all I'm going to do is call him a cunt, and then I'm going to get kicked off the show, because he's going to be like, oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you swore no.
I called out his bullshit on his live stream on I think it was Facebook. Yeah, it was Facebook, and I got laugh reacted on it. I'm not sure if I got kicked off, but I was certainly mocked quite a lot. And I thought, really, why engage with somebody who's only going to just snarl abuse at you? I mean, what's the point?
That's the way he responds to any challenging question. He just starts getting nasty.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's like, why would I do that? Why would you waste your time doing that? So I'm just plugging my laptop in. trying to plug my laptop in. Yeah, but yeah, he's yeah,
I mean, my biggest question to him is why is he supporting unionism?
yeah. He was all like the big diehard Fenian bastard and all that before. Now he's I mean, somebody there was some video of him on some live call in. Somebody called him in and said we should do such and such that the Republican revolutionaries did. He said, "Oh no, I can't be endorsing violence. Oh no," and he's shuffling in his chair, thinking, "Oh, what's that about you supporting XYZ Irish republicanism in the past and exposing the Bloody Sunday cover-up and exposing the fact that Ballymurphy massacre was barely mentioned at all." And he was talking about all these things and going on about anti-imperialism in Ireland, and suddenly, no, okay, he's oh no, I don't believe it. I'm not going to talk about that. No, violence is never going to work. And I think you
It's like the fucking when he got hit on the head, he just sort of
Oh.
went into fucking aristocratic autopilot.
yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
no! I've got to secure me wealth and me and how much I've made in
Right.
life, and I've got to keep me got
working
to keep
class.
involved with the fucking Labour Party, and if I can't be in the Labour Party, I'll make my own Labour Party and work with the CPG BML.
The respect party. Jesus, talk
Well,
about
so the
mawkish.
CPG BML say that they're not noticed. When I pointed out that the so the British did a thing where they're like left wing groups that are they're bad, they're
Yes.
terror groups, and they turn
Yeah.
around and CPG BML is not on the fucking list. Now, when I pointed it out to them, they were like, "Oh yeah, we're not noticed. We're too small." I'm like, "Okay, well, why the fuck?" John McDonnell was reported by British mainstream media to be getting involved with you in London at a parade, which means not only
I think
does
you-
people know of you, but also that also means that the security state knows about you because John McDonnell was a member of the shadow cabinet, which shares duties in organizing intelligence and state security.
Oh, John McDonnell, I remember that fucker, yeah.
The guy who bring Mao's little red book into Parliament and misquoted it. I don't know how you misquote a collection of quotes, but he managed to.
Well, you know.
Hey,
Well,
The
y'all,
one
this
time
live
I was
stream.
actually laughing with the Conservatives, it's hilarious.
Oh, fucking hell.
Makes you ill. Like, don't laugh with
Yeah.
Tories. You get a contagion. You start shitting violently.
Fuck.
I don't know how Conservatives exist. Like, they must be shitting a lot. I know they sleep in Parliament a lot.
What was that, Lumpen? You said
This
The
live,
live
this live stream. Yeah, this video.
Yeah,
oh yeah. I think we should, yeah.
yeah,
Like, oh
we
shit, how
should.
long has it been? Well, then again, I'm
An
at
hour
work
and
just-
10 minutes, I think.
I'm just
Hello.
at work, just
No,
not
it's
doing
been an
work.
hour and 30 minutes, but what's it? If I say an hour and 10 minutes, it sounds like, no, I don't want to save it. Fuck off.
It's been
Yes, one of
2
those
hours.
is Islamic punk, and I think it's public. Do watch the Islamic punk stuff, it's great.
No,
Elected, my
I
boy.
saw on
There we go.
YouTube,
Ah,
you
they're
got
so
pictures
loud.
of
Yeah.
Cultured Thug, which horrified me there.
Learn and understand the psyche.
Why is it so loud?
And the
Oh, thanks for
anger.
finally coming on, Chris.
So,
I
Chris,
saw you.
There we go.
Can
Is
you
he-
hear us, Chris? He's probably just setting everything up.
Yeah, can you hear me?
there we go. Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Cool.
So, CPUSA, huh?
Yeah, I left it over 20 years ago. For some reason, I decided to join it tonight.
What were you just?
Everyone
Was it
hear
like
it.
just drunk and like fuck it, I'm going back, or like was?
Can everyone hear it?
Yeah.
I hear it.
Wicked.
Well, there's a lot of guys going to it to try to reform it and fix it from the inside. Like Noah's doing that. There's a few
I'm
other
getting a
guys.
weird echo. I've never used StreamYard before.
Oh, it's
Do you
okay.
have the YouTube window still open?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, close that. Just do it right through StreamYard. You can see the comments and everything. Get rid of that echo.
Yeah, that will help you a lot.
So, what about the CPUSA? Like, what made you decide to get back to it? Oh, there you go.
Well, he's probably gonna have to jump back on.
Yeah, figure it out. He probably closed the wrong window.
Yeah, he's just got some boomer moments right there.
Well, yeah, if he was a part of the CPUSA 20 years ago, and now he's joining, yeah, he's got to be in his 40s at the very
Yeah, he
least.
is. Yeah, he's in
Okay.
his 40s.
Are we talking about the conservative? Oh wait, hold on.
No, the Communist Party USA.
Oh really? Oh, the Communist Party. Oh yeah, that makes
Yeah.
like,
Yeah, the OG party. You know,
Yeah,
William
it's
Z.
all like a
Foster,
conservative
Eugene Debs, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I'm kind of a William Z. Foster guy.
So what
Yeah,
brought
Matt-
you back to the CPUSA? Like, what are they doing? What are
Well,
they
I
about?
left. So, do you know a little bit about the CPUSA in the late '90s? This dude Gus Hall, who was kind of William Z. Foster's protege, he was a super old guy back then. He was in his 90s. He died in around 1999, 2000. And I just saw all the liberals and the Democrats and all these kind of blue-haired people taking over. And you know, I'm a kind of a normie, so. I grew up as a Marxist-Leninist. My dad was a Marxist-Leninist, and you know, I just saw the writing on the wall. I thought it was complete garbage,
My pappy was a Marxist-Leninist.
and I didn't agree with it.
The blue hairs.
Take note of the blue hairs because this is a common trope, and like,
Yeah.
this is transphobia, and you will hear him go even worse than this. So watch cultural fug go transphobic and then not push back on it.
But I'm hearing good things now.
Yeah.
So are the blue hairs gone?
I've seen this
they don't seem
before.
gone to me.
No,
Oh, actually, I don't think he uses the slur in this one, but in his interview with Maupin, he uses the T slur.
Yeah.
And Maupin does not push back. He just moves on.
No surprise there.
Yeah.
they're
Yeah,
there.
that's
Just
what I'm
like,
saying,
you know,
yeah.
like,
Oh, sorry, go on.
yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, that happened in Maupin's thing.
Okay.
But you know, I'm just kind of like testing the waters, trying to see what's going on because I haven't, you know, been paying attention. But there's a lot of talk in the discords that I run in, like in Infrared and Jackson
Anybody
Hinkle's
else
stream and
hear
stuff like that.
echo?
That it's kind of
Yeah, but it's only faint for me.
So are the blue hairs gone? They don't seem gone to me.
time, you know, to go back in and at least see
Someone's
what's
watching
going
it via
on.
the
I'm
stream, 'cause
also
it's probably easier
Try
for
to
us.
shake
a
it up and
Maupin
fix
guy.
it at least, right?
Yeah, I'm also in CPI and stuff like that. So
Got it on my phone in the
This
background.
kid
That's
is trying to
probably
see.
yeah, maybe that's what you can
Yeah.
hear.
Okay.
yeah, we're just trying to see if we can maybe
mean,
come in.
You can
It's
turn
no
on the-
stress. It's really quiet for the stream.
Anyway, yeah. So I'm up.
and take it over
My
again, or
friend
just
Matt, I think,
try to see
joining.
what's going on.
Is actually
you know?
joining, watching this on YouTube.
Well, I mean,
believe,
look,
'cause I
if-
just sent her a link to it. So
Rebellion effort. Try to take it back from the liberals. I mean, good luck. You guys are outnumbered.
Well, what's it? I'm streaming it for Discord if you want to watch it while I'm streaming, while I'm just playing it here.
it's far too techie for me. I haven't a bloody
So
clue.
if you click on the screen, there'll be like a thing you can click on that says join, and it'll show it on the screen.
Oh yeah.
I was pretty lost with Discord when I first got shown it. It's like being fucking invited into space. I'm like, I'm used to Facebook where it's just you call people and or you don't. Like, there's no. I mean, even Facebook is a screen share thing now and everything now, and I'm like,
Yeah.
tech's gone a long way. I'm too used to computers being, it was the maddest thing that you could give someone miles away control of your mouse. Like, that was the real cool thing. Video calls were something that you could maybe do if you had enough bandwidth.
Getting fancy.
God, Skype is horrible to use in the mid 2000s.
I think.
Although
the
they did
stream
have the
is-
cool Skype phones, so you had these phones that you got that you could ring with Skype on the phone, and it didn't have a screen or anything. It wasn't like an app on it or anything. It was just like built-in Skype phone format, and it was free Skype, like unlimited free Skype calls for the phone.
Mm. Oh, and so the stream is like frozen for me. in this
Yeah, I
way.
pressed pause. Because what's it? I was waiting for Red Fenian to see if he could find the thing to join it.
I'm just. I'm far too. I'm far too techno dumb to
Well,
be able to do
like
that.
on the page on Discord, like you see how like we're all in square boxes now. There'll be like something that you can click on that's like watchable, but it's not playing yet. Like
Right.
should say the word watch on it or something like that.
I just. Well, I mean, I did. I just sent links, shared this YouTube thing on my phone to Messenger to people who wanted to watch it either now or later on. Do you know what I mean? That's all I. That's all I did. I didn't. I don't even know if they've got Discord. So.
Oh, well, what I'm saying is like for you to watch it, like you can click on because I'm streaming it to my YouTube channel, but I'm also
Yeah.
like streaming it to Discord for us all to sit and watch. That's what I'm getting at.
Yeah. I'm still getting my head around Discord. I'm quite ignorant of how the hell it all
No,
works.
no,
to be
I
honest.
understand. Like, what's it? It's just one of the boxes on the screen is I'm streaming the same video. At
Yeah.
the same time.
But yeah, it's I don't know. I see like the DSA and I see the CPUSA. I just think they're just run by liberals. Like there is no taking it back. You guys are just been called fascists.
I'm done with the DSA. I mean, they drummed me out years ago. So
yeah, well, they're
DSA
extra
was
woke.
shit
Yeah, they're
from the
extra
start.
brand crazy. Like
I
don't know that.
What, you call yourself an ML, but you thought the DSA was going to be the future. Something that was started by the Democrats. Like, fuck me. That would be like me turning around and joining a socialist party started by the Labour Party and going, yes, this is going to get us communism.
Yeah.
Yeah, they are liberals, but I mean, what's... Hey, hello, cat.
That's Cat just.
I don't know. I see like the DSA.
My friend Cat just messaged.
That was their meetup
Yeah,
where they
she's in the
couldn't
live
even
chat.
clap. Remember they had to
Hey.
do jazz hands instead of
Michael, that's
clapping.
my good friend Cat from Canada.
We're not very efficient, so expect a long stream.
I sent her the link on Facebook, and she sort of went, "Ah,
To give
cool."
a
So-
preemptive disclaimer, this is going to take ages. This is going to take that long. This is one in a series of live streams that are planned. That's how much time it's going to take us to chop through this.
Oh, fuck's sake, hang on a minute.
Yeah, and we were speaking like an hour before the stream started, so takes a while.
Yeah, she says she's on Corey's account.
Oh, Corey, yeah. Yeah, Corey. Yeah. I know Corey and Cat very well.
To used to some what's it? I'm not used to seeing Corey spelt correctly because I know people with it spelt incorrectly. I know people where
Corey's
it's spelt
from
like
the,
Coronation
Corey's-
Street.
Corey's from the US and Kat is his wife. She's from Canada. They both live in Canada. They're very nice people.
Canada, eh? I can't even
Eh?
do that. I can't even do the meme. I'm not good.
I got locked out of my house in Canada, eh? Yeah, that one.
Yeah.
You can always tell the Canadians they say house and out and about instead of house and out and about. That's how I always spotted the Canadians from the US Americans.
A boot.
But the South Park parodied it mercilessly as a boot, but yeah.
When they say like a boot, I mean,
Sort of.
they just sound like they're saying boat in a posh fashion. So I mean, are they insulting the ancestors of the Argentinians?
I think it's more the Scottish. I think it's a lot of the Scottish influence on Canada.
Boat people.
You just attacked me. I was looking at my phone.
I need to tone you up so that people can hear you. There we go.
I
Noise.
hello.
Welcome, Cat. By the way.
So were you attacking me, Stone? I was just looking at my phone.
No, I was
for a sec.
defending you. So the way that the Canadians say boot, I mean they're insulting the ancestors of the Argentinian people, the boat people.
I don't think that's what it
Glasses
is.
on top of glasses. This is
I think yeah.
This is cheating.
never mind.
whoa.
Yes.
I think the Canadians say about because of it's just the way they speak. It's a little bit like the Scottish accent where they say, I'm going out, I'm going out and about tonight," in my crap Scottish accent. The Geordies say "ganning out" as well, quite a lot.
Aye.
Aye. Why can't he,
I
like,
mean,
you know what I mean?
no, the funniest ones to reign over their heads is the fact that if you go to sort of somewhat wet, not all the way to the western coast, but kind of somewhat laterally similar to where Texas is in America and Canada, you'll find the um, Americanized sort of Texanized style Canadians where they all speak like fucking Texans or and I know why, because the Texan accent's actually an English accent, so that's why they have a very similar accent. Like, and we did have a bit of a cowboy period in Canada. It's just not talked about as
Suppose.
much.
Kat just said we just hated the British so much we had to ruin their language.
I can't
Fair enough.
I can't I can't
That's-
argue
that's
against
the-
that because you're saying about the British, but as an English person, I can argue about the British, the Americans, all of you for fucking ruining Yorkshire's contributions to the English language. We wrote modern English, and it sounds nothing like what modern English is today
Yeah.
with Queen's English, because the
It's very
Queen's English
true.
manipulated it. They frankified
Yeah,
it, the
that is true.
fuckers.
That's very true. Yeah.
And then the Canadians and the Americans just added fuel to the already shitty fire.
I can't remember you're talking like Middle English.
Well, both Middle English and Modern English was written by the Yorkshians, and then the Queen's English was modifications of this that we use now.
Yeah, sickening, really.
Both times they wrote it, it was taken and manipulated.
Hmm.
There's actually a website that's dedicated to making sure people remember this, and it's got like I can't remember the name of the website. I need to find it again because it's got loads of different like words and phrases and uses of Yorkshire and English.
The spellings are so irregular, and the pronunciations to those spellings are absolutely irregular that it's confusing to say the least. And I think that might have something to do with it. It's the way it was kind of bastardized. They did a half-assed job about it, so the spellings don't. You can never be sure how a word is pronounced just judging by the way it's spelt. You can do that in most languages, but you cannot do that in English at all. You know what I mean?
So Yorkshire English was sort of really developed on making the language as efficient as possible. So it cut a lot of the bullshit out. Phrases and everything like that was very straightforward, and it just got to what it needed to say.
And there's
But
like Yorkshire.
It's got a lot of like,
Oh my god.
so there's a lot of words in it. You know, we were talking before about a lot of English that gets influenced by Irish and Scottish.
Yeah.
There was a lot of words that just sounded straight like they fell out of the Gaelic language.
Yeah.
I imagine a lot of it
Yeah.
was Cymric influences as well, because
Say so.
Mersey has a lot of
True.
influences on Yorkshire. Mersey's got influences from pretty much every Celtic group other than the Cornish. And the Cornish got a lot of relations to the people of Brittany and the people of Wales anyway, the Cymric people.
Okay.
So but the Yorkshians as well are heavily influenced by the Scottish.
Yeah.
And obviously Irish diaspora in the region, because I mean, so it's quite interesting because in the north you've got shit tons of different Irish diaspora groups. In the south it's like London and a few bits of the countryside, and then they're always in Cymru, but Wales is classified as like northern region by not because it's in the north, but because its territory is treated worse than the most of the north. I mean, Scotland Wales wishes it got Scotland's treatment. Wales was as bad as Ireland, but it never gets talked about like that.
Yeah, it was very much a lot of real, absolutely brutal.
Has a lot of those third world places in the first world that you get, like those environments that are so run down you wouldn't be able to tell the difference if someone showed you two photographs.
What is this?
Oh.
might want to go to learning Welsh actually. But anyway, that's another story.
Mm.
And
Oh
like
yeah,
these
they
are the
used to,
communist
they used to do
revolutionaries.
the snapping. Everything was
The
snapping.
snapping, yeah. It's like this is working class revolution here. Okay.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's
and
so
it's
working. Now it's so working class that you got a professor that earns $100,000
So
a year.
working class, they never look like any of them have ever swung a hammer in their life.
No,
I mean, yeah.
yeah, and that's who
there's
they
no
are.
construction workers, there's no coal miners, there's nothing there. It's,
No.
Yeah, there's no blue collar people.
yeah.
It's just white collar urbanites, PMCs,
Mhm.
and they're primarily there
Australian guy
to
sounds like he's only just come out of
expound
high
their
school and he's
normal
talking now about
moral
people not being
reality of what
workers.
they think communism is, and it's just it's a joke. And
Well,
they're
see,
no Marxist-Leninists.
So you
I
talk
bet
about
they're-
like, go on, Carl.
I was just
Yeah,
going to
the
say
French
really
is
fast. I bet their
easier
idea of
than English.
communism has more in common with Errico Malatesta than any.
But French is boring because there's no pronunciation until the end of the letter. Like no, you know, like the accentation is weak.
I like the way they speak French in Quebec. Actually,
Yeah,
I think the French spoken in Quebec is actually kind of cool.
I can feel that, but I will say that like what's it? Fuck French because I got to do my Englishman stuff. I don't.
I've got to do my Irishman and fuck Britannia, so even
Well,
though
yeah, well, I fuck Britannia too.
it was
It's not
like
Britannia, it's Britannica.
I know.
Well, yes,
It
talking about
belongs to
fucking.
it belongs to the Cymric and the Celtic people. We've decided to weld ourselves into a place where our ancestors genocided, both through bloody violence and annihilation of culture, the people of these regions and of what we now call England. And we gotta respect our history there. Still, fuck the French.
Fuck French.
Well,
Have personal bias against them.
France is yeah. I used to defend the French a lot more, but then I hung around with a few and I dated one, and there was an awful lot of the dislike of French and French people. I started to understand why they were so disliked. Very racist, very very imperialist, and with a real chip on their shoulder about it. Some of the rudest people I've ever met, actually.
Yeah, what's it? It's all the cigarettes they smoke. They have to smoke so many cigarettes that when you make them take a break from smoking, they get so stressed they just become absolute assholes.
Actually, yeah, the ones I must admit there was an awful lot of fucking else heavy smoking.
They
Real
challenge the
bad.
Russians for smoking, but I have the greatest thing. One second.
I'm a lifelong non-smoker. Somebody said to me, I said I could never give up smoking. I said, "What?" She said, "Why do you mean you couldn't give it up?" I said, "I never started." And, oh,
Man, what is
never
it?
smoked in my life. Nothing legal anyway.
Okay, 1 second.
Quebec is super anti-Islamic. Yeah, there's a lot of it's a weird one talking about Quebec again. Kat was just saying there, super anti-Islamic in Quebec. That's a real sad thing because there's a lot of left-wing trends in Quebec from what I've seen, but there's also this kind of like anti-Islamic, anti-indigenous, racist, settler colonial prejudices going on. But that's the way you'll get that all the time amongst supposedly left-wing groups. They're not as left-wing as they claim to be.
Yeah, I feel yeah.
I mean, there's like two nationalist groups in Quebec. One's called Parti Québécois, the other's called Bloc Québécois, I think. And I think Bloc Québécois is really right wing. But I think Parti Québécois is supposed to be left wing, but I don't think they're as left wing as they claim to be. I think. I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's a bit complicated with these lot.
Yeah, very. There was a group called the FLQ, the Front Libération de Québec. I think they were supposed to be left wing, but I think I read that they were left wing on Wikipedia, and anything Wikipedia says about politics is usually bullshit. So
Pretty much.
yeah, Kat was just saying they're making very anti-Islamic laws in Quebec about clothing and such. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me. France has got a lot of
shit, man.
again.
Being a cunt.
So, so I think one of the reasons why they think Quebec is so left wing in politics wise is because they watched the movie Die Hard, and in the movie, the bad guy, what's his name? He mentions like he's listing off these left wing communist groups that he wants to be released. The following groups, and one of it's supposed to be like Sri Lanka, and then there's like Bloc Liberation Quebec, something like that.
Front
Yeah, they were.
I think it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they, they were originally supposed to also have like something that was the equivalent of the Red Front in West Germany, but they unfortunately chickened out at the last minute, probably because of how recent it was with the what was going on there.
I'm not up on it to be honest, but yeah, I know of FLQ because the first time they got mentioned in a French movie about the master criminal called Jacques Mesrine. He ended up going to Quebec and he ended up breaking out of jail with this guy called Mercier, I think his name was, who was a member of the FLQ. I made a movie about him. Apparently, they were, FLQ was extreme. Yeah, they were kidnapping politicians. Yeah, I was vaguely aware of that.
But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all?
Why did it disappear? Where did it go?
Look, cat.
I lost the video. What?
What happened there? I see a cat.
Meow.
Look, it's my cat. My cat is the star now.
Try this again. Because we're talking about France and like France.
But if you close your eyes, does it almost feel like nothing changed at all?
Why does it vanish?
What's that bloody horrible music?
It keeps vanishing when I'm trying to show it. Like fucking stupid shit. Yeah, did you see it? Fucking.
Oh.
When you close your eyes and France just vanishes. God, Algeria would be so happy.
I wish
It just sounds like some horrible pop punk ditty, like, you know.
Oh, also, there's this one from Vosh and his fucking like.
Oh, fucking
watch
Vosh.
this.
What the fucking fuck was that?
The fucking music just fucking makes it as well.
Reminds me of Haas. Him and Vosh and Haas are like two sides of the same
ancestral coin.
It's weird. Is Haas
Haas is literally doing scientific studies as we speak, trying to find where the third hole is.
Haas is I followed Cutebot just because of that. You know. It's quite funny as well. I must
terrorized him. She's a legend. I love it a bit. So that
no,
was
I'm
brilliant.
gonna give massive. She's a gorgeous human being who made Haas look like a fucking idiot. God bless you, love. I believe her name's Kiana or something like that. But yeah, anyway, yeah, Cutebot. I quite like her. Yeah, I think. Yeah.
Is that a common name
honestly,
these days?
I'm not trying to
bit too
dox the lass.
fancy.
I think that's the name she uses on Instagram. So
Look at them.
I gotta find.
So look at me on platforming doxers now. Look how far we've fallen. This is because we've lost the great wise will of Caleb Maupin.
apparently Vosh owned Rolling. Is it? Yeah, is it? The cat was saying apparently Vosh owned Rolling and I couldn't care less. Yeah, very true. I don't know what Vosh said about. I stopped paying attention to Vosh.
It's Twitter first world drama. Who cares?
Oh no, I don't
Is that
bother with him.
really
I just have
funny?
a funny video of him liking something
I
that's
wonder
defending incest.
is Haas going to start attacking us now? Because he hasn't attacked me yet, but I don't think he knows who I am. But he's attacked anybody that criticizes him at all. Anyone who says anything critical of Haas, like he really gets aggressive towards them.
I actually have a video about Haz as well that was sent to me by Specky V. What's it? Let me
Is that the one Is that the one where he's walking around with a trench coat?
No. So, but it was Specky V that enlightened me to that one. This is great. This is Haz in a nutshell.
And then I saw this fucking Anglo, and he said he called Americans
pretending it's a cape.
Amerimuts.
Yes, don't.
I was so
Say the things you
upset. I vowed
you watch
that
it on the
it would
stream,
be
it's
my
not
dying
under
act to
Discord.
destroy the Anglo race. If it's the last thing I do, I will take vengeance.
What the fuck?
Although what makes that meme even funnier is that what's it? That you know, Americans are like that a lot, and a lot of the time those Americans are also Anglo-Saxons, and I'm like, it's like the Spider-Man meme where they were pointing at each other.
That's a pretty accurate way to
He
put it.
called me a Merrimut. I will destroy the
Yo, the British controlled the inner state of the US after the revolution.
I haven't got a cat, but I got a teddy bear. A few of them.
Oh, that's good. My cat is like a street cat who just came over one day.
Teddy bears don't go with my punk rock image, you see. You know, I've got crossbows and daggers and stuff, and teddy bears. What? Teddy bears?
¿Qué pasa?
I defy stereotypes all the time, so I take pride in my collection of crossbows, daggers, and soft toys.
That's good. I mean,
Yeah.
wait, give me a second. Need to get rid of the
Oh yeah, I
Yeah.
love this one. I remember uploading this.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind. Love's so hard to find. You changed like the weather. When you come in the rain, all that I was
Oh god.
You know what's funny? When I play that video, it's got enough of the music in it that they'll copyright it, but won't strike the video. So it won't get the video taken down like the other ones. These music people. But what they'll do is they'll actually take money for a video that's got communist stuff on it, and I don't care because I'm never gonna get ad revenue. But I find it funny that they're just gonna swipe ad revenue off my videos just because I used a portion of their music. Funny. Automatic
look,
content system.
I have a new partner here.
Hey, you all want to go back to this video?
Yeah.
Punk rock teddy bear.
Admiral Paddington.
Like OG USA or.
By the way,
Marx
yeah, we got a
himself,
question
his
from
marks would
my
stick
friend
with
Kat in Canada. She said a question about Ireland originally being colonized by Catholics. That Rome was how successful was that? That's a good question, actually.
I don't know the answer to that.
Not too sure. I do know that, yeah, I mean, the first settlers arrived in Ireland from England. They were Normans, basically. They were Norman lords, and that was around 1168, 1170 sort of time. The Reformation happened around the time that they really started colonizing, because, like you were saying before, Protestantism was basically what created capitalism. So the transitional period was going on when Ireland, I think the big plantations of Ireland were when the Protestant Reformation happened. We had the Cromwellian one and the Elizabethan one, and that was the dawn of Protestantism. But the Catholic lords had been in power in Ireland. They were the Norman overlords who had been in power for a while before that already. So yeah, they just didn't do it quite so successfully, I think, as the Protestants. They weren't quite so vicious,
I
if you will.
think the interaction of Catholicism in Ireland comes more from the Catholicization of the Bretons, because the Bretons
Yeah.
and the Irish are very closely related to each other. I mean, the Irish will tell you
Yeah.
straight that they descended from Brittonic people,
Yeah, something like that, I believe.
because the original Celt comes from Cymru. That's what I remember hearing. The ancient Celts originally
I mean,
came from Cymru.
Cumbria in the northwest of England, just not too far from where I live, gets its name from Cumbria, I believe.
Well, Cumbria was so it doesn't get its name from Cumbria so much. It's because the name that they have basically the same name. So they
Yeah.
both named themselves Land of the Common People.
Yeah, yeah.
So their names come from the same place more so, because we don't know which one's first, but I mean, they could have been Cymru people calling it Cumbria because of them naming it after their own place. We saw
Yeah.
delineations in names and language in English when Americans started labeling places. Fuck me. Look at a sign in West America and borough is spelt Boro. I'm not joking.
Yes.
It nauseous the out of me. I can understand changing the word in some way, but that's not borough, that's borrow. Or boro. Not borough.
Yeah, Borough comes from Burg, meaning fortress or fortified town.
Yeah. Out in the Borg.
Yeah. Like Freiburg and Hamburg and so on.
Yeah. That's it. And
Freiburg
you see
meaning
that
free.
that language is more common to the north than it was the south in Britain, because for half of Britain's existence, it's been dominated by French, not English language.
Yeah. The south particularly is more Frankified, but it's closer to France.
I always call them a bunch of French people that speak English.
I
They can't do
suppose,
it properly either. That's why they all speak in that really horrible posh tone, because they're doing the thing French people do, where they don't pronounce half the words properly, except the letters at the end of the sentence.
I
Sorry,
don't
the
have
letters at
such
the
a
end of words.
serious attitude towards France. I used to love French. French cinema can be really good, and there's a lot of
Oh yeah, I
good
mean they're
French.
pioneers in that aspect.
Yeah, but there's also some horrendous things I've met from being around French people.
There are
It's,
pros and cons to being French. I just believe there are more cons.
it's another imperial power, so yes, with an arrogant fucking racist attitude and an extremely blatantly racist attitude, in fact. So the
Yeah.
entire European Union is. I
What's
mean,
it?
Ireland's
By the time the Catholics were involved in the colonization, this was after the Catholic Church had basically adopted the Protestant changes.
yeah.
So the Catholics basically just turned around and agreed to the Protestants afterwards. So I mean, to actually even call Anglicanism Protestant is kind of weird, because they're not really protesting anything anymore. Because that's what Protestant means. Protestant means Catholic in protest.
Yeah. Is that in response to the question that
Cons
Kat
or
asked?
cunts.
You said that?
Cat did. What a star.
I haven't seen that yet.
I get the speedy updates.
Ah, she said the Catholics were quite brutal in colonization. That's true. Yeah.
Yeah, that's why
They were in
I went
Ireland
on to
too. I
the
mean,
Protestant,
the
the
Catholic
Catholic changes.
well, the Catholic Church in Ireland were hand in glove with the British Empire. They were opposed to independence as well.
I mean, it's why what's it? Connolly turned around and is like, well, Catholicism has become important to the culture of Ireland. Unfortunately, it's sort of similar to how a lot of people who were colonized by the Finns and the Swedes got used to adopting some of their culture. I mean, you've got people who were who were oppressed by the Swedes, who have Norse as part of their culture now, and it's the same with the Irish. Like Catholicism has become a part of their culture, so like they're in this position where it's okay. A lot of these people don't want to rescind their Catholic faith, but their Catholic faith actually could have them rescind this Catholic church. I mean, like it's an institution that is not really the house of God, bereft of riches that it's supposed to be. It's a house of
Yes.
hoarding riches that works with the British Empire and causing starvation. And I mean, it's easy for any Irish
Oh
people
yeah.
to see that somehow the people in the church aren't the ones starving. The people who run in the church not starving. They've got food. They're eating banquets.
I mean, the thing about the Catholic Church in Canada, it was not dissimilar, perhaps not as extreme in Ireland as well. There were mass graves of children born out of wedlock who were not successfully adopted by bloody rich Americans, North Americans, you know. Young girls sent by wayward girls who didn't do as they were told. They were sent to the laundry houses and used as slave labor. In
The
the
abduction
infamous.
of Indians into reservation schools, which are typically ran by the different churches, Catholic or Protestant.
Yeah. So I mean, that's the thing with religion. If you use it as a weapon of the state and of an empire, it becomes an absolutely. That's why the Soviets were so against it, because I think at the time that they first appeared in, religion was very powerful. It was used to prop up empires. You know,
They
I think that's why.
found a dead native on the grounds, dead Native American on the grounds of
Yeah,
Buckingham Palace or something like that, no, I don't think it was Buckingham Palace. It was one of the many places that the Queen owns. And then someone
yeah.
came forward about a story of when they were a kid in a reservation school. Because I mean, reservation schooling didn't end until what was it, 97?
Place is that Jesus?
Yeah. The
Magdalene's.
the 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 schooling where they were I don't think it's called reservation schools, sorry. I can't remember the actual name of it, where they were teaching them to be white and they were basically abducting kids into these boarding schools that were designed to
Yes.
educate them into being white. There was a story of the Queen and Prince Philip visiting to pick out
T1.
kids that they wanted to take. The same person also talked about stories of kids being killed and buried on the site. Plenty of those. 1991,
Yeah.
the last one closed.
Residential schools. Yeah. 91 apparently. Yeah, the last one was
I remember
closed.
hearing that in 97 was when they actually put it into law. Residential schools, that's the one. I thought it was 91. Sorry, 97 was when they put it into law. Maybe that's for America, but what's it?
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, the Magdalene sisters in Ireland were still in operation until '96. I mean, those fucking laundry houses were there. I mean, they were still in existence in 1990 fucking six. I mean, that's only 26 years ago.
When we restarted slavery in Libya in you know in
8 years ago.
8 years ago, yeah, and we got loads of slave labor we used all across Africa and South Asia.
It's yeah. Don't get me fucking started on that.
Okay, yeah, that's about right, yeah. So I remember
Yeah,
talking with Mr. Unruh about it.
yeah.
The big lad himself.
Man himself, the man from Canada.
I should probably explain. Big man is not about people's size. It's in Britain. Big man means like top
No.
guy or the don.
I've referred to people who were very small in stature. In fact, one guy I think he was technically a dwarf, as they say, and I'm sure I referred to him as big man a few times. And it wasn't me being sarcastic or ironic in any way.
Yeah. It's the way that a lot of English people and even the other people on this weird hokey island call people who are top dollar.
Yeah,
To be
big
fair, it's
man.
especially a Scouser thing to do, so it obviously is going to be used by the other diasporas. To be fair, like
a boss.
the Scousers are like the universal boss man. That's the one, boss man.
Hey, the old fella.
that's-
All right, you fucking gobshite. Don't you start talking to me like that. All right, I'll fucking swat you.
I
Yeah.
don't think there's a bit of slang they haven't used because because did they hear another bit of slang, they'll take it and they'll make it better. I always love it. Scouser slang makes Yorkshire dialect, like not even just Yorkshire slang, makes Yorkshire dialect look boring. Like it's just brilliant. There's a million ways to say anything. It's lovable and everyone knows that you can have a laugh. Like people treat Scousers like they're morons. No, they are some of the most intelligent people to ever have a conversation with because they know that they can absolutely pour charisma into the way that they speak unlike a
I'll
lot of English people.
fucking stamp on anyone who disses the Scousers. I get really quite aggressive about that one.
Half my heritage comes from Liverpool.
Yeah, I remember you saying. Aye. It's like if you a lot of it's thinly disguised anti-Irish racism. Well, it's the old fucking hate Scousers. Oh, fucking hate this. Thinking you just don't like the Irish. Basically, the only Irish they like are the West Brit ones, the nice middle class ones who are more anglicised than they're planters, most of them anyway.
The stuff on the accent is about the Welshness of it, though. Because we really
The
like
the
that with the
South.
Welsh. Anything that sounds Welsh, we treat like shit.
Yeah, yes, it's like Irish and Welsh basically are two people that are. It's very okay to hate. They can't. I think with Ireland they're a bit guilty about it, so they say they hate the Welsh or they hate the Scousers instead, or they hate people from Northern Ireland if they're not well behaved. So yeah, the Welsh they can get away with anything because it's just not talked about.
There were people when we were at the mines going that were working until they were 100.
Yeah.
People who literally
Me.
were working in mines until they were decrepit in Wales because they had no money and they had to keep working. There was this one story about this Welsh guy who was on the TV who worked until he was, I think, 86 years old in a mine. How the
That's fine.
how the
Oh, that's
fuck he's
communist
not dead? He's a
propaganda.
soldier, man. Like, fuck.
Oh no, didn't happen. Not true. It's all just communist propaganda. But man, the Holodomor and man, the
Jeremy
gulags.
Corbyn's making up pacifistic lies. Jeremy Corbyn's not a pacifist. He's a pussy.
Or it did, or it did happen, and it's a good thing. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, look how hard working they are. They're working until
Oh
they're
no,
86.
not that one.
This is like,
Oh my god, I had someone turn around and go that like like abusive sex work is opening up job markets. Like they're not defending sex workers in the way we are, where we're like these people need protections. They're like,
Yeah.
but at least it's like an opening of opportunities, and they were like trying to say that about like third world countries that are devolving into different sort of like more horrific situations because of the way in which we're basically strangleholding them between work yourself to death in factories or get kidnapped by the sex trafficking rings we've run or etc etc etc. Like we turn these places into environments of mass exploitation because we feel like we can do whatever we want in the nations of the world.
Yeah. Well, the Swerfs and the kind of the ML Swerf crowd are very like that. They're basically just prudes who don't like the fact that people talk about sex, and that's why they're you get the one hand that kind of fetishizes sex work, and the other ones who are kind of who are so anti it that they just want to stamp out and persecute and criminalize sex workers. I mean, my answer to that is if people want to do things that are what is classed as sex work now, then let them do it and it won't become work, it'll become something more like a art form that like burlesque was, you know what I mean? But you get rid of the sex trafficking, you get rid of the material needs for it, then it'll just wither away anyway. But they don't think like that. It's all stamp it out, ban this and stamp out. They're just like, I just think basically you just need to go and have a wank. You're just an uptight, socially conservative fucking prude and you just won't admit it, so you hide behind Marxist Leninist abstract rhetoric, you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what they do. My attitude is destroy the economic conditions that make it a necessity, and people want to start wanking on camera then because they choose to do it. Good fucking luck to them, or having sex with their partners and video on themselves. Fucking good for them.
Hope they use protection.
Oh well, yeah.
Yeah.
Face of most.
That's him, bro.
I got a good friend in Arizona who does that sort of stuff, and she's largely forced into it because she's a First Nation woman, but at the same time said she's kind of enjoyed doing it, some things at the same time. She didn't like a lot of it because of the bullshit that goes with it and stuff like that. But she got slut shamed and called down by all these fucking Swerfs, and I thought, fuck you. So,
I mean, you also have to deal with like the really, really sort of weird creeps you get in that environment as well.
Oh yes, yeah, yeah.
Continue with this slug because wait until you see some of the stuff this guy says. It's mad.
I remember the actual thing. Yeah, hang on, just gonna switch. I'm switching lights out because it's getting daylight here. Hang on.
Hey,
Saving the electric. See, this is some proper green activity here.
Fucking right. You're not kidding.
I'm I'm going to head to bed now. It's like 4 of the morning.
Look at abandoning me. I'm joking. I have good rest.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, I'm tired and I need to go to the psychologist tomorrow. Okay.
Oh
No,
yeah, well then you should get your sleep. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
Just probably
We'll
got
get
your
this
sleep a few
done.
hours ago. I didn't know you had that tomorrow. My bad.
No,
We'll get this done by the end of the COVID pandemic, which is never.
God, that's never gonna end.
Then I'll be back. I'm gonna wake up and I'll be here on the stream like that time.
I mean,
But
this
fucking
is the madness of like British people. We always used to say like, "Oh, this is a swear word here," and this is sticking your middle finger up in China and other stupid shit like that. Like that's the idiot racism of English people.
But yeah, I'm gonna head to bed. Take care. Next
Well,
time I will play bongos in the background to have music. But yeah,
we'll teach you how
have
to play the
fun.
guitar.
No, you want.
No, no.
Need to play guitar. My band keeps going into hiatus.
That's sad. But
Off videos then.
good night.
Good night. Get good sleep. I get to make you even larger now because you're like the last camera standing.
Hey. Oh.
Y'all back to this video.
Yeah, we're gonna get to the video.
Sorry, we're just.
I'm just sizing. I'm just sizing up. Just sizing up the Fenian. Hey, you completely covered up
no
Barry the
offense, no
Stinker.
offense, no offense to nobody, but I look kind of forward to this video actually critiquing.
Yeah,
it.
so have I, but I've been getting too distracted. My bad.
Yeah. I think if you mute, I think it's on Finian's end with his video. If you mute the one that you're listening to, you can listen to it while still watching it.
Can mute
and that
myself.
way we don't. Yeah, we don't have the echo while we're listening, and then you can unmute.
No, but no. So
when
he doesn't know how to get onto this thing on Discord to see it through his screen.
I think if he mutes though, and then unmutes and then talks, then
Mute
then
myself,
will
yeah.
get rid of the echo. Yeah, that
I
makes-
get you. I
yeah.
get you. I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry,
That way we don't.
what's it? You're confusing me with the techno stuff now. No, I just loaded up Skype. I don't want to load up Skype. I have my mouse sensitivity too high. That's the problem. I need to put it back onto the standard DPI setting. That's Titty Thunder for you.
In general,
Not a
I'm
game about titties. It's a game about tanks.
Personally, I'm
I know it
very
sounds
against
confusing, it's really
Western
called War Thunder.
Marxism. That's my kind of niche. Is that I just reject pretty much everything in terms of 20th century Western Marxism. I start with Otto Bauer and the Austrians. I go into.
That's a bit weird. Like, so define what you mean by that 20th century Western Marxism, because remember rightly, there were Marxist-Leninists in the West. There have been Maoists in the West. There have been Dengists in the West. Khrushchevites in the West. You got a whole lot of brands in the West. What's going on there?
The Frankfurt School, Lukács.
The Frankfurt School as well. So before World War II, the Frankfurt School was a good fucking was full of good communists. It wasn't always this big scary neo-Marxism. That happened after World War II. Frankfurt School supported the Soviet Union before World War II.
True.
Full of shit.
I hate Althusser. All these people that just absolutely.
I don't get the hate for Althusser. Like, I understand he's not a good communist compared to everyone else, but he makes some really good critiques on the societal angle. Like, he's not useless. Althusser is also very important at like gaining the understanding of the importance of empiricism over rationalism, in my opinion. But
Yeah, it's like the same people who hate Gramsci. It's kind of ridiculous, honestly.
I mean, it's like not every communist is perfect. I mean, fuck me. There are even people who argue that you can get things from fascist roaders like Trotsky, but those funky people aside, I mean, I guess there's an argument considering a lot of what Trotsky lied about was from things he had stolen and then manipulated. So arguments there, but nonetheless, if you can take from the literal worst, you can probably take from people who are half-assedly shit. I mean, think about so look at a figure like Nietzsche. Everyone who is sort of from the 20th, from the 20th century, whether it was left or right, had some influence from Nietzsche. Like the whole joke is that he influenced the entirety of 20th century politics. That's the whole joke people make, because Nietzsche was a guy who wrote so vaguely. He did inspire a lot of people, and a lot of people took from those ideas and put their own mindset into it, because he's like a doomer. Nietzsche is someone who's just writing a whole bitch fit of him dooming about. What's it? And I always make this argument that I think Nietzsche would have hated the way he wrote just as much as I hate the way he writes, because I guarantee you Nietzsche would not like the Nazis, and the Nazis quoted Nietzsche extensively. I guarantee you Nietzsche would not like Benito Mussolini's Italy, and they quoted him to all the nth degrees. Nietzsche was very, very critical of society in a way where he wanted things to drastically change, not a reinforcement of the old. It's the issue when you dictate things on a basis of romanticisms, you dictate yourself down a path that's very delusive and allows people to manipulate your words. I mean, you'd think you would already be a bit distrustworthy of anything called romantic, given the fucking problem we've had with the Romans. Fucking bunch of bastards.
We ruined it.
Like, what is it? What? I don't get it. What it is it with the left and wanting to romanticize and look at things through this Roman lens all the time. Like, we're supposed to be critical of imperialism, not, oh, goody, 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 let me look at things like the Romans do. That's what allows people to think it's okay to call it Britain and not actually be respective to the England, Ireland, Scotland, Cymru and Cornwall, and the Channel Islands. It's those people who think that U.S. patriotism is somehow a viable and justifiable thing, when if nationalism is not justifiable in the first world, do you really think patriotism of the imperial nation is? Like, the only patriotism that's allowed is the patriotism for the nation to be built. Next, patriotism is based on the nation of the state. You're gonna have patriotism for a nation of oppression. I mean, what's it? I mean, as the Navajos somewhat put it, is it would make sense to them if people were patriotic for Ohio, who live in Ohio, or people are patriotic for the state that they live in as a part of their culture-wise. From the way the Demarchists dictate patriotic socialism, it's a bit different, a bit convoluted, but nonetheless, the one thing that gets them the most is that these people aren't patriotic for the state that they're in and the culture surrounding that a lot of the time. What it ends up being is actually this patriotism for this U.S. settler colonial project as the project as a whole. Like, the project needs to succeed. The American dream is a unified dream of individualism, and we see that fascism took great inspiration from that collective individualism. Like the two that's sort of my joke I do with fascism, because fascism calls itself a collectivist ideology. So I call it collectivist individualism, because it's only pseudonymically opposed to individualism, and it ends up being its biggest weakness because it's individualism and get in the way of its collectivistic principles.
For everybody in the West, and it has a complete split from what you see come out of the Soviet Union and the People's Republic. I'm very pro People's Republic, by the way.
Well, yeah, I mean, so am I. But because it's not Marxist. But
yep, told you all.
That's the fascist.
Ding, ding, told you all. Told you all.
That's the fascist who just turned around and said, "Yes, I support PRC too." Now, anyone here who turned around and had a fascist turn around and call a country that they supported, that they were claiming was Marxist. I know that we're not supporting the CPC as Marxist, and the PRC as Marxist, but if we were, the first thing you'd want to do is defend it and backlash. listen.
Right. Well, I was talking to Zoltanus about that a couple of weeks ago, and he sent me this article about these two guys, these two Chinese academics that criticized the situation as being corporatist, and I was reading that article, which was pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely has a corporatist model now. I mean, it's
He just feeds him the statementation for the next thing to go forward. That was the Marxist-Leninist giving extra provocation to the point that the fascist was making about a country that he defends to be a fascist country. And these people are trying to wave over their head that these good communists. These Maupinites and the people they interact with, this CP USA returner, although he says it's quite still controlled by the blue hairs, end quote, or whatever the fuck that means. You know, insert expected transphobia here. What's it? These fuckers absolutely show themselves because at the one point, the one country that they're defending all the time, when we call them a fascist, they're telling us, no, 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 they're the saviors of Marxism. They're pulling things forward. A fascist turns around and calls them fascists, and they go, yeah, you know, Zoltan, I know who that is, was telling me about an article that has these two Chinese academics criticizing China's corporatist. It's quite interesting. No pushback, no nothing. He doesn't even make his own position stated. He lets the fascists turn around and go, yeah, it is. It is corporatist.
So so does that imply like these communists support fascism, or do they imply like they believe it's Marxist, or like what I don't know. It's just weird with
No,
these like
he said
thoughts.
he said that he supports China because they're no longer Marxists. That's what Cultural Thug said.
Cultural
Yeah,
thug.
but
Okay,
the
so what
ML
about these?
then gave him provocation. Like the ML fed him the next statement for him to turn around for cultural thug to then turn around and call it corporatist. Like it was the ML
True.
said I was reading a document from Zoltan that said it was corporatist by these two Chinese academics. He said it was interesting. He never gave any conclusion, and he did that after it was told it was fascist. So the ML, rather than choosing to defend it, decided instead to feed cultural thug the next statementation for him to twist into his next position.
Oh, he's doing the Maupinite thing. Okay.
I can't remember what it's called. There is an actual word for it, and I can't remember what the word is for it. I guess just to be really old school about it, you could say leading the mice, but or laying the breadcrumbs. It's it's like this is more of, you know, like it's like the title. This isn't a debate. It's chatting with communists. I mean, that fucking the word communist is doing some legwork today. But
Punks are the best. Referee and punks are the best. It sounds like a bunch of dudes chatting over a cup of tea.
Yeah, I didn't know Culture Thug was a communist now.
No, Red Fitty and Punk described it best when he said it sounded like a bunch of gentlemen sitting around having a happy chat over a cup of tea.
Yeah.
I think that was you that said that. Lumpen Kilt, by the way, not me.
Oh, I thought it was you. Either way, it's correct though.
You said it to me.
Oh.
So you're discrediting yourself on that one, man. You said it to me.
what's it? You know what might not be a bad idea? That also make it easier for you to speak all the time. Do you have like earbud style headphones? Because you can do what I'm doing, where you just have one headphone in. Ah, he's probably got the noise cancellation earphones for blurt off to the world. Oh, what's it? Do you know what you could do? Every time you want to speak, if you lock your phone, it'll stop the video from playing, and then it'll stop any echo issues. Because there'll be a delay. There'll always be someone speaking when you go to speak. Because that's my trick for whenever I want to stop YouTube from when I'm having a shit and I need to get up and wipe my ass. Just to be vulgar about it.
Yeah, that's a good, yeah, that's a good like lavatorial analogy there. But yeah, I just did that, by the way.
That's the most
So
time I
yeah.
use my phone when I'm on the toilet. My smartphone's buggered, so I can't put my SIM in it at the moment. So I'm using a brick phone. So the only time my smartphone is I'm having a shit, so I want to watch some YouTube.
My phone is pretty crap, as it's all broken and knackered as well, but it does work.
You got about 3
Yeah.
days
Anyway,
battery
no,
in this.
it was it definitely. I don't think it was me that said they were like a bunch of blokes having a cup of tea. In fact, I think it was Lumpen-Celt that said that. But it may have been me, but I think it was Lumpen-Celt. So
Before you two both would have absolutely terrorized these people already, I imagine. So like, what's it? It was probably a back and forth about what's it.
yeah,
These people are the type of people like, because I mean, the 3 Americans there, well, the 2 Americans and the Australians. See, Australians, they act so much like Americans. You don't even know they're Australian sometimes. The 2
yeah, true.
Americans and the Australasian settler.
Yeah, hang on
Because
a
I
minute.
know that makes them angsty when I call them settlers. But they are.
Yeah,
It's also the truth.
it does wind them up somewhat.
Um, they are the types of people that will turn around and go like Angloid all the time, and I'm like, because normally these types of people that will be doing it are the ones who are either English settlers or Cymric and Irish people and Scottish people that started acting like English settlers. I mean, I know someone who was an Irish Tasmanian, and what's it? They turned around and talked about how much they hated the way everyone treated the. Unfortunately, they obviously used quite sort of out of date terms. They did call them abos, but what's it?
Oh yeah.
Nonetheless, she had such a lovely like opinion of them and position on them, and she said that the last thing she wanted to do before she died was to go and spend some time with the abos of Tasmania. Like the
Okay.
absolute last part of her life, she wanted to go and do some like cultural things with them based in their culture and sort of die in their embrace. It was well, it was like one of the most sort of heartbreaking things I've ever heard an Australian say, because normally Australians, I just hear them say racist things.
Yeah. Yeah. True.
I mean, it's like take the worst parts of southeast England and make a country out of it. That's most of Australia. Because I mean, yes, there is there is Irish and Cymric diaspora there because they were sent there by prisoners. They are not the people who are the ruling class. They must let people know that for one. And two, we've seen the same thing happen in America, where like these people started acting like the English, but nonetheless, the
Yeah.
dominant culture or archetype in Australia is Cockney. I don't know if I needed to tell
Yeah.
people that if they can't hear the fucking Cockney accent in the Australian accent,
Yeah.
we have
It's very.
doomed.
It's Kentish in London and that sort of thing. It's a
It's
yeah.
like take the poshest accent from Kent, take the bimmiest accent from the Cockney region, cram them
Yeah.
together in one place, make them fuck a lot, and then there you go. You've got the Australian accent, and the fucking is really important. I mean, it's the one country where you can pay for a plane ticket just to have sex. The owls must be really confused. They're fucking flying around, mate, and they're fucking the owls in Australia are all scouser, by the way. There's fucking flying around, mate, and fucking I saw these fucking people and they were fucking shagging in the fucking plane. You
Oh,
know,
shagging at the fucking bushlands. What's going on?
all these fucking Southern English fuckers, mate. They go anywhere and they just. I swear it was a sister. I swear it was his sister. I mean, to be fair, like the thing is if you actually look at Britain, like Gloucestershire and other southern places like that are always full of fucking inbreds. I mean, um, like I always say
No.
this, it's like people getting it confused. It's not Wales that's full of sheep shaggers. It's Gloucestershire.
I haven't really experienced much of Gloucestershire, so I can't really
They're
say.
just
But,
somewhere south in England that's full of farmers that's close to Wales, so it's the easiest way for me to go. No.
Gloucestershire.
You've got it confused. It's the English that are the sheep shaggers.
Well, yeah.
I mean, what's it? Because I mean, I know of a football team called the Lambs. Sure, you know of them too. And when a Welsh football team come up here, they very horribly turned around and started chanting, You are here to shag our sheep and other stuff like that. I mean, this is footballers, so obviously it's not very good chants. They're not very catchy. They don't stick with you too much.
Yeah.
Except the very
And,
glaring racism of it all.
Yeah.
But that's Middle England for you.
Yep.
And then they said, "Yeah, damn right, we do shag our sheeps, and we're proud of it."
I'm not gonna shame a man who works day and night to keep his farm secure. What he wants to do at the end of the day, not gonna shame him.
Ooh.
So that's me protecting both the English and anyone else who's involved in this, the Spanish and their interest in goats and donkeys.
That's my trick.
See, we can attack everyone. The French are land burning peasants. The fucking Germans are a bunch of World War starters. I'm not very good at thinking ones with the Germans. They like to drink a lot. That's funny coming from the English, but they like to drink a lot. We could just do the Hitler thing with Eastern Europe and just call them Mongolians like he did in Mein Kampf, because I find that the funniest thing ever. They're all just Mongolians. It's like, Hitler, that's a bit of a jump to conclusion. Aren't we all Mongolian by that definitive? Well, you're gonna relate like all of Slavonic people to Mongolians because of because of the Mongolian invasions that the Europeans constantly call a horde, because apparently when the Mongolians do what we do, it's now a horde and not a war.
Yeah. Like
we all have like some relation to Genghis Khan. Oh, sorry.
Well, yeah. It's like a government when we like them and a regime when we don't.
Yeah.
Pro-democracy protesters when it's a government we don't like. It's a regime, and the protests on the streets are pro-democracy protests. When it's a government we do like, they're a government, and the protesters are rioters. Yeah.
Yeah. Fire starters.
Overrated author Orwell would refer to that as doublethink. I do believe, but
one of the
anyway.
few good things he come up with. Although I don't even think he came up with the idea of doublethink. I think it was just
no.
from psychology.
No.
I don't know. Maybe he did. I won't take the credit from him if he did.
I can't stand
laugh
the
at him
prick.
for being an agent of the British. What a cunt.
Yeah. Everything he claimed he stood against, he actually was doing. So, like, yeah. He wasn't actually a member of a government as such, so they can pass him off as a rebel and a true revolutionary.
MI5 though, and MI6.
He's probably one of my least favorite authors. I can't stand Orwell. I think he's terrible.
I still prefer him to Trotsky. Because at least I know Orwell's a terrible person. People are still trying to argue Trotsky isn't. I don't see many people are trying to argue Orwell's a socialist.
I hear both of them get lionized and deified. Well, pardon the pun, lionized. Lev Trotsky or Leon Trotsky. Lev means lion. But I do find both of them get deified by the same people. Actually, no.
Trotskyists.
Trotskyists and radlib anarchists, yes.
Oh, and libertarians are a big fan of George Orwell, right-wing libertarians.
Yeah, they are.
So, why do people read Trotsky for like his theories when literally he was just like a military guy? From when I looked up, like literally, like that's literally what he pretty much did throughout most of the Soviet Union was lead the military.
Being, like short-sighted and not very inspired. And he actually ended up getting removed from the military for two reasons: for butchering Ukraine and failing the conflict against Poland. And so he got removed from the military, and then Stalin got put in control of it.
That's why he hated Stalin. Sour grapes.
I don't know if that's why he hated Stalin. Appeared everywhere Trotsky wanted to be.
Yeah.
And then Trotsky just kept becoming a roader. I mean, he was against the Second Revolution, the October Revolution. until the day before it happened, or it was a week before.
Yeah.
I think I swear it was a day, but I always question myself because I get these things wrong a lot. But I'm pretty sure it was a day before it happened, not a week.
Same with Bukharin.
Bukharin, yeah.
And that's who Khrushchev, Gorbachev, and Deng all were students of.
Yes.
Without Bukharin,
yes.
though, we would never have the quote from Bukharin's diary when Stalin literally came in and dunked a big bag of fucking weed on the table and told him it was a gift of him of Lysenko and told him to enjoy. Stalin was a raving pothead. Like, that's great. We'd never know that otherwise. Well, let's continue with the video because it gets worse.
Right.
Oh yeah.
It's nationhood. It's like you can't stick to any dogma from hundreds of years ago and think you're going to be able to like run your country off that. It's like you have to change with the times. So China's doing that. They're doing the best example of that. I wish we would implement a lot of what they're doing over here. But alas, here's what though. But you're talking about like these, trying to take back communism. So when I see like people like Hinkle, like he recently came on my radar, and then I look into them, and you look into the People's Party, and their platform has whole sections for woke identity politics. So I'm like, it's still liberal
terrible.
to me. If you're still going to, play this race baiting game, it's still always going to be anti-white at the end of the day, and it's going to divide the people more so instead of like just building Americans, right? Say, hey, we get it, we're different, but we have to unify under America and at least agree on that much. But I see all this woke identity politics. I'm like, well, how are they different from the liberals? It's the same shit the liberals.
Yeah, I mean,
are
that's the
doing.
type of stuff that I like to exit as soon as I hear. I worked with Nick Brana back in 2017 on Draft Bernie to try to get Bernie into a third party. And, I think Nick is a good guy. He's definitely not a woke scold kind of guy. He's a little bit more deep than that. But I agree with you. Like right now, everything's very chaotic, but that also means that things can change on a dime. So I'm hoping that between a few other, forces at work here, that the People's Party could turn into something. It's just right now there's just not that much going on. So these things really have to be focused around some kind of an event. Like the midterms are really going to be the next kind of point at which something could happen.
Yeah. Have you? I'm assuming you never heard of New Frontier.
Yeah, I've checked out your website. I've checked out
You checked out the platform.
Yeah.
So what do you think about something like that?
I mean, I think it has merit. It's a type of a populism. I mean, we have some of the same ideas. We don't.
You will always notice this with these fascists. They're always advertising populism. Like they're always trying to push this sort of message that's tailistic. They always follow this tailistic principle of, okay, what is the most populistic way in which I can put myself out there? Because populism doesn't mean following true to your principles of struggle. It means populism means adhering to what the trend is that will get you popular.
Yeah, it's why Caleb said, well, I guess I'm not a Marxist Leninist, I'm a populist.
I indeed. Anyone else want to say anything before I start again? I'll take those at 8. Oh. Okay.
Don't want to appeal. We don't want to appeal to leftoids anymore. We don't want to appeal to Marxoids. We want to appeal to apolitical people, and maybe people that have, want to appeal. We don't want to appeal to leftoids.
We don't want to appeal to leftoids
anymore. We don't want to appeal to Marxoids. We want to appeal to apolitical people, and maybe people that have, some kind of left leaning, but not fully indoctrinated.
Exactly.
And some right wing.
The American public, essentially.
Yeah. So the way he words it so close together, it's hard to see what he's saying. So he's saying, I don't want to appeal to leftoids. I don't want to appeal to Marxoids. I want to appeal to the apolitical. That sounds fine from a surface layer, but think about where this leads. So they're trying to appeal politically to these people, not class-wise. There's such a big difference. Sorry, go on.
Coach Doug was saying that as well. He said, your average Joe doesn't give a shit as long as there's food on the table, and that's all we're trying to appeal to. It's basically appealing to ignorance among the working classes and particularly the labor aristocracy, and not challenging it, because that's what the leftoids do, and they're agreeing with the fucker.
Absolutely.
I mean, what the fucking hell is? So these are supposed to be Marxists? What the fuck is wrong with these people?
They want to allow an open door for them to basically not only support aristocrats calling themselves workers like they did in the trucker crisis, and not just aristocrats, but even bourgeois people.
Who they all support, by the way.
But they also want an open door for them to basically pick and choose and manipulate around the proletariat for the most right-wing sectors and foster those things out, similar to what right-wing organizations like the EDL does.
Yes. Yes. Exactly.
I will say something as well that Adan said in the chat. Bukharin had a good book critiquing the rentier class. It reads like an epic takedown of libertarians. It sort of gets into sort of similar thing that I was saying earlier about how a lot of even the worst of Marxists have some really great content that they've made in their time. I mean, as much as I say that my criticism of Trotsky's book on fascism is it doesn't go far enough, in my opinion, it still isn't the right starter book for people who've never been told what fascism is. I feel that there's parts of which he definitely gets wrong, because obviously hindsight is 2020. We know a lot more about fascism today than we did back then.
Of course.
I mean, there's parts of Stalin's critique of fascism that are quite incorrect, but it's a good starting point, because even though it's a bit milquetoast compared to a lot of other critiques of fascism, it's a short pamphlet. It's easy to read.
Yeah. I sum it up this way. I think the worst Trotskyist is better than the best liberal. I think that's pretty much a good way to sum it up.
Yeah.
I think that's more of a romanticization, the whole Lenin being a sports coach that keeps it together. I feel what the situation was that those whom were the aristocratic and petty bourgeois roaders who wanted to manipulate the revolution for their own class interests knew that the revolution was going to happen. They knew they couldn't just manipulate it and rebuild Russia into a Russian empire. It was very obvious by that because of the second revolution. So they stuck with Lenin, because they were having problems with Lenin, and you see the arguments that Lenin was having with the same people who stabbed Stalin in the back in the 30s. You see him arguing the toss before the second revolution, and even before the first one, about doing this and doing that. And I mean, they were very much on the side of going along with the provisional government as until the last day, like we said. What happened was that when the second revolution was an absolute, they knew they had to side with at least some development of the socialist system. Their aim then was to infiltrate the system and take it down. There's when you're dealing with class conscious situations, the proletariat are not the only conscious class, and not the only class seeking to control the system. Although we're seeking to destroy it, but you get what I mean. So if we're seeking to destroy it, the labor aristocracy's first instinct is to try and manhandle the current system to keep it alive. The next instinct would be to manhandle the next system, and they will do that. Well, not all of them are like that, but their class interest will drive them to be like that. So a lot of them will be, and it takes a good aristocrat to be a class traitor, and it's a hard thing to commit to. Wasn't Stalin on their side back then too, in terms of not launching the revolution? Not that I remember. No, Stalin I remember Stalin and Trotsky agreed on the 5-year plans. I do not remember them agreeing on revolution.
What the hell happened?
I got kicked off for a second.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Internet connection.
Yeah, that happens a lot.
Right then. Continuing.
You know?
Yeah.
Well, hey,
Exactly.
Well, hey, Chris, this is gonna blow your mind, but you know what the gripers were complaining about with the platform? Is they complained that the platform was too economic and didn't tackle any social issues.
Ah,
What's it? Actually,
well,
catch
I want the economic issues, and I don't want to tackle any social issues. But
Well, the economic issues will help with the social issues. So it's like, yeah, you
exactly.
focus on
that.
that.
Okay, but this idea that Marxism is entirely economic is bullshit. It's socioeconomic. Like, this is utter grade A horse shite.
Yeah.
You're a Marxist, CT.
Yeah, I've been called worse. Yeah.
Marxism isn't that the economics would change the social. That is not Marxism. Marxism looks at how the sociological interacts with the economical and how that they have a relationship with each other. Affecting either affects each other. They're tied together. It's seeing which one is the base. Socioeconomic class is the base. So socioeconomics are both on an equal footing within society in its influences on it, and arguably social takes king because social organizes the distinct efforts to which one would put into certain economic societies. You know, we had no economics when we first came together in social society, so it certainly predates it all. It certainly is the core center of it, which means culture has a core center to it. Even the capitalists are aware of the importance of culture within their society. That's why they foster. Well, not the only reason, but it's one of the many reasons why they fostered um, such a large labor aristocracy, because they need people to manage the cultural hegemonic institutions of power to control people. They use it as a manipulation point of control. In revolution, we changed both the economics and the social at the same time. And quite interestingly, that they would say only economics matter, because like I always find this quite contradictory with the Dengists when they do this, because they say this to justify China's I concept that productive forces are more important than relations of production. Yeah, these are Marxists. Economic and social is a base in superstructure 101. Absolutely, absolutely. Stalin is based, imperialism not so much. Absolutely. Speaking it real. But yeah, what's it? The they use this to justify the whole um prioritization of development of productive forces over relations of production. But I find this idiotic, because if economics is so important, then why wouldn't who holds those economics also be important? You know, shouldn't the workers' relations to the means of production be even more important, technically speaking, than development of those productive forces? Because to what end? How much do you need to develop a productive force before it's productive enough? Because we then get into the issue of capitalists overproduction, which no one can argue that China's involved in that. I mean, most of the things that is overproduced by capitalism is done so by exporting production to places like China.
Yeah,
I
but
could be wrong. I could be wrong, but I think Bukharin started the whole theory of productive forces.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there's a lot of a Trotskyite, Bukharinite ring to a lot of the, what's it, red-brown socialism that we're dealing with. You know,
yeah.
patriotic socialism in the way in which the Maupinites are using it. I do not mean to disrespect my native brothers and sisters who do use patriotic socialism in a different light, but it sounds to me like a rebranding of National Socialism.
Yes, it does.
So Britain
Yes.
changed the definition of patriotism, and it made it less interchangeable, because patriotism was tied to the king by the British. But
Yeah.
before then, it was an interchangeable word with nationalism. That's how the French used it, and I do believe still use it.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The Americans do like their French, except when they betray them literally instantly after they like them, but it's a weird issue. The Americans are just as bad as the British for spitting in the face of things. The difference between chauvinism and national liberation. Yeah, that's the way I put it. For the modern context of patriotism, yeah. because patriotism is centered around and the chauvinism is, I know it is centered around like a national pride, but it's more tied to the state than it is to the nation.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if it's exactly like that with American patriotism because I'm not American, but I will tell you now with British patriotism it is so endured into the state, and they won't just every time a Brit ever mentions patriotism they mention nationalism. We're the one country that still to this day will openly mention nationalism without blinking an eye and thinking we're saying something that sounds a bit too similar to old Hitler. Like a lot of Europe is careful about that language other than France, and but a lot of even America is a bit careful about the word nationalism. Like they'll still use patriotism to not use the word nationalism. Britain, we say patriotism, nationalism's coming next because we can't separate the two. We always like to tout them both as we're the one, big patriotic nationalist country in Europe and everyone else is stingers, and that's why we're doomers and rah this, rah that, bring empire back. It's all you ever fucking hear from it. It's a nightmare. And you'd be surprised how monarchic this country still is.
Yes. Yeah, that's true.
Oh yeah, imperialism, but can't call itself an empire. So American Yankee exceptionalism.
Yes.
America used to love calling itself an empire before World War II. I wonder what happened there.
Yeah. So in my school, when I grew up, my teacher taught me. He told me that patriotism simply means just love for your country, but nationalism means thinking your country is superior to other countries, basically.
Actually, the
So
other
that's
way
the bad
around.
kind of thing.
So nationalism is actually originally tied to national liberation because the concept of the nation comes from Hegel. Like before it was tribalistically sort of understood. I mean, I know that the term nation's older than Hegel, and I know, but I'm talking about the modern iteration of nation. Before we still, I mean, we dropped the word tribe before Hegel, but we still thought of things along the tribal understanding of nation, and that's why a lot of nations. You look at the European nations; they're not very homogenous. I mean, it's one of the reasons why still to this day they're not very homogenous. But I mean, they're even worse. Consistent language didn't exist in any of these nations. Like, I mean, you see England and in the UK today forcing everyone to speak English, but we barely all spoke the same English if you go back 500 years.
That's true.
Some of us didn't even speak English as well. Some of us spoke Old Saxonic. Some of us spoke Celtic. Some of us spoke fucking French, Southerners. But some of us, all over the place. Norwegian was a common language in Britain for a long time. Danish as well. So people don't understand that before the concept of nation state, the old nations were still very tribal, like in the understanding of nations. So the family of families principle. So basically, your tribe ended where your family of families ended. So like Cumbrian people, for example, they still stayed a united people culturally regarding like their Anglo-Saxon culture after they were genocided. They still have a common culture. It stretches from Merseyside to just north of Yorkshire, I do believe. It's a big territory, and so that cultural block would still be seen as having a tribal sort of nationhood to it. It's one thing I find quite insulting when people use the word tribe in the colonial nation because it's disgusting. Like the term tribe is the old term for nation, and probably the best term for nation in my opinion. I know what I'm doing. Computers and stuff. Let's continue.
You're talking about the base, not the superstructure.
Yes.
Okay,
but
I forgot to have that bit in there. So here's the funny thing: base and superstructure. Development of productive forces is not the base. That's the superstructure. Productive forces are relative to the system that exists. Engels goes on about this when he talks about qualitative and quantitative changes in society. The development of productive forces is something that comes from the base society. So let's say capitalism, the base, the superstructure, the constructions of, because superstructure is constructions. I don't know if people understand this. Base is the core element of what you're going with. Superstructure is the construction on top. And so the productive forces are a superstructure to the system at hand. So your relations of production would be a base. So if the base relations of production are capitalist, doesn't matter how developed your productive forces are, it don't make them socialist. What Engels talked about was that developing productive forces is a quantitative change, and that brings qualitative leaps in society. He didn't say it brings revolution. He just said that that changes the element of society. It brings the dialectic forward, which will add contradictions to capitalism. Both Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin criticized this deterministic idea of allowing revolution to just happen. It's called vulgar materialism. Goes on about it a lot. He says it doesn't matter if capitalism builds its own contradictions. Capitalism will kill us all before it dies from its contradictions, and especially when you see the imperialist era. But Marx, Engels both accepted De Leon's position on the labor aristocracy and its development, which spits in the face of this idea that it's just going to end up being like capitalism will just work itself to a point where there's just two classes. Like, yeah, I'll see you in 3 centuries if you want to wait that long. I mean, capitalism isn't going to live that long anyway because it's going to kill itself, but it won't kill itself in revolution if we don't do anything. It'll kill itself by destroying the actual ecosystem of the planet. According to imperialism and chauvinism in that form of patriotism, according to the book How to Hide an Empire, he looks back and traces it that the US didn't call itself an empire for very long. Well, I mean, it technically wasn't. I mean, it wasn't imperialist by Lenin's definitive until the 1890s. I mean, its war with Spain was like the big crowning point of America as an imperialist nation. I guess you could argue though that Lenin didn't have as much of an understanding of some of the horrible stuff that went on in America in this time, because it's one of the reasons why you'll see some of the communists say a bit nicer things about America than they should. America did a good job of covering up all of its atrocities around the globe. Sometimes with the old skill of book burning, and destruction of native art, culture, and more tribes. I mean, they're still committing the genocide today. It's not a past genocide in the same sense that you would say the Holocaust is a past genocide. It's more like a past genocide in the way that you would talk about the Assyrian or the Armenians, where it's still going on today and people aren't talking about it too much. Like, there was a bigger time in the past where it was more vicious, but it's not stopped. And arguably, while it's not quantitatively there in its viciousness, it is qualitatively there in its viciousness. I would say so. I would say what they have lost for quantitative oppression, they have made up for qualitative. And they are hurting the natives very, very hard. Rape, murder, kidnappings, nasty business. Yeah.
Just I think left side crew said there about Harpal Brar being so right wing he was endorsing Tommy Robinson. I forgot about that, but I remember that now they mentioned it.
Yeah, I was just about to read that. Jesus Christ. He
I do remember
Tommy Robinson. When?
It was a case of that they dismissed LGBTQ activism as a petty bourgeois deviation or something along those lines, much the same as that cunt Galloway does.
That would be like supporting the BNP because the BNP uses the word bourgeoisie.
Well, they said that you're deviating towards identity politics, but if you're ignoring, you should be. It was kind of taking what Mao said about being patient with reactionary prejudices amongst the masses, and taking it to the level of endorsing fascists. You know what I mean? That's the kind of thing they were saying, I think, and it was like, are you fucking kidding me? You're going to dunk on gay people and identity politics, even though there's identity reductionism, say that it's all the same thing as identity reductionism, and then snuggle up next to fascists like Tommy Robinson because they're just misguided working class lads and all. It's like you are fucking having a laugh or something, you know what I mean?
I mean, they might be working for MI6 though. They might be because they're not on the register for monitored groups, and they're like one of the most popular parties in the country.
Yeah, they probably are working for MI6 or something like that.
People I've engaged with them fucking speak like right fucking feds.
Yeah.
Well, that's it.
Yeah, that's true.
I'll also get to another thing that was said by Left Side Crew. Nationalism is a bourgeois concept. I mean, so kind of nation statism is. Nationalism was
Yeah.
originally a response from colonized people to nation statism, but nation statism and nationalism are indistinguishable in bourgeois culture today. So your
Yeah.
point is
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
absolutely correct in the modern context. So I'm not going to completely dispute it or have an issue with you saying it like that. I just thought I'd get to the sort of historical bread and butter of that one because it's kind of complicated. I can't remember whether it was in West Asia or Africa or whether it was in Ireland or West Europe, but it was somewhere around that massive amount of areas that I just labeled of where they first started using nationalism. I have the feeling it was either West Asia or what people wrongly call the Middle East, which people should really think about why it's called the Middle East.
Yeah,
The
West
British are
Asia.
like somewhat to the west of it. And that's why the British are called the West. But it's colonial nomenclature, nomenclature. More like Romanclature.
Yeah.
But my terrible humor aside, likely from West Asia or Ireland, in my opinion, because those two were sort of the big people to really distinctly. I mean, well, I say big people. There's multiple peoples in West Asia, but those two areas sort of have the biggest sort of examples in recent history that I can think of people that were distinctly like, no, we're not changing. The African people, the Arab people, the Irish people, and the Assyrian people were they turned around and absolutely refused any sense of Anglification. You got the same with the Native American people as well.
Yeah.
But the Native American people didn't need to take up the language of nationalism because they already still had old school tribalism.
Yeah,
God bless
true.
them. And so by them having tribalism, they already had because nationalism originally defines as national liberation. That's what it's supposed to push for.
Yes. Self-determination.
Yes.
Talking about what Adnan ALW says, that we can work with the masses who have problematic views. That's what the CPGML were conflating with endorsing right wingers and playing footsie with fascists.
Yeah, I mean,
know what I
we're
mean?
not supposed to rescind our positions for them, though. Like, I mean, we're supposed to hold a
exactly.
position, and that's our position. If they don't like
Yeah.
it,
They've completely ignored that.
and mind you, what's it? They use the term masses in a way that makes me not like using the word masses because they treat the people the way that So I found this with first world Marxists. They behave quite a lot like the Nazis did about history. So before I get into this, I'll say one famous quote from Joseph Goebbels. He said that it was not the masses who dictated the change of history, that it was aristocrats that changed every big epoch in history came from the aristocracy. So how is it that the first world aristocrat Marxists treat the history of Marxism? Everything was Stalin, everything was Lenin, everything was Mao, everything was this. It was only ever the people who were of the intellectual intelligentsia of the struggle who dictated this, that, and the other. I'll tell you some very interesting things. Stalin, Lenin, Engels. If you ever read any of their books, everyone is a quote. Voroshenko said this. Burns showed me this. My workers at my factory said that for Engels. But Stalin, Voroshenko said this. Bukharin said this. The workers of plant number Y17 said this. The people of this region have a position on this issue like this, etc. They're always quoting these different groups to speak into. Marx and Engels, every time they're talking about the different changes in current of struggle, because they were still figuring themselves out for a lot of their writings, and you see that like they're changing a lot of their positions constantly. They'll always go, the British workers, the English, because they're normally very point specific. The English workers are doing X, the English workers are doing Y, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And obviously, they were also engaging with Fenians, but apparently that didn't happen until the end of their life. So we just got to pretend the Fenians didn't exist for now. Even though a lot of the Manchester
knew.
Irish were Fenians in that point in time.
Yeah.
So what's it? Fenians will always be ignored. I mean, it was like that anecdote you said before from the past of when like someone called you a racist for calling yourself a Fenian, and that racist
Yeah,
to
yeah, yeah.
Irish people.
Yeah, it was a slur against Irish Catholics. I went, no, it wasn't.
Half of them
I
were
don't know what it
Catholics.
means. They think it's just a slur, or they think it means a violent Catholic. Somebody said that it means I said no.
They're the angry Catholics. They didn't want to follow the Catholic Church. Naughty.
Yeah, yeah, basically yes.
Even though half of the churches also didn't want to follow the Catholic Church, but no one wants to talk about that.
Yeah, yeah. No, la 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 la.
I mean, imagine being
Anyway.
criticized for not following the Catholic Church, but then these same people are trying to side with the Protestants.
Well, it's like I mean, King William of Orange was supported by the Pope. You know what I mean?
Such a fucking
It,
like kick in the face of history.
it is completely. It's you know makes a mockery of the bullshit that we get passed off as history. You know, it's ridiculous.
Come on, man.
I
The
might
Catholic
have
Church
to.
was so heartbroken when they lost the Protestants.
Yeah, I might have to collapse in a minute because I'm starting to kind of go. You know,
That's no stress.
I don't know if I'm going to be able to watch the end of this this stream of Cultured Thug and this other crowd.
Oh, we've been going on 3 hours and we've done 9 minutes. We're worse than fucking
Jeez.
the right wingers when they do streams. I always thought the 20 minutes and 2 hours thing was long, but we've topped that.
Yeah, yeah.
Damn.
Might have to go and bow out for a bit, and because I'm starting to seriously flag here.
That's no stress. This will be that long. You'll probably be able to join in again when you wake up.
Probably. I will do that. I'll bow out for now. I think, and I'll catch up with you later.
All right, then I'll catch you later. Get a good rest, mate.
Take care of yourself. Red salute.
Peace.
Respect, red
Get
salute,
some
brother.
sleep.
Oh,
On the phone,
I know what I'm doing.
Cheers.
Respect,
Hey.
my G. Now it's just showing my picture. Oh. Oh. One second. Oh. Communication breakdown.
Don't worry, you still got me.
Old school tunage. Bit of Led Zeppelin, as they say back on the continent.
Like zoo suits.
See, if I was saying that to Europeans, they got the word P in their name. If I was saying that to them, they would say a different thing to what I'm saying to you. Because back on the continent for you just means back in England. You fucking what's it? Settlers, says the Anglo-Saxon who settled here 1,300 or was it 400 years ago? I don't know. I'm not very good with history. We get to call you settlers anyway, because
Yeah.
it's the right thing to do.
Well, technically, anybody who isn't from like the African Congo is technically a settler, because all humans originate from African Congo, basically. Someplace in there. I think it's the
Everyone is a
African Congo.
Congolese settler.
Hey.
That's a fucking statement.
I am Congolese American, sir. No, Congolese. No, it would be Congolese Scottish.
Isn't the Congo split into 3 right now?
It's like, I think 2.
2. It was
I
split
think
into
it
3
was
at one
3.
point.
It was. I believe so. That could have been the Germans. Pretty sure.
Well, don't blame the Germans. And what about during the Cold War?
Oh, Cold War. I do not know.
Probably was because it was split up between different empires. Because I know there was the Belgian Congo. And Belgium was
laugh
basically
when
just the British monarchy, but we made a pseudo monarchy in France because we wanted an invasion point to invade France. And the land isn't even French; it's Celtic. But shh, don't tell anyone.
Yeah, and you even started a world war over it. World War One. I always laugh whenever I hear the Belgian Congo because I think of the Simpsons episode where Mr. Burns is acting like Howard Hughes, and he's got like these long fingernails and he's collecting his own urine. He's going insane. And he's like, I created this wooden model of a plane, and it's like this and then he tells Smithers like, quick, we'll take the spruce moose. And it's like he's like you telling him to get into the plane. He's like, sir. And then he says, I said, hop in. And he was saying, it'll take us to the Belgian Congo. It's like the Belgian Congo hasn't existed for years. That's
I
the one
like
thing
how Burns was always a century out of date.
I love his like old timey quips. Like he'll bring up like the King of Siam, and only I will get the joke because everybody else has no idea what he's talking about.
But me, even if you said the King of Thailand, they'd still be lost. So I need to make a drink because I got no drink left. My throat's dry.
No problemo.
Problem with this orthopedic bed, it just adds time to how long it takes me to get up and down. Bing bong, PSA. Joe Mama. So fat. With a PH. Don't be offensive. Fat with a PH means like, I think it means like attractive or something like that. I can't remember what it means. I swear it was started by someone as being coy, but it's an actual word. And I think it's pretty cool. I think it comes from emphatic or something like that. So I think it means like lovable or and it's just been sort of twisted about because it sounds similar to the word fat, and I think that's a cool idea. Like, I mean, I find it similar to what gay people did with the word queer. So even all power to people if they want to do that. See, your mama joke turned into a swole moment. Do you see that? You don't get that on Maupin Tube.
On Maupin Tube, you get So apparently Maupin knows. So apparently Maupin knows what the religious demographic of his entire cult is. Did you know that? Because I was listening to his stream, and apparently he knows like what the religious demographic of his entire cult
What did he
is.
say it was?
He said when asked, like he's basically, I think he's talking about Jason because this is probably what he's responding to. But he basically said, well, half of the CPI is either atheist or agnostic, and the rest are like Christian, Muslim, or whatever, you know, et cetera, et
But
cetera.
he's
After
missing
that,
the point because Jason wasn't saying that all of them are Christian. Jason was saying that he's using Christianity to make a cult out of it. They were literally sitting there reading, "I won't be a fascist. I won't do this. I won't do that." Like they were in a sermon. I've been to sermons. I've been to fucking communion, and it's acceptable when people are talking to someone that they believe is their literal creator, who's an unmatchable lord. Like no one can be like that creator. it's a bit different when people are doing that to a organization and a leader. That's the difference between a cult and a religion. The big difference.
Yeah, and it's yeah, that is literally communion. What they were saying, because that's
Well, it's worse than
literally what I
communion because
grew
at
up.
least communion is like, so communion is a little more free willy and sort of it's telling you to right your wrongs and come together, and you don't repeat every word that's said in communion. There's only certain statements that are repeated, and it's because of the way in which a priest or a pastor or a father operates inside a church. It's a bit different with a speech. Like, so I mean, like, I almost find it insulting to compare it either way. To compare it to a functional communist organization is insulting, but also to compare it to functional church seems a bit insulting.
Yeah,
But then again, American church is fucked, so wouldn't surprise me. A lot of British churches are fucked too. I mean, commonplace here is so churches are still allowed to do conversion therapy. I'm not joking. Like homosexual conversion therapy.
yeah. I think for children, it's illegal in some states here for that. But yeah, in
It's
other
fully
states, no.
legal. It's fully legal for the church to do it with anyone here. They can do conversion therapy.
Mm. Yeah, it's pretty.
It's like some form of cultural immunity law. I can't get my head around it. I hope someone who knows British laws can get their head around it. I think it's Ethiopia. Yeah, Ethiopia is the cradle of humanity. Because I remember sort of I was it Kwame Ture went on about it, or someone went on about it, and they went into deep sort of detail on like what's it. Speaking to various people who lived in Africa, occasionally you'll get people say things were better under the Brits or under the French. And no, Africa never says that about Belgians. Yeah, it's a very good point to point out about what the Belgian Congo really brought to the mentality. But the thing was with the French and the British, that's because of the exploitation of Victorian humanism. It's allowing the justification of the civilization narrative to these people, compradors and that. But you won't see the lower class turn around and start saying. I mean, a lot of people still see the ties to the British that come from this shit, and I mean that's why both Nazism and communism is quite common amongst lower class people in the third world.
and, and just because they say it was better back in that time, like they could just be like, speaking like fallaciously or something like that, to like just saying like, oh, our times are so shit nowadays, because everybody basically says their times nowadays are shit, and always back in the day things were better, because that's always how they do it. Like, honestly, I'm sure they were probably saying the same thing back in the day too. Is the stream paused or something, or?
We lasted that long. Mandem was finishing work before we were finished. They always say it's a good thing to last long.
Yeah, that's
Funny
as
joke.
the kids as the kids would say, that's what she said. Funny.
Making tea entertain people.
Something. Go check out the debate I did with Default. It's funny. He's a moron. Like Default literally tried to gaslight me the whole debate. He literally tried to imply that Ukraine had nukes or something like that. He's kind of a moron, honestly.
Forgetting the agreement that happened in like the 90s to get the nukes out of there, or the early 2000s.
Yeah, and I brought up it was the British, Americans, and the Russians who all agreed to that too, by the way. So it's like, why is it these nuclear powers don't want smaller countries having them? It's very interesting. It's kind of like what they do with DPRK. Yeah.
It's like I don't get why people are upset that liberals will support NATO. It's like, what do you expect them to do? You know what I mean? Like everybody keeps going on and on. Oh, all these liberals, all these suck them support NATO. Well, no shit. What do you think they're going to do in the first place? That's why I'm more harder on ML supporting Russia than I am liberals support NATO. Because libs are doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, libs are just doing what they've always done.
That's why, like I said, I focus more on these MLs giving support to Russia because these MLs should know better.
Yeah, that's what makes it worse.
Yeah, that's why I really don't focus on all these liberals and sock them support NATO. Of course they're going to do that. Like, what do you expect they were going to do? And don't get me wrong, I do support NATO's. I do oppose NATO's role in this. I very much do oppose NATO's role and EU's role and US's role, definitely. But I'm not going to bet on a shape because a bunch of liberals do, because that's what they fucking supposed to do.
God, you had that autism moment where you worried so much about saying the opposite thing. You said the opposite thing, trying to not say the opposite thing. I know that.
No, it just boggles my mind. Like these MLs, like they just can't get through their heads. I mean, not all, because like you said, you have the Russian Communist Workers Party, and they are ML party in Russia, and they are opposing Russia's role in this.
Hey, we found one in Britain. We have Neil. We have one ML who's not just completely railroading it for Russia. We got one.
He's one of the good ones. There you go. The good ML. Give him a pat.
So where that statement, like where I used that one of the good ones thing, like, I took that from the way the aristocracy talk about poor people who are intelligent. But they do it when they see people in the lowest of classes who are really intelligent, they'll treat you like you're quote one of the good ones, end quote, and they'll blatantly say that to you, and they'll blatantly make it explicit that that's how they feel. How are you here? Why are you rah, 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 rah? Like they make it all of a big fucking fuss and treat like there's no people who are intelligent down there. They're all just, dealers and thieves. Like that's the mentality.
Yeah, it's kind of like the way that the Tsar would treat members of the Black Legion whenever he met them, like meeting these commoners for the first time. He'd treat you like this like zoo creature almost, like, oh, look at this exotic creature I got here. I'll give you a pat on the head.
Oh man, I wish they filmed him getting shot. I'd have that saved on my computer. Fucking royal cunt. Oh god, watch them try and take that out of context, be liking the fact that the Tsar got killed. Oh my god, like that will really show how right wing these guys are. If they're gonna go that far and start defending like the death, like going against the death of the Tsar. Like the death of the Tsar was one of the best things they did in that revolution. Beautiful.
Yeah, they'll probably say,
look at these Maoists. They just fantasize over death. All they ever care about is death. Death, 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 and destruction. I mean, that's all Caleb Maupin's crutches in his debate. I'm going to use quotations for debate because Caleb seems to use quotations around the name fascist for cultural thug. which is sus. But in his
Yeah,
debate with he goes in his debate with fascist cultured thug. Like Ra turns around and like puts it in like either into question that the guy's a fascist or like you don't does like so there's been this question that's been thrown around as to whether Caleb understands what quotation marks are because he uses them wrong in a lot of his books. But yeah, if he's using it right, he's either two ways he's going about it. He's questioning the guy's a fascist, which is purposeful because the guy literally is openly a fascist and will tell you why he's a fascist. Or secondly, he is trying to deny it purposefully, like outwardly, because it suits. It's because his agenda is so similar to his. So I mean, one thing Culture Thug does in that conversation, which is probably a better name for it, is he turns around at the start and states that actually it's not so much differences as it is more similarities between us, and puts that on the table. But we will cover that later down the line on this series. It's on the list.
yeah, that debate was pretty eye-opening when I first saw it, to say the least.
To say the
I
the
feel
least.
not enough people take Cultural Thug seriously. That worries me.
Even I made that mistake because I didn't know how old he was. I thought the guy was just some fucking kid who called himself Culture Thug. Like,
Well, that's the thing. Anytime I bring them up to a communist, their attitude's like no big deal. I'm like, no, you need to take this dude seriously.
you don't want to listen to the Lumpen. I don't like to
Well,
toot my own. I don't like to toot my own horn. But when you told me
well, they're more
about it,
focused on they're more focused on your stereotypical type fascists. They're more focused on the KKK, Nazi boneheads,
they're not.
neo Nazis, and
the stereotypes aren't even the originals. The original fascists wore suits and ties. Like this, like they follow the stereotype, but is the stereotype even really fitting? And I don't like to be one to toot my own horn, but the difference with the way they operate is that when the Lumpen are telling them that this is a threat, they push it off. They don't want to care about it. They want to allow it to continue, because that's the only way I can judge from that. But when a Lumpen is about a situation like this and they have the power to speak about it, they speak about it. That's it's principle, and they're just this devolution of principle within the labor aristocracy as time has gone on and as their class has gotten richer is showing that when they call themselves communists and yet they follow liberal stereotypes of fascism, it shows that their mentality is still aligned with the way the system operates. Which means if they're opposed to liberalism, what do they want to put in if they're also in a position where they're not for socialism?
Yeah. Yeah, I definitely agree. And it's like Caleb, like in Caleb's definition, the only people that are Nazis are, like, he'll use a very specific definition that only applies to like people who are literally members of a Nazi party or something or organization. It's kind of like his anti-Semitism definition. It's like he has to make it like,
He
what's a good
made it someone
example?
that's
Oh,
only of the 19th century, which means that he basically removed it from the 20th century in that context.
yeah, it's like my debate with Default. He said, well, Alexander Dugin isn't a fascist. And I'm like, no, he is very definitely a fascist. And then he brought up, well, the Nazi Bolsheviks, they were, I literally used the term Nazi Bolshevik, by the way. I stole that from you.
not all
work.
Nazis are
And
fascists.
yeah, he
My
literally
words
said,
are there to be stolen. Good work.
I mean, not all fascists are Nazis. I meant not all fascists are Nazis.
yeah. But
No, but
but
they
the
do call
point
themselves
is,
the National Bolsheviks, so I mean, and they took it from the Nazis, so they are the Nazi Bolsheviks.
yeah. So he brought up, well, the National Bolsheviks had a punk aesthetic to it, like an anarchist and a
Fuck
punk aesthetic.
off.
So that when I heard that, I was like, bullshit. Like, fuck off with that shit. That was my reaction, because that's the kind of shit they always do.
Uber driver. We were talking about Thomas Sankara the other day. Oh, nice. Liberals 1960s equals hippies. Liberals 2020 equals Doctor Strangelove. Oh man, I need to keep up with these comments. How do we get the red pill to the people? So the way I see the red pill itself is societal. So societal means bring a position of class consciousness. So that happens naturally. I mean, Lenin talks about it in the 1905 discussion he does. I think it's the I can't remember the name of it specifically, but it's like something on the 1905 revolution. I think it's speech. Either way, it's transcript of a speech Lenin does in the 1905 lectures of the 1905 revolution. It's the lecture of the 1905 revolution, and Lenin talks about how he tries to drum it as much as possible into the heads of the communists that it was not them that sparked the revolutionary consciousness of the proletariat or of the peasantry, or of those of the counter-revolutionaries. It was what incited all of these revolutionary and counter-revolutionary consciousness alike was the current conditions of the Russian Empire, and that sparked things off. The communists only handled those conscious contradictions. So the situation we're in is that I feel people are more focused on trying to red pill everyone rather than focusing on, okay, what sectors of society are already in a position where they're red pilled, which would be the lumpen proletariat and even to some degree some of the lumpen aristocracy. And it's like, okay, so what are they seeing? And now, actually, because imperialism has hit a Great Depression, we're going to see loads of people becoming consciousness, and we're going to see the two different sides, those in which side with the system and their class consciousness, and those in which side against the system and their class consciousness. Because all we've been seeing is those who side against the system and class consciousness, and those who side with the system unconsciously, which is majorly different in the dynamic to a degree.
Definitely.
So back to this video.
Yeah, I was about to ask if anyone has anything to say before we get back to it, but I was having a sip of my
So
tea.
I do have a criticism though. I do think this is very important. Like this is extremely important about cultural thought. Like people need to know about this, and we keep getting too much off topic off this.
Yeah, I do definitely agree. He is a big threat.
So good. I'm glad you at least saw that. So I think the closer it gets to us running, I mean, who knows what it looks like.
Oh yeah, it's because it's going from my headphones. My problem is I don't like cutting people up when they're speaking, so I'm trying to let people finish, but then people have a lot to say.
2024, but then I think it'll materialize more because now People's Party seems like a real thing. So I could see more people kind of being attracted to that because they have a real life presence at least and personalities that I think New Frontier is the same thing's going to happen, but hopefully on a much bigger level, like hopefully really tapping into populism. I'm really betting that most Americans are so done with identity politics. They're just so fucking done with it across.
I know it was yonks ago, but that's what I was getting at with the populism earlier. Remember, it's a key component that brings these two groups together and shows them as a comparable force.
Spectrum that they're going to appreciate something that's very anti-liberal, that ignores all liberalism in the platform.
Yeah, but it's crazy because, like, even lately, Haas is starting to say things that sound quasi-New Frontierish, but he still doesn't want to be New Frontierish, if that makes sense.
It's the dogma of Marxists. Every fucking Marxist I speak, I always go into, especially tankies, I'm always like, why do we disagree? I don't understand where I look at us on paper, I'm like, shit, where's this disagreement? And then when you start speaking to them, there's this dogma of
they have
Marx.
To bring history. They can't bring up
cannot.
He didn't. Oh wait, no, that's the other Carl speaking. I was about to say, it's the fascist confirmed with
Release that. Yeah,
they
can't agree with you because you're a fascist, and they always have to hold on to this Marxian kind of fucking dialect, this history, and it's like they can't. It's too dogmatic. So there's always like, yeah, we agree on 90% of the shit, but we'll just won't be on the same team ever for some reason. It blows my mind. Yeah.
Well, there are some important philosophical differences. I mean, I've been studying fascism for a long time too. My dad was a PhD in European history, and he specialized more in National Socialism in World War
Oh,
II.
fucking cool. Yeah, nice.
I don't know if anyone knows the trope, but you should always be careful of the American who specializes in National Socialism. That should go boop, 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 boop in your brain and wait to hear what he says next.
I got a pretty good
Yeah.
rundown of that kind of history that's definitely outside of the mainstream. So, and my mother's German, and I actually had an uncle. My eldest uncle was in the Wehrmacht in the Sixth Army, so I have a lot of stories.
Now it's like my grandfather was a Cherokee. My great uncle was a Wehrmacht soldier.
About World War II in Germany. So it's you know, I have a different perspective on it than
What is
most.
it? Let's hear a bit of that. I'm interested. Like, what's
Yeah,
your
I bet you are.
kind of knowledge, the process, and what are the big differences you see?
Well, I would consider Gentile to be one of the neo-Hegelians. So, if you understand the philosophical history about it, it's extremely important to understand that neo-Hegelian stuff, wherever you look, whether it was Marx or Gentile, it was very influential in that time period.
Yeah.
And I feel as if Gentile, like I haven't read that much of Gentile. I've read his 1899 work on Marx, refuting Marxism specifically. And I've read the manifesto and stuff like that, maybe a few other small things here and there. And I consider Gentile, at least before the mid 1920s, to be essentially a utopian socialist. Like in the Marxist-Leninist world, we use something called the Comintern line to identify fascism and later now.
I can't be making this shit up. He just called Gentile the godfather of fascism a utopian socialist. Gentile was the guy who got Mussolini into fascism. He's the progenitor. He's the guy who started it all. Whisked the pot, stirred the shit in the wok, as the old saying goes.
Yeah. It's like, I mean, it's freaking crazy. I mean, it's also like, you know, and they also brought up like the German thing as well. It's like, yes, in America, okay, so there's two kind of weirdos when it comes to like the German thing. One of them are just history nerds who like to go over like German history and other such things. I would actually probably consider myself like I love German history simply because I'm a fucking nerd. But then there's also like these Wehrmacht, Wehrboos, you know, Kaiser Reich kind of people who are just.
I mean,
like,
even you found yourself
yeah.
somewhat stuck in the bear trap at a younger age, though, as well, because of your like for history. So, I mean, it catches people both ways into fascistic mindsets, because America pervades the idea that the Nazi Germany was this like over-industrialized war machine when 70% of its army was horse-drawn carriage.
Yeah, and that was mostly due to like the propaganda from Nazi Germany. I mean, literally, like they would only film like their tanks and stuff. Like I only learned later on,
The
like
war. Actually, we found out before the end of the war, and then after the war, we chose to still tell everyone that they were armed to the teeth. I mean, there are some things where we'll show that they're not, but it's very rare. And normally, it's tiger tanks when people rarely saw tiger tanks. I think I think the Allies saw more king tigers than they saw normal tigers.
I think they probably did that probably because they wanted to make Nazi Germany seem like this unstoppable force that we beat or something like that. So we got to like
I think
make
there's
up
more
this
to
like
that than that, because they basically what they're setting up is the capacity for people to fantasize the Nazis. Still, I think they knew. I mean, think about how many how many of the petty bourgeois sector of the labor aristocracy are in key sectors of psychology. I think they quite understood that if they turned around and told everyone that they were massively advanced technologically and that people would conflate this with civilization and would therefore, through Victorian humanism, justify the existence of fascism as like negatively acceptable, like benefits cut out, you know, like a zero-sum gain. The benefits and the negatives all even out. That's what I feel they're trying to set up for people, because I was caught on by all that technological crap when I was a kid, along with the calls for National Socialism, which the History Channel also showed that propaganda uncritically. They didn't go and tell me it was corporatist or privatization crazy or ran by the big businesses. It just showed me the Nazi propaganda, translated it into fucking English, and left it at that.
Yeah, you decide. Yeah, it's like the Dave Rubin kind of shit. Like, I'm gonna interview this fucking Nazi and be like I'm just
Well, he
we're
became
just
more
having
openly. He
conversation.
became more openly right wing in the later years. This joke doesn't. This
Yeah,
joke hasn't aged well.
yeah. Tell me about it.
I mean, Dave
Dave
Rubin
Rubin.
used to try and blag everyone he was once left wing. Like,
That's ridiculous. You know.
it's the labor aristocracy. Being left wing is a phase for them. Like, unless they actually, grow up and commit to class traitorism. Be a class traitor. It's the only good. Class traitors are the only good traitors.
Yeah, and that's why I think these so-called communists are getting along so well with culture thug. Oh, one sec.
Letting some cold air in. Oh, I'm not on the fucking thing.
National Socialism. That's the one where, it's liberalism and decay and that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I see that purely in a geopolitical perspective. I don't see it as like a real heavy philosophical or ideological argument.
Rob, do you know? Sorry, Lumpen Celt. Do you know what he means by geopolitical position?
What do you mean?
Like he said, I don't look at fascism like most people do. I look at it from a geopolitical position.
Yeah, it's like, again, a lot of these MLs, geopolitical cheerleading. It's
that's what he means.
That's my guess. Apparently, I'm gonna say this, and it's gonna piss a lot of people off, but fuck it. A lot of these MLs, it's like, oh, fuck principle anti-imperialism, fuck principle proletarian internationalism,
They're
fuck
turning it around and saying that
revolution.
Lenin's imperialism doesn't even matter anymore. Apparently,
that's why they call themselves MLs for still. Then
it's literally what founded Leninism was the foundation of imperialism.
Exactly.
Oh my. These people are lost, and what's it? You can't not much of a Marxist to be siding with any imperial power in any retrospect.
And even during World War I, you didn't sit there and hear Lenin say, "Oh well, between the Allied powers and essential powers, oh this side's more imperialist than this side is, or this or that." No, he could have both equally.
Even condemn the Russian Empire just as equally.
I'm saying the Allied powers and essential powers of World War I. He could have both sides.
But I mean, like, even with the Russian Empire being like drastically weaker than the rest of its allies, it is still criticized for that. It was criticized as sort of those who were trying to look at its underdevelopment as an excuse for its imperialism were roading right-wing behavior. I hate the term left-com because left-coms are typically more right-wing than actual communists.
True.
Because yeah, it is a left-com move to want to do the wait for the next system and all that, but for them to do that, they do right-wing moves against people actually wanting to do proper struggle. Because they don't. It's not. Everyone does this romanticism of left-coms too, where they're like, oh, they're just they're lost. They think that like it's never gonna come because everything's so drowsy and depressing nowadays. No, they've chosen that outlet. They crush anyone who will do stuff that will actually bring revolution sooner. They don't want it. That's the core point. And I find the same with these like Maupinites and stuff like that. They like the rosy sound of a unified society, and they know they can't be fascists in the same way as the 1940s. They can't be a Nazi, but they could do what China's doing. Not only has China managed to successfully do it, but a lot of the countries in the West are already starting to pique their interest towards what China's doing. It's just these people that want to support China in that know that when the West adopts what China's doing, they're not going to do it to support China. They're going to do it to try and stay away from China when these people want to get these empires to join China so that they can save these empires from their own contradictions and can strengthen the new imperial order that is certainly a lot scarier than people are giving it credence.
Yeah, well, you just asked me about what he said about looking at fascism for geopolitics. That's what most of these MLs are now. They're doing geopolitics. They don't care about anti-imperialism no more. I mean, they pay lip service to anti-imperialism. They're all about geopolitics.
They don't remember that geopolitics is like chess and every move has a reason.
I think part of it too is that, let's be honest, most Western MLs are irrelevant to their own country's working class. They are.
They're not even,
They're
not
very
even connected to them.
Yes, exactly. So in order to feel important, they got to find some so-called AES state, the champion, and cheerlead for to feel relevant. That's what a
More
lot of
like
it is. I'm sorry.
AENS. Sorry. Just more like AENS, actual existing National Socialism.
Yeah, but I'm saying what they call AES exactly. Yeah, they find their favorite nation state, they can cheerlead or champion. They feel relevant in their own country because their own working class wants nothing to do with them. And I'm not trying to be sectarian. I'm not even being sectarian. I'm just being brutally honest.
I mean, it's what we've seen from the Maupinites and everyone and anyone who's critical of Russia. Even if, like, I mean, I've been called this shit where I'm like, you know, siding with the West and other stuff like that. Just after, like, I'm speaking with a person that's trying to call me that, and MRN as an organization that. Literally after I come off a stream where I was specifically only talking about atrocities caused by Ukraine. Like, these people not only are doing this geopolitical mindfuckery and siding with imperialist powers over the struggles of the people, but they're also blatantly strawmanning people and gaslighting them.
Oh yeah, and I'll be honest. Okay, I'm an MLM. MLM's also right now in the West for the most part. We also are irrelevant to the masses, but at least we try to do the mass line and the mass work and reach the masses, especially the Lumpen and the poorest.
I mean,
MLs ain't out there.
Oh, sorry, go on.
MLs ain't out there doing mass work and mass line. They're not trying to go out of their way to the poor, the poorest, most, as Lenin, I think, terminized it, the most deepest, most depressed sections of the proletariat. You don't see MLs going out there to these people trying to help them. Like I said, as MLM, I'm not. I'm saying as MLM, I'm not going to be delusional enough to think right now, oh yes, I'm relevant to the masses. No, I'm not really. But at least unlike MLs, I can admit that. And MLMs, like I said before, I'll try to do the mass work and mass line and be relevant to the masses.
I have a letter, though, from anarchists in Arizona, and the way that the Arizona anarchists put it is that the only leftists who are of any relevance on the streets to the lumpen proletariat are the MLMs and the anarchists.
True.
Anarchists are more relevant to the people now in the first world than MLs are.
True.
And I don't care what fucking backlash they want to give me. Suck a sausage.
Yeah, I have no problem with I have no problem whatsoever with lumping street-based anarchists. My problem is with these petty bourgeois middle class anarchists who play with it.
Yeah.
Well, they ain't real anarchists. It's like calling a lot of these dengists MLs. Dengists.
I'll say this: I have more use for a lumping street-based anarchist than I will any day for a labor aristocrat middle class ML.
Heck, what's it? These Lumpen Street anarchists are taking on so much similarly to what Lumpen-Maoists say. We don't really disagree on all too much. I think their naivety around their cultural assimilative practices is probably the biggest thing we disagree on. Oh, and well, it's obviously all the authoritarian, that stuff, because it gets a bit fucking dry at times. And again, I'm not one for following authority anyway, so I don't need someone to tell me to do it. I already know. Sounded like a cunt in saying that. That was just me trying to do a fucking terrible joke. My humor ranges from bad to worse, so just deal with it. Oh yeah, it's probably play the video.
It's basically
I'm good at this, I
what
promise.
the Soviet Union developed at the time, given the geopolitics of the time. And I think they just discounted, they did a little bit of horseshoe theory, right? They lumped, uh, you know, Marxism in with, or they lumped fascism in with liberalism and stuff like that. It's a little lazy, in my opinion. And to me, Gentile represents a neo Hegelian, idealistic type of utopian socialism. That's the way I perceive him philosophically.
Well, you say utopic because is it because it's more of
Wait, was that someone wanted to say something? Was that the stream? Oh no, it was the stream.
I think that was the stream.
so I guess where Marx and Gentile would disagree is Marx says everything's a reaction to the material reality, and Gentile says everything is what was will manifest. Like our material reality comes from us. Is that the utopian aspect of it?
No, I just mean utopian. I'm just referring to it historically as a non-Marxian form of socialism. It's kind of like a catch-all to say this is the type of socialism that was not influenced by Marx, because of course Gentile rejects,
scientific socialism.
Yeah, he rejects the 1899 work. He basically says that he stands Hegel back on his head. It's the way we put it, or the way my dad taught it to me when I was a kid. So Marx comes in and says Hegel's standing on his head. I'm going to turn him right side up. That just meant the transition from idealism to materialism. And then Gentile comes in and he says, no, I'm going to put him back on his head, restoring the idealism.
Right.
So that's one big thing. And of course,
this is the thing that we've seen with fascism all the time, though, is it turning around and reverting things to ways in which that suit functionalism. Fascism is very heavily inspired by functionalism. Functionalism is a reaction to Marxism, and what functionalism turns around and says is that things are the way they are because of the way they function. It's a school of sociology. People should look into it. I think it started off in France. Well, it makes sense it started off in France. Functionalism. Very Frankish word. Function. Or Latin word. I don't know if it's the French. I mean, I'm English, so I can blame the French for anything, so I'll blame them anyway, but I don't know if it's the French. Disclaimer. Possibly, damn you, you French bastards.
His analysis of the dialectic revolves around the human will, right? That this is actual idealism. That what Marx is doing is he's externalizing the dialectic. That's the way he puts it, which means that it's outside. It's, he's doing a little bit of a trick and he's kind of deluding him.
Okay, but Engels turns around and then makes the dialectic wholly universal. That there's no in or out, it's everywhere. So does Marx, really. Like, by externalization, Marx means to not center on the individual. Like, it's not having it out there as in not part of you. It's saying, okay, I myself am a part of a unitary sort of existence where there's a mass of people, there's a world, there's a universe. These things all are touching and relating to each other. They're in a dialectic. Because dialectics are universal, you can boil down the entire universe to a dialectic, time and space. But there's, I mean, that time and space holds billions, if not trillions, if not quadrillions, if not illions, whatever the biggest illion is that you can think of. Dialectic, contradictive, and uncontradictive measures that are relating all across the universe. Some things stick, some things don't. Things quantitatively evolve and qualitatively push forward. Things, etc., etc., etc. Dialectics is universal to nature. Dialectics of Nature by Engels is a good read. I suggest people do it. Finball has like an audio book of it because it was like a recovered book that wasn't finished that has been like pieced together on Finball's Marxist-Leninist theory. I don't like having to advertise that ableist to in a personal conversation. Well, it wasn't really personal. It was in a Discord server. He agreed with Palinkage's position on wanting to eugenically remove autism from the gene pool. But nonetheless, it's the only place I know of that has an audiobook of it. But it's done by one of those text to speech things. So I mean, if you're into those voices, or it's an old woman, I don't know. Like I feel like it's a text to speech of an old woman, but who knows? Maybe Finball just has like a collection of old women in his house.
So here's a question: why is this why Kaz and all the rest of these fascists, why are they so obsessed with Hegel? Like, is this could be one of the reasons?
Yeah, likely. So you see this with a lot of people of the revisionist type. They will use and abuse Hegel as much as they can to devolve Marxism. So you saw this in Albania. What's his name? Fucking Hoja. When he started going away from Marxism Leninism, he started going on about how we need to bring back Hegel and make Hegel the norm for dialectics again. So, like, to call this utopian socialism is to obfuscate a historical fact that fascists turn around and say, no, the Marxists were wrong. It's supposed to be Hegelian, and that's their big thing. Because, so, everyone relates their dialectics to Nietzsche, including them. But, so what fascists take from Nietzsche is actually just what Nietzsche has taken from Hegel. I mean, they ignore that Nietzsche was opposed to racism. They ignore that Nietzsche was opposed.
Okay.
They ignore that Nietzsche was opposed to racism. They ignore the fact that Nietzsche
I was just making sure I was still online.
critical of.
I'll wait till that Stone Soviet comes back on.
I am on. What? What are you on about? Nietzsche, fuck's sake, I lost my train of thought. Nietzsche was opposed to racism and was not a big fan of racism. Fascism is very idealistic. What the fuck is purity, destiny, and all these metaphysics? Dialectical materialism is a method and a science, not an ideology. Your assumptions could be wrong, and the method would show it. Yeah, so it's like dialectics is to be very specific, dialectical materialism, it's a scientific principle of analysis. So technically, it's a philosophy, because science would be like biology or chemistry or physics or sociology. What dialectical materialism is a tool to operate science. I remember I think it was either Marx or Lenin. What should actually just be Engels? Because every time I'm like, is it Marx or is it Lenin? It always ends up being Engels. But one of Marx or Lenin, I'm gonna stick to my guns and not doubt myself. I already did. They stated on the philosophy of Marxism that so philosophy from the Marxist perspective is that philosophy is a tool in which to wield the sciences, and dialectical materialism and historical materialism are the tools of choice, the philosophy of choice for which Marxists use to operate science. So you would say that like dialectical materialism would be a philosophical principle. Although it's easier to just say it's a science. I think it's a bit easier. But I think it actually sounds more pompous calling it a science to people these days, because everyone's so used to hearing that if they don't like something, it's called science, and that makes it now okay. People have that mentality about anything called science. But we are getting detracted again. 7 hours later.
Himself, and you have to bring it back internally.
This is going to be a 30-part
and then the way that
series
you get
at
it
this
back
rate.
out again, the way that you come out of the ideal is to actualize it through the act of the human will. And this becomes something that refers to Hegel, because Hegel also was very interested in the human will, but he thought the human will just meant the act of knowing, whereas Gentile is very specific about the application.
He's very Nietzschean. He's very Nietzschean in his, yes. I argue Nietzsche is more of a philosophical influence than Hegel is the third position. I think, but
Yeah, the
that's spurred the argument.
Triumphs der Willis in German.
What is
Right.
that? What
It's
does
a
that
really
mean?
interesting
The
take.
the triumph of the will.
Triumph of the will. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's really interesting.
He has that remembered off heart. I couldn't remember that. Like, isn't that a bit weird? The guy who's going on about his different view on the Wehrmacht than his uncle that was in the Wehrmacht.
Somebody muted?
No.
Yeah, Lumpen, you on here?
Yeah, I am. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah, I think he may be muted.
No, I'm not. You fucking gimp.
Well, he's still on here technically, but I think he's muted or something. Or...
No, I'm not fucking muted.
What?
I'm not. Just fucking Discord. Fuck's sake.
Oh, okay. Discord acting up?
Yes.
More influence than Hegel is the third position.
In German.
Yeah. So what I said was take heed that he can just remember that. The guy who said he has an alternate view on the Wehrmacht off the top of his fucking head. I couldn't fucking remember that. Isn't it interesting that the guy who goes on about his different view of German history can remember a German quote meaning triumph of the will off the top of his fucking head? Triumph of the will.
Yeah, that's a little bit sus on that one.
Are you here?
What is that?
It's
What does
a
that
really
mean?
interesting take.
The triumph of the will.
Triumph of the will. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's really interesting when you bring up Nietzsche, because Nietzsche doesn't really get brought up when I look at like a lot of authors that write about Italian fascism.
Yeah, he was ignored in Italian fascism, but it's a big part of Mein Kampf and the Zweite Buch.
Oh, Mussolini too. Mussolini was a big Nietzsche fan. He was a big Nietzschean. That's
and Schopenhauer.
And Schopenhauer, just like Hitler, Nietzsche and Schopenhauer. Hitler loved them both. So yeah, so when you see like, I get it. There's an intellectual section. They'll dissect everything. But when you see like the people, the cults of personality, the people that actually manifest these things in a reality, they are beholden to like fans of Nietzsche, fans of Schopenhauer, which is all kind of the same pattern too. So yeah, there you go. Is that essays and aphorisms? Yeah, that's a great one. That's a great one. Fuck yeah. But here's the thing. So like, yeah, that is like a philosophical disagreement we would have. But how it comes to our life today, like I was trying to tell Haz when we had our conversation, do you think the worker gives a fuck if you're a materialist and I'm into the meta and all that? They only give a fuck if the food's on the table, if they're living in a safe neighborhood, if they have opportunity to advance, right? It's like they don't care about this philosophical jargon that helps separate us. They care about like the material results of things. And I think when it comes to material like action and results, tankies at least with non-racist third positionist things are pretty much on the same thing. It's just, I think that'll manifest sooner or later.
There's a lot of similarities, I guess, but the philosophical side presents, something that's kind of you can't really traverse it, because to us, the act of the human will determining the entrance and exit into a dialectic is just, it really.
But this is your dogmatism I was talking about, though. This is
what's that?
The
Entrance and exit
because to us,
dialectic. What the fuck's that?
you can't
Also,
really.
what is non-racist third position? What? Did I hear that correctly?
So the way that they speak, they're not very non-racist. They're like, okay, it's not what we'd like, it's not what we want, but we've been dealt a hand. That's what you'll hear the non-racist third positionists in America say.
Wait, so Culture Thug is claiming he's not a racist? Is that what he's saying?
Yes.
What?
He claims like a Eurocentric American nationalist form of fascism. He don't claim white nationalism.
Yeah, he thinks white nationalism isn't even fascism.
Yeah. Now I'm remembering some of the nonsense.
From what I understand, he thinks that white nationalism has no chance in America having a mass movement.
Yeah, I think somebody like basically said he's like somebody who thinks everybody needs nationalism or some.
He's more like Mussolini.
Like
He's more like Mussolini was. He's not a race-based, biological racist-based fascist, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Although Mussolini's positions were kind of here and there, they changed all the time.
I mean, it wasn't the biological racism.
No. So third position is neither communist nor capitalist. They're fascist. I mean, even Britannica turns around and calls third position predominantly fascist.
Oh, they're fascist. Yeah, I'm not disputing that.
No. I'm talking to someone in the chat. I'm talking to someone in the chat on YouTube. I'm streaming, so like, what's it like? The Yeah, no, he's saying that the third position is saying either communist or fascist, but third position with a question mark. And I say no. What it is that what's it? The non-racist third positionists. So like, okay, the fascists of the old days, they did the bad one. We need to do better than them as fascists. That's what they're saying. Like they're saying that fascism isn't innately racist, which isn't entirely wrong, I guess. I mean, it kind of is because it relies on the predication of colonialism, but it's an iffy one. Oh, no worries.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's like he's basically doing like I think the Dugan thing, because Dugan does this shit too, where he's like saying we need to perfect fascism. I think he called it fascism, fascist fascism or something like that, or fascism, yeah, something like that. And I don't think Dugan, at least officially, is a white nationalist. I think, or I mean,
he's not officially. No.
Dugan preaches anti-racist stuff a lot. I mean, he criticizes the West for racism all the time. But
yeah,
does he practice what he preaches?
No.
Yeah, you are right. You can have neo-colonial fascism, but fascism still relies on a colonial organization of the home country. Still, like it's more brutal. So it's like when fascism comes to neo-colonialism, it's hard to argue which it hits itself. The untried path. To be honest, about CT, he is still a race realist and anti-Semite. No surprise there. I mean, it's the first comment on his video that has him love heart in it actually goes on about the Jewish question. So you're right to bring that up. Yes, he believes that only Europeans have the Faustian spirit, and no one else is capable of the Faustian drive. Well, I mean,
yeah, his
American... as well. Sorry, go on, Lumpen-Maoist.
His American nationalist form of fascism is very, very Eurocentric, definitely. But I'll say this though: all white nationalists are fascist, but not all fascists are white nationalists.
Yeah.
Like Japanese fascists, Al Qaeda, the Taliban, the Iraqi Ba'athists, they're fascists, but clearly not white nationalists.
The Duvalier.
I mean, to be fair, one thing I would argue though is that in a lot of these places, like I use China for example, you see whiteness adopted anyway. I mean, to the point with Han people in China, they're even racist to people who are darker skinned Han people, and that's where the skin bleaching comes from. I
didn't know that.
Yeah. It's Anglo-colonialism and Romanism really fucked with China a lot. I mean, we gotta remember that the British were basically starting neo-colonial developments in China with old-school colonial methods. So it was like this weird proto-development where we had old-school colonies surrounding China and on Chinese mainland, and then we were trying to influence a Chinese state that would control that area for us. So we were doing a bit of old-school and neo-colonialism. It was like a an intermediary period where we were testing things out.
Yeah, I think Lenin called them semi-colonies, or I think that's the term he used.
I rejected 3P after learning how utilitarian it is, mostly because I hate utilitarianism. Yeah, it's very functionalist. It operates like, to use the sociological ideology around it, is it sort of it follows that idea of like things are a natural order, everything is naturally in place, and that the imbalances are where things have gotten out of their natural place, and that things need to be kept in. It's very feudal about it. It reminds me of the original critiques that the aristocracy made of capitalism when it was rising up, that it was uprooting the core foundations of structure within society. It was giving the mercantilists too much power. Rah, 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 rah. Like fascism is bit for bit like the feudal aristocracy just turned into the labor aristocracy. Now, a lot of them did, but here's the thing I was speaking to with a worker. They are a bourgeois worker, but a worker is good friends of the show. And what's it? They're from Canada. Sorry, they're from a working family. They're trying to get a job at the moment, but they're struggling at the moment. So they're while they're in a proletarian position, they are struggling. But nonetheless, they come from bourgeois proletarian family, and they were telling me about how what's it is quite interesting that most people in the labor aristocracy don't descend from the feudal aristocracy. Maybe it's a bit different in America because I know a lot of the settlers were feudal aristocrats, so maybe it's a bit different in America, but over here it's certainly the case. The most of them don't have any relations to them at all. But they think like they do and act like they do and feel like they're as like that they have the same sort of prestige and necessity to have all the things that a feudal aristocrat had. Like they, like the power and control within society is the lordship and the other stuff like that, that now really belongs to the petty bourgeoisie and the bourgeoisie more than anyone. So that's where the aristocracy's oomph for fascism comes from, and why they are sort of quite important to capitalism's survival in the crisis, them getting given extra power. That's where you see these capitalists turn around to aristocrats whom a decade before they would throw in prison. Hitler, the capitalists wanted him in prison in 1922. 1927 comes, they fucking broke him out. They broke him out. That's... You see the drasticity. It goes from lock him away and don't fucking let him out to break him out of prison. And that's the level of that's the thunk of the fascists. A big component to fascism is doubling down on increasingly outdated social institutions and practices, because each culture is different. Fascism takes on different looks in Japan, Germany, etc. Absolutely, absolutely. You saw it with the samurai in Japan, which is already a questionably terrible thing to be promoting in society. You get the yeah, doubling down on increasingly outdated. Outdated is an understatement with the samurai. They weren't. They were already problematic before they were outdated. What's it? They used to genocide natives all across Japan. You know, because a lot of the dominant ethnicity in Japan is actually, it descends from Chinese settlers. And what's it? The samurai would slaughter villagers that didn't bow down to them, and other stuff like that. But you know, we're actually seeing this with Maupin's over attachment to the very sort of right wing demonstration of American patriotism. It's tit for tat, him trying to ride off of 9/11 like sentiments, and it's profoundly disgusting. Break glass in case of emergency, but for German capitalists, it's break out Hitler in case of emergency. I mean, they still call the center of government the Reichstag. Do people ding 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 engagement question? Does anyone know what the term Reich means in German? Because I do. means empire
Mhm.
or imperial or you know, like it's not just within their land. Reich it distinctly means empire. That's why it's first, second, and third Reichs. It does not mean kingdom. It means empire.
It's interesting. On Wikipedia, it says realm, but you know, Wikipedia is full of shit sometimes.
Yeah, but so realm is a term that's utilized as a sphere of influence term. The British realm in the 1800s was depicted as the whole British Empire.
Yeah, so it's like in an imperial context. I get what you're saying. I'd also like to add, I
It's
think,
like East
yeah.
Germany. The sus thing about that before you add what he's going to add. Sorry, East Germany susly still kept the name Reichsrail for their train.
Um, yeah, I'd also like to add, yeah, I do definitely agree. Like, fascism, I guess, technically doesn't have to be about, you know, race per se, but it still maintains the colonial mindset that is required for it. Like Francis Duvalier, the Duvalier regime in Haiti. Like, I mean, like they were fascist by any, like they were the most fascist of fascist regimes in all of the Americas, and they were of African descent. So we see, like, you know, this kind of stuff popping up all over.
Actually, Dan, I believe with the Reichs, and it was a good thing that you said, Gengara. Sorry for moving on to some not conferring. I sound like a cunt. No, what you said was right on.
Well,
But Gengara's, sorry, Idan in the chat said, Rome, Holy Roman Nazis. I actually believe it was Holy Rome, German Empire, and then the Nazis. I think. I
okay,
feel that
so
was because the whole joke that's made is that the Second Reich and the Third Reich were back-ended each other.
so okay, so here's some technicality. The German Empire was officially called the German Reich. When the Weimar Republic was created, it still had the term German Reich. And then afterwards, it got the term German Reich under Hitler until 1943 when it was changed to Greater German Reich. And then after that,
A
they got rid
British
of the
moment
term.
there, fucking hell.
Yeah.
I will say I want to get to two things that the Untried Path said because the first one was really good and it won't surprise me if the second one is either. Um, so he says or I actually I don't know the gender. I shouldn't say the. They said, I think market socialists are more effective third position when I privately talk to phenomics. They openly rejected Marx and communism. They think Norway is the only true version of socialism. I find types like that to be more scary since the way that they're submersive and gaslight anyone that's a communist or anarchist in order to push the Nordic model. Yeah, and we saw the fantilization of the Nords from Adolf Hitler quite famously. He was over. I mean, he actually said that the Nordic people were the only people who were 100% Aryan. Not even the Germans. The Germans were 80, I do believe. Because literally in his book, this sounds like I'm memeing. This sounds like a Ben Shapiro level meme. But in Hitler's book, he rated percentage rates people on their Aryanness. I think Russia got like 20 or 30 or 40%. I can't remember what it was. Russia scored. Russia scored the same as Britain. So whatever Britain's was Russia's, and I can't remember Britain's because, to be honest, I can only remember the ones that make me laugh, and those ones were just like, well, oh, that makes sense to the way Hitler thought of these places. He looked down on the English for being what I can't remember what it was with the English, and then with the Russians, it was like, ah, yeah, they descend from Nords, but they're part Mongolian and this, that, and the other. Mein Kampf is a mess. I would not suggest anyone to read it. Like, There are more fun ways to get brain cancer than reading Mein Kampf. Like, fucking go skydiving or eat too much meat. That's a more fun way to fuck up your body than reading Mein Kampf. And you might actually learn something just eating something more than you would reading Mein Kampf. The only reason I tell people to read it, though, are people who really want to criticize Hitler's racism. Or uncover the game that people like this is playing, because I'll also go back onto something Untried Plath said before about how this guy still pushes his anti-Semitism and his Eurocentric idealism of what a true Fastian is, what a true follower of fascistic principles are. You really want to understand Hitler to understand how the racism works, because it is complicated, and it's actually what allows a lot of people these days to try and hide behind this veil of not being racist, is that they'll try and so they go about this race realism idealistic notion where they try and twist and turn things, and they try and suggest that there's specific notions that people are limited with because of eugenic principles that they hold, and therefore try and structure it around their ideology. So when they say, okay, we've got a handle, we've got to deal with it, they're saying that we have a handle we have to deal with that involves the racist contexts that America holds for black people, for Puerto Rican and Native American people in general, especially the positions that they hold for people on reservation and the Native American people who come from Mexico. We should continue on.
I think that'll manifest sooner or later.
There's a lot of similarities, I guess, but the philosophical side presents, something that's kind of you can't really traverse it, because to us.
I'm sorry to pause it again, but I just really hate the fact that he said that there is a lot of similarities with you. You guys have a lot of similarities. Do not bring Marxism into your fucking want to side with fucking fascists, you scummy little fuck.
The act of the human will determining the entrance and exit into a dialectic is just, it really...
Okay, sorry, so we got distracted. That was one of my acts. What does he mean by an entrance and an exit of a dialectic? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Does anyone get that terminology? Everyone's as lost as I am, I guess, then. Or Lumpen-Maoist, you had a problem with connection again, or is everyone as lost as I am?
I'm back. What were you saying?
Yeah, sorry. So what's it? He turned around and said the entrance and exit of a dialectic. What the fuck's that all about?
I have no clue.
like define what? That doesn't make sense to me.
No, it doesn't.
If you want to observe Nazi ideology, I will think the propaganda film Triumph of the Will is the place to start. I'd agree with that. That sounds like a brilliant idea. What's it? It might get copyright striked, won't it? I was gonna say it would be an interesting thing to do for a stream, but it'll get copyright striked even if we're doing a proper breakdown.
Yeah, true. Might be a risk.
Like, it would take a lot of effort, but it might be worth the risk. And then, but I can select it so that, because I can record on here, so I can select it that I record. So if it gets kicked off for copyright, I'll just start a Daily Motion account or something.
I think a better film, if you really want to understand Nazi ideology, is Victory of Faith. This was the 1933 Nuremberg conference. This one, it was actually banned in Nazi Germany because of it featured Ernst Röhm, who got the by Hitler the next year.
Yeah, I mean, even Caleb rightly pointed out that Ernst Röhm was hated by Hitler for left-wing ideas. Like, I actually found that quite interesting that he'd do that. But I guess what's it? Cause, well, actually, it makes sense because Caleb did say at the preface of his his discussion with Cultural Fug that he was doing it to show people that this is what a fascist looked like, and I'm not this. Like he did a Freudian slip. If it's I'll have to look into it because if it's public domain, then hell yeah, green light that. I actually think that would be an interesting thing to tie into this series because we're trying to figure out like sort of this is going to be talking into connection to fascists and what's it. I don't want to lose because I'm terrible with my streams as we've seen, and this has been one of the bad ones. I will apologize as well for a bit because I hadn't had a good conversation with Fenian Punk for a bit because I've been quite overwhelmed recently. I mean, what's it? I'd not been doing as good of a job as I could as I'd like to be with helping Lumpen Skinhead out with the situation is in at the moment because what's it? We're all in mourning at the moment. It's a hard business, but I've even less had chance to devote time to speaking with Red Fenian Punk, who's a true brother struggle, and I didn't get the chance to mention it before he went to sleep. I do want to do a program at some point, as soon as possible, where it's just like the three of us doing like the cripple and the two Fenians. Like, what's it? Or just to be funny because of the Has thing, I was trying to talk about names the other day. The Angloid and the two Fenians. There we go. Spark some controversy. But I think that would be a wicked idea for the three of us to get together. So no, I will apologize that a good 2.5 hours of this was me essentially doing catch up with the mate, and I should probably put a disclaimer like that in a pinned comment. But I always say I should do things like that, and they never happen. But I will say that to make sure, because I don't want to lose the importance of this whole discussion, when we get through these videos, either at the end of each video, because it's going to take multiple streams to do this video at least, but at the end of each video, I'll do an actual complete dedicated stream, which everyone who's been watching in the streams or even in the chat who's a member of MRN or close mates of MRN can be involved, and we'll just sit and discuss what's happened there, what it represents, the interactions that they've had, highlights, and we can even go back through the video. Unfortunately, subtitles are disabled, so I can't use the transcript to control F the video and find what's being said that's bonkers, but nonetheless, nonetheless, we still got the videos there to somewhat dabble about through it. I mean, if someone is more savvy than me and wants to be more prepared, they can write down timestamps of things that catch their eye. But nonetheless, I feel that doing those conclusion videos at the end will help ensure people get the message we're doing across. Because at least if they see the conclusion video, it doesn't matter if they are overwhelmed by how long the streams are, or if even if they watch the streams and the length gets a bit too disorientating for them to follow. You get me?
Yeah, I could leave a timestamp to when we actually start talking about the video.
No, that's problematic because we had a massive like hour gap between that. That's what I'm getting at. Like,
yeah.
As timestamp still when we started, it'd still be a good idea though. I'm not completely against that. I just figured that I was like, wait, yeah, but there was actually a complete blank of us just speaking for ages, so that would still be useful. Yeah. It was somewhere around an hour and a half in, maybe an hour and 40 minutes. I could be wrong, but
yeah, we moved took us at least an hour to do at least 6 minutes. Something. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I've been multitasking as I've been doing this because I'm at work right now. So I've just been both quasi working and goofing off at the same time. Putting up these labels like a
a second.
Doing start from center and face this way. This I told them. Very fucking.
That's it. The guy who's been commenting. It's the same fucking guy we're watching.
Wait, what?
Yeah, the guy who's been commenting is the same guy we're fucking watching. He's commenting.
Which one?
Literally the same guy we're watching. The fascist. Culture thug.
Wait, culture.
Yeah, he's the guy who's
Holy-
commenting. For some of them reason
Oh,
why he's being coy and using points that are agreeing with the statementations we're making, probably to make it look like we're agreeing with the same person we're criticizing to create a statement of hypocrisization. Unless Culture Thug himself is somehow trying to tell us he's moved away from the third position. I'm a bit confused now. Or is the channel actually... Oh, wait, no, is this other Carl's channel? Oh, it might be the other Carl. Now I'm getting confused. Is this the other Carl? Okay,
yes,
sorry, I
Right Path, that's the other
apologize, other
Carl.
Carl. My apologies. My bad. I do sorry. I thought it was... Because all I see is chatting with communists, so I'm thinking it's got to be one of them. I'm dyslexic, so what's it? My apologies, my dude. I didn't know you moved away from the third position, though. When did that happen? I really am sorry about that, man. Fuck. I got confused because I'm like, wait. This is the same channel, isn't it? And I was like, wait. And I was having a moment, like, paranoia took hold of me then. I feel like a right cunt now. You know when you have one of those moments where you get too adamant with someone and you end up wrong? Oof. Ah, good to see you got away from the third position, man, because that shit's scary.
Yeah.
What's it? Go for the second or the fourth. That's my advice. Second or the fourth position. I ain't gonna state it here because I know what's it. You don't mind being stated, but I know that you got things that fourth position would represent, that would support you as well. You know, and I won't say any further than that because I'll allude to things and it'll be too obvious. But yeah, that was the older video I had on my channel. Most of the other crap I wiped off my channel. Yeah, I told the Engels this a month ago. I ditched the third positioner stuff. Oh, that's nice to see. That's nice to see. He could have told me. Then again, I didn't ask, so it's not really his fault. It's my fault for not inquiring in these things. No, that's beautiful to see. What's it? I'm glad you at least kept this video because, I mean, as you may see as well from my perspective, this is really telling that this Marxist-Leninist is fucking... I mean, I'd put the market socialists, if we can even call them that, because, I mean, even Khrushchev, who's called a Marxist market socialist all the time, is more just a social imperialist and a social fascist. These people just want the style of Chinese fascism within society. They think it's the only way forward because everything else has failed. They're determinists. Oh no, man, that's blessed. That is. Like, what's it? It's always good to see someone get away from fascism because that shit got a hold of my life at a young age, and it was absolutely eye-opening to get away from it. It is a gradual process. They're absolutely right. I didn't really like some of the things New Frontier stood for. After 2 weeks, I ditched them because I didn't really like freedom of association. Yeah, it got into a position where it's like, okay, like, this is, like, people who are... Because I imagine a lot of these people are the types of people who will tell you, oh, we're not racist, oh, we're not this, oh, we're more accepting of things. And then as you get involved, they're like, oh, yeah, but we believe in freedom of association. And then you start seeing them working with white supremacists. And that's just going to make you feel bare uncomfortable. You know, so my gradual process of mine was that my the racist and colonialistic angles of my fascism were hit first. So I was knocked off the pedestal of the genocidal mentality when I learnt about the genocide of the of many Native American tribes and the continual genocide that still exists today. In my 10th year of secondary school, and it hit me like a brick. especially with the way that because I was someone who's very big on like European military history and on like the rules of engagement and the honorary combat and all that bullshit. And the natives not only followed all that to a T, but were more honorable than any European army had ever been in their life, any European person had ever been in their life. And then they were still slaughtered for it, even when they were waving American flags. And it hit me like a fucking brick. And then my fascism was more so broken down later on. It was just my interest in philosophy and private conversations that drew me away from third position. I just saw over time that it was a suicidal ideology built on abstractions. It sounds so dialectical. Like, absolutely. Like, I mean, when you start looking at it from like the ground basis of society, it's like it sounds rosy and sweet when they first open their mouths, but you start smelling their breath after a while, and you smell death.
But this is
It
your
really doesn't
dogmatism I
sit
was
well.
talking about, though. This is the
Right? No, it
dogmatism to
is.
be Marxist.
It
Yeah.
is. It is. Yeah, definitely.
Because
Because
I
I'm
don't
a
care. We could
Marxist.
disagree. I don't care. I get it. It's like me agreeing with a Christian. I'm not Christian, but yeah.
The whole we're not racist stuff is just for the optics, to be honest. Saying that only Europeans can only have the Faustian drive to build technology, etc., is pretty damn racist to me. It's eugenic. It's purely racist. Eugenics has been so normalized in society that they can brand it as not racist and they'll get away with it. And these same people will say JQ all the time and all this, that, and the other. Metaphysics is an abstraction, absolutely.
Yeah, be Christian. I have no problem with that. And we should, as Americans, say, hey, we should be united and kind of fight this tyrannical system, we have.
The drive
and
of unity all the time.
But not to get lost in the weeds. And we're all political nerds in a sense, or we wouldn't be online. We'd be watching Marvel movies or something right now. We'd be fucking online watching politics, talking politics. So we're all this little spurgy section of it that we'll over dissect shit and get into.
Spurgy section, that's an ableist term. That's an old one. That is Asperger's.
I didn't even.
But you
That's how
see as
out of
well.
it I am.
Yeah. Spurging out is an old one as well. It's the same as the other ableist slur I used earlier on that I shouldn't have. I can say this one because I am Asperger, but I used I won't say it.
Don't worry.
It begins with an S as well.
Don't
nonetheless,
worry. I'm also as. I give you permission as somebody with Asperger's.
With the burger ass. I have my own Asperger's. I have a collection in the cupboard. It reminds me of the South Park where he starts selling the burgers that he stores in his ass. Kyle loves fucking burgers and is selling the burgers, and he finds the secret recipe is that they spend a lot of time in Cartman's ass. Oh, it's just the way he goes to the fucking nurse. He goes, "Nurse, I have Asperger's," and he's just gonna try
She like these disagreements over it. But once again, the common person, they don't give a shit about it. They don't give a shit about it. That's why I think. But here's the truth of it all. It's only when someone steps up. Okay, so if that's.
Oh, but I did want to say something about earlier. So I will take it back a second because this next bit is something else to get into after he said everything he needs to say. But he goes on about like, oh, it wasn't for all this, we'd all be watching Marvel movies, chilling out, rah, 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 this and all that. That's an appeal to the normalcy of the aristocracy. That's an appeal to, imagine if we could just not even have to think about all this. It'd all go away. It's like, we need to make action to get back our, for the American, the nuclear family dream and all that bullshit.
Yeah, I don't want to think about politics anymore. I just want to go back to a time before we had to think about this stuff,
Back in the day when it's the same shit you see when the people that are like back in the 50s and 60s, everything was great, and it's like maybe for you, white middle class family, that's family's always been middle class. Yeah, I guarantee it was great for you, working class Africans and actually Kwame Ture very aptly said in 1992 that whilst laws have changed, conditions have worsened for the African people within the American diaspora.
Yeah. The only thing that changed was they allowed a certain sector of the African middle class to go, like, to be basically integrated within the rest of the middle class, basically.
Kind of. I mean, they
That's
still aren't properly
kind of,
integrated
yeah.
because I mean, if you look to like the history of people like Black Red Guard and other people like that, they've been terrorized in places they've lived.
Yeah. Definitely not universal, but it's, yeah.
And I mean, even the aristocratic communists have terrorized these people. Like, what's it?
Oh yeah,
Actual
like
attacks by
default.
Gonzaloists
Oh, yeah.
against not just Black Red Guard, but the people Black Red Guard helps, the organizations he's involved in. These
Yeah. You saw what
Gonzaloists want to kill him.
you saw what default said about quote unquote black nationalist, how they can't be Americans. That was
Well, do you know
ridiculous
what?
comment.
Like, we're all in agreement because the Black nationalists don't want to be American.
Yeah,
Uh,
it's like
they're not American. You didn't have to tell them that. You didn't have to tell them that before you went and rammed them into before the whole of Europe decided to start ramming them into fucking slave ships and shipping them around the world. Like, they're fucking damn well aware that
yeah.
they're African. They want them to be American. That's the thing. So African American is a very tricky term. So the term's used in a very racist manner. So people who are poor are seen for their for African racial stereotypes, and then people who are well off are seen as them being great Americans. And that's sort of how it gets utilized. I mean, it's been given a much sort of more somber tone and is constantly plurally used these days. But when it was first cooked up, it was a way of moving from the term blacks, which blacks was the term that they go into when they moved away from the N word. So they moved from the N word to blacks, and then they moved to African American. And what Kwame Ture says is African American is a colonial term used to dilute the African the culture of the African people and the diaspora of America who are not integrated in the society. Even at the end of the segregation laws, they are still segregated from just in a less aggressive fashion, and that's only arguable because the police aggressions have only worsened as the police have been greater armed and the black people have been more disarmed. Correlation we've seen that has a lot of causative action. To use the scientific principle terms of practical thesis. It scares the aristocrats when this lumpen proletariat starts talking all the fancy words, and I find it funny. At least that's what I've been told by some of these street folk. I I'm not as I'm not a scary guy, Caleb. If you still want to have a conversation, we can. uh, his first comment he ever did on my channel was so angsty that YouTube didn't even let me see it. Like I only got to see a little bit of it before YouTube automatically removed it.
Yeah, I saw that, and wait a minute. I
New
think
Africans, black people. Oh, sorry, go on.
I think somebody fell asleep. You can hear him.
Oh yeah. Let's see. He can rejoin if he wants. Nope. Don't want to like remove him. That might remove him from the thing, won't it?
Can you like mute him?
I can mute him, but I don't think he can unmute himself after I mute him. I don't know. I don't know how much power I have over him. Can't. Yeah, what's it? I should start doing this on the server with like a specifically locked room, because then if someone does fall asleep, I can right click them and just remove them from the call. I did send Lumpen-Maoist a server invite, but I think it timed out, and then I forgot to send another one because I'm very good at my job, I promise. Yeah, what's it? Probably. 1 second. Hide Discord. Open up the chat and just type Lumpen Kill has muted you, tester. Either of us find somewhat gormless dangerous is more inclined to respond faster. I don't know if you guys use gormless in America, but it just means dim-witted or slow.
Oh, he's awake.
Oh, is he? Oh,
He's awake.
I've unmuted you. I don't need to let you know that I've muted you now. That's how long we're taking. This is going to become a meme. All the Patstock people are going to be memeing me now. Because I'm not boring. I put people to sleep. Like, I'm just jesting with you. What's it? I am that slow though that I put people to sleep. That is truthful.
These are going to be like Fidel Castro speeches that go on for hours and
Oh,
hours
what, when
on
he'd
end.
hold the UN up for like 12 hours, just telling them about how they're all imperialist scum.
And everybody's just like asleep during it all. You know, Hitler also used to cause people to fall asleep when he would bring them over to the, what was it, the Berchtesgaden or whatever the fuck it was called? Bear golf? Yeah, he would just be going
He was a
ranting and raving
rambler.
all
I
the
mean,
time.
Hitler was
And
quite an intellectual chap. It's one of the things that, unfortunately, a lot of modern left people underestimate about the Nazis. They all come from quite intellectual people. I mean, interestingly, a lot of the falsehoods that people make up about Hitler about the war, it's like, no, what? Like, the problems at the start of the war were from generals. Hitler,
yeah,
actually, other than his love for ridiculously sized tanks, which actually doesn't sound all too unusual when you think of a guy who fought in World War One and saw the giant British Mark IVs storming across the fucking battlefield. Bit of logic there, but they're still ridiculous. I am not here to defend those ideas, but I will tell you now that when it came to World War Two, his generals were the ones that wanted to attack Moscow, and he wanted to take the oil fields in the Caucasus. For a nation that's running low on oil, I once wondered what do you think would be the smarter idea. And they always go on about that Hitler was the one who made the mistakes at the Eastern Front at the start of the war. No. Hitler made the mistakes in the Eastern Front post it was like late 43 or early 44, post Kursk. I mean, it delayed Kursk for the Panther, which was somewhat his command's fault because they underestimated the Soviet defenses by 30-fold. They said it was like 2,000 miles of defenses when it was actually about 20,000 miles of anti-tank defenses, mines, artillery guns, etc., etc. Like, Kursk was a nightmare for the Germans because when they thought that the Soviets had only covered a somewhat large area, a 2-kilometer area of space, they actually covered a 20-kilometer area of space. With
yeah.
mines, and the German tanks, most of them broke down before they even fucking got there, and then the rest of them were getting blown up by mines. I think within a week the Germans lost I think it was more than half of their tank corps or something like that. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, it was some ridiculous number like that. I think a lot of it has to do with like it's like, fucking it seems to go back to like things like Napoleon, where you would have like these fucking, like the nobles and the, monarchs. They're like trying to figure out, well, clearly it wasn't like this reaction from like the peasantry to like, for like the French Revolution to happen and it to spread or something like that. Oh no, no, no. It must be Napoleon, this brilliant general who can just sweep across the lands and just destroy armies. Like he's this magical figure. And obviously he must be in league with Satan.
I mean,
So that must make
then
sense.
we have a problem with Marxism sort of buying into this shit as well, with Marx's like fantasization of this progressive and regressive Kaiserism. I understand that Marx isn't exactly saying that, but by Marx saying that, oh yeah, this is progressive, this is regressive Kaiserism, you've got people like Caleb turning around and trying to promote Kaiserism of old because Marx called it progressive. Marx said it was progressive for its time, and even I would argue against that to a degree because I say what stops any of these native societies from developing these ideas? It wasn't. So I mean, there were plenty of native temples constructed in America when we came over to the Americas, and not all of them were dominated by empires. If you look in the north of America, actually, a lot of these buildings were still held by early stage societies. So warrior class, foraging class, and mothering class. That's typically where you get your 3 to 5 genders from because it's weird. So when it splits off, I can't remember what the other editions are, but there's like oh yeah, sorry. So no, sorry. It's warrior class, mother class, and chieftain. That's typically how it breaks up. And warrior class is interchangeable with forager, but some have forager and warriors as separate delineations. And then you also have another one that I can't remember that's folded into the mothering side. And this is sort of where gender originates from. Gender originates from these class distinctions that existed. Um, and people did interchange from these willy nilly, and people also altercated the way in which they appeared, like what you could back in those days. We're talking 20,000 sort of years ago with a lot of this stuff, but even still, some of it's only 2,000 years ago, some of it's only 600 years ago. Nonetheless, with a lot of it, it's before we had the capacities we do now for gender realignment on the sexual biological side of things. But nonetheless, they still did what they could with their image and how they presented themselves for their era to embrace the way that they were. It was normal things to do. These weren't things that were unusual. This is just a process of how people express themselves because an importance on masculinity or femininity was not present in tribal societies and doesn't need to be present in our societies. But class and its distinctive necessities brought in identitarian bases. Not identitarian. Identity, social identity, it became a part of what am I trying to say? There was a superstructural development based off the base of class that instituted a social identity surrounding gender, and that became a normalization within our society tens of thousands of years ago.
Shit and get into like these disagreements over it. But once again, the common person, they don't give a shit about it. They don't give a shit about it. And that's where I think. But here's
the CT stand for what's it?
Cultural thug, I think.
The truth of it all.
This just got turned off in half of America.
It's only when someone steps up. Okay, so if that someone's from a third position mentality or for ML mentality, whatever, as soon as something real comes, everyone will be attracted to it, just like a Trump and a Bernie.
Napoleon was a shit. He did find success though using nationalism as he did. He was successful politically for reasons. I wonder if the division of labor around foraging was the reason women came to see 3 shades of red more than men, or was it the other way around? I feel actually the oppression of women came from what's it? It actually came from the beginnings of slavery. They started destroying other tribes to increase birth rates. There's actually arguments that the falling birth rates thing was a fallacy, but I'd argue even if it is, they'd still be doing it to increase birth rates to basically create a bigger population so that they can encompass a larger space. Essentially, principles of colonialism on a micro scale. Like you see sort of protonic colonialism sprout up across the development of capitalism. Well, sorry, good. Capital society, class society. I said capitalism then. Across the development of capital society, class society.
Right? Even though they were both fake, it attracted a lot of real people because they thought it was really something new and different and, you know, counter system. So I firmly believe when something real comes around, if something real before us comes around, I would support. That's all I want in my life is to support something like that. It just never comes around. So I was like, shit, I got to try it myself now.
Yeah, but you guys might actually have some more of a consistent ideology on your end than we do on our end. Primarily, right now, we're just fighting.
What? That was the
What?
Marxist-Leninist speaking. For those who might not.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
He just said that the fascists have a more consistent ideology than Marxism. Even with the
Jesus Christ.
delineations, how could you say it's not consistent? Marxism, Leninism, Maoism is consistent with the principles of Marxism set before it. More consistent than the rest. Way more consistent to the original principles of communism than Marxism has shown itself to be, because humanism has infected Marxism. Even the Christians have the same criticism, and I have to say they're right.
Other really Marxist Leninists and other left comms, anarchists. I mean, the list goes on and on. These ultras. I mean, we have more of a problem trying to rectify that than we do in any kind of, you know, right left dichotomy at this point.
Our only like third position, it was such a small thing too. But you gotta understand, you know, quote unquote communists, whatever the fuck that means, from the blue hairs to actual people like you. Is a large base of people. With us, the only fight in third position is it racist? Is it not racist? There's a racist section of it, and there's a not racist section of it, and let me not.
Okay, so we had Broski. What's it? Who was actually who actually was involved with the third position. And so you always find that those people will tell you it straight. They'll tell you it straight when they've left the third position as to what's going on. I was a third positionist in my youth, and I tell you now, what's it? There is no racists. Like, I mean, like, there are people who don't hold racism as an important principle, maybe, but they're still racist. Like, they'll tell you, oh, that's not important, but then they'll turn around and side with the racists. They'll talk about the Jewish question and other crap like that. Like, it's all just a front, because they know that they can't sell their shit if they turn around and start blasting the N word or using the K word and stuff like that, you know?
Yeah, it's all about optics, honestly.
Yeah, it's an optics game, because it's like, I mean, how non-racist can you be? And I mean, LaRouche seems to be on the tip too. The fake nuclear family of the 50s, am I right? Didn't the last video have a LaRouchian? Yeah, the last video did have a LaRouchian. So the LaRouche types are really fucking stuck in a Reaganite mentality. I mean, LaRouche himself was actually an advisor to Reagan and came up with the Star Wars program. Just not the name. The name was all Reagan, but the program itself was devised by LaRouche. And yeah, LaRouche is a very good example of red-brown bullshit. I mean, LaRouche actually used the word British as a way to change the optics on his anti-Semitism. He called the Jews the British all the time, and said the British are controlling the banks, and the British are the British international bankers are the ones controlling American society. Rah this, rah that, and it's why Caleb always goes on about him. And ever since I've been pointing out that Caleb's always going on about him, Caleb has been changing up the gear and sort of trying to break it up in what he's saying and go, the Wall Street and the London what was it, the London Center of
London Stock
Finance.
Exchange.
What was that? Sorry.
London Stock Exchange.
That's it. The London Stock Exchange. Around this, right? That like he's breaking it. To be fair as well, it's probably because it was for the big camera for his big CPI propaganda video of them walking in with the fucking flags, with the Soviet anthem, and then when they grab hands, they play the U.S. anthem. America has communist songs. This is such an insult. The America has communist songs. Oh wait, no, it's the International. Sorry, not the Soviet anthem. I mean, why aren't they playing the International in English either? It really bugs me that does. Like, like the song was written in French, yes, but it was written and translated when it was written. Like they translated it literally when it was written and gave it out to different parts of the world. Like it was supposed to be this language that respected everyone. Like we've wrote it in all these different languages. You can find it in Aramaic, you can find it in Greek, you can find it in Slavic, you can find it in English, you can find it in French, you can find it in fucking Portuguese, Spanish, Catalonian. It's in every language that they thought of. I mean, there's going to be languages that isn't written on, but the Chinese have put it into Chinese, the Koreans have put it into Korean, etc., 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 etc. I mean, if there's a language it probably isn't in, it might be something like Siberian because they've been heavily neglected, and that's an issue to talk about. Like, because I mean, fuck me trying to get these bigots to think of and talk about these issues. Nightmare. I wanted. Oh no, that was the thing I already read and I responded to. Okay.
Not even use their terms. There's like a white, nationalist American aspect of third position, and then there's a cultural nationalist American view of third position, and that.
What's the difference in the American aspect? Cultural nationalists, what Anglo-Saxon culture. So this actually really shows with what the Untried Path was saying. That they're repackaging this shit by basically saying that culture is the derivative for this situation, so they're tying it to being of European culture, and that's the only way that you can take the Fastian position. So that is interesting. I still feel really bad for the way I got confused, thinking that this was CT's channel, not the other Carl's channel. That was an oof moment. The worst thing is I think I was told that was what it was when I was first shown it, and I just had a complete gimp moment. Is gimp an allowed word? I hope I've not insulted someone. Moronic situation. There we go. That's a better word. I don't know whether that one has any problematic implications, but I know I don't know anything about gimp as a word, so I end up finding out that in America it means something it doesn't mean here. That's horrible because America always manages to make things worse.
That's our only fight because we're such a small.
It is just England, but big at times. Like that's what it feels like. They manage to fuck up just as much as we do, but you've stretched out over a wider period of space and
hyping it up. It's like the Japanese who claim that they were more Chinese than the Chinese, or something like that. Some weird aspects like that.
I mean,
the Japanese nationalists.
We feed into each other. I mean, China settler over into Japan, and then the Japanese cult. So the culture that was then developed in Japan after they settled in there actually had a lot of influences onto mainland China again. Then the Chinese empire oppressed Japan again, and then when the Japanese empire rose up, it oppressed China, and then China freed itself and was inspiring revolution in Japan during the Cold War. And now China is committing back to empire. It's starting to take inspiration from the Japanese empire. It just keeps flipping and flopping and flipping and flopping, and you're just gonna see that between Britain and America until it fucking ends. Both of them, they're both pseudo fucking nations. What's it? I mean, it's like, the way I say it is that if there's no American people, there's definitely no British people either. There's English people, Cymric people, Cornish people, Scottish people, Irish people. USA is like England squared, or to the nth power is like a mutant outgrowth. I always made the joke that we tried to drown it in the bath and we failed, and we like they always remembered it, and they turned into that like really psychopathic kid that parents tried to turn on them, and they always remember it, and they're taking it out on everyone else because they, rather than trying to turn against the path of their parents, they became the killer that the parents going from. It's like the Chainsaw Massacre. They got the family that the chainsaw guys are part of. It's like that. Like that. We're like the family of Chainsaw Massacre guy. I can't even remember his name. Leatherface. Leatherface's family. British imperialism bottom text.
Little circle, anyways. So, no one's really going to see that.
I could even stomach "The Land Is Your Land," even with my issues with it. They do the Star Spangled Banner, a violent and glory song. I wonder if the division. I mean, there's actual like American country folk songs that are critical of the native genocide that they could have chosen as well. I mean, like there's plenty of them around there. But they wanted to literally just go and choose the Star Spangled Banner, a pub song that glorified imperialism. So what it was, an English pub song.
Fight you guys, yeah, it's all over Twitter, it's all over different media outlets, Young Turks to Jimmy Dore, all this stuff, but it's good though. You guys need this because you need to take on these liberals, and even though there's unwashed liberalism with all the tankies as well, even if that exists, at least they're trying to.
It's 90% of it. That's what I'm saying. Is that
Yeah.
it's so heavily infiltrated by liberalism in all its forms, and us actual tankies, Marxist Leninists, even most of the people who call themselves Marxist Leninists are not.
No, I 100% agree. Yeah.
What brought me back into it, I was gone from it for the last 15 years basically, is to try to my my dogmatic hangups. What they tell me is to look for material reality. They tell me to look for material conditions. The material conditions seem right. There's a lot of people on all these platforms. There are all these guys like Haas and Infrared and Hinkle and Coffin.
Well, that's right. Well, see that.
Yeah, it's a drinking song from England that was turned into a song about power and control by the Americans. It's because what's it? One interesting sort of tale that even Caleb uses the Hokie, the revolutionaries that decided that they would do democracy in the end. They were going to put George Washington as the king, which if you hear some of the conversations they had, according to Caleb, was part of crude humor. Caleb doesn't even mention about them being a king, but he mentions that they crudely humored George for not being able to have kids and for not going through puberty and being squeaky and all that. I don't know. But they wanted to make him king at one point. There was a lot of factions that were willing to even fight for this. But they eventually decided to agree with democracy, and then these pissheads who apparently like to go to the pub all the time, it makes sense that they'd know this English pub song because I mean George Washington, for example, was a general in the English army, fought in India. But, great Americans. One of, or the Constitutional Congress wanted Washington to be king. One third. Yeah, sorry. 1/3 of the Constitutional Congress wanted Washington to be a king. It sounds like a lot, but the Constitutional Congress, this is how Democrat America goes. The Constitutional Congress was quite small. America's idea of democracy was mirror for mirror the British idea of the Lord and Commons situation. I mean, actually, you can see the same three-tier government that we use in America, where you have the two houses of government, and then you have the one house of leadership that organizes the two other houses of government. So the presidency, the Senate, and the House. We have the House of Commons, the House of Lords, and the throne of the Queen, which is an extension of the House of Lords, just like how the house, the president's position, the White House, is an extension of the Senate, and that's why the Senate take the role of having to cuck the White House if it gets too nifty. 5% of the population were the only people who could vote in the first election. Land of the free, home of the decay.
That's where I met you, Chris, is because when Infrared first started out as a channel before they started doing streams, that's where you came from. Because when I set up the interview between Haas and Ewoks Unhinged, that's where I first saw you, was from the chat.
Yeah, that's I think where I first saw Haas or met Haas, was that I'd watched Infrared stuff, but I didn't really understand who they were. They were just producing long form
you were
videos.
like you and Jennifer Eising were like the OG followers of that channel. So you two were there since the very beginning almost. And
so is Infrared a group and not Haas himself? I thought Haas was Infrared.
It's about 10 guys. I've met a few of them. Just chatting in Discord, but it's mainly Haas, I think. And it's a very interesting project. It's very, very eclectic. I think Haas is
Haas is still scientifically trying to find where the third hole is.
Very advanced in terms of philosophy. From what I understand, he basically, sat in his room for the last couple of years and just read everything and did a lot of writing. So he's kind of out of left field, and he just brings a lot.
He just said that Haas has done all the reading and the writing.
Yeah, spent all time in the room searching for those holes.
He's been reading the anatomy books, finding out the treasure. The treasure. Where is the treasure?
Yeah, he was reading all kinds of books, like Mein Kampf and Julius Evola, and all the great Marxists.
Time to do like the Illuminati 2012 memes. Evola sounds like vulva.
A passion and a lot of energy. That's why I like it.
Oh, sorry.
I didn't say anything.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, I get why, because that's rare in your guys' scene. I mean,
and he's a showman. I'm not gonna fucking do that. I'm not. Nobody thinks I'm interesting.
Mm.
Well, yeah, like most Marxist content creators are just flat and boring. I mean, come on, does Hakeem really?
I'm not boring. I just take long to get to the point.
Really excite anyone?
Yeah, well, right now we're turfing or beefing with Hakeem and Luna Oi, and I'm telling you, these ultras.
Oh, so it was around this time when we were seeing all the racism against Luna Oi from these fucking Maupinites. Does anyone remember that? Where they were...
Yeah, and their hardcore sexism and...
They turn around and tell her that she doesn't understand English when she speaks better English than I do.
And they should talk to Hakeem. What was going on?
Oh, sorry, what was you saying?
I was saying the shit talking towards Hakeem also from Maupinites.
Oh yeah, what's it? Not as bad as what Vosh did, where Vosh laughed at his house getting bombed. Not joking. Actually, look back up the situation. He laughed at the fact that Hakeem's house was bombed and he was.
Well, I believe Caleb was accusing Hakeem of being a cheerleader for imperialism or something like that.
Yes, that's what I was about to get to. So Hakeem is getting accused by Caleb of cheerleading imperialism when Hakeem. I mean, if anything, Hakeem's problem is that he's not hard enough on Chinese imperialism, but he doesn't support it either. He's kind of guy too haps onto this Eastern Western narrative and doesn't see it from the perspective of Well, I didn't think he saw it from the perspective of them being so problematic on the East, but recently his criticisms say differently, so I won't say too much onto that regard because I wouldn't want to disrespect Hakeem wrongly. But because I got a lot of respect for Hakeem, like I don't care that we disagree. I don't see it as me hating him because he's not a Dengist and he hates Dengism, like rightfully so. I just think that he's softer in his grounds, and to be honest, I think a lot of the issue ends up coming to the fact that white people in the first world won't take his criticisms in respect. They're all gonna rod up their ass. So like, what's it? I the racism against Hakim is ridiculous. To call him a roader for imperialism is hilarious. The guy criticizes the West all the fucking time. All the fucking time. It's most of his content.
Fuck in the debate with me and Default. I had one commenter literally said, "Where have you been over the last few years criticizing NATO?" And I almost flipped the fuck out on this guy. I was like, "Motherfucker, you
Before
don't
you
even
go,
know
because
who I am."
Aiden's going to bed, so I will say good night to Aiden while he goes, and then you can go on. So, red salute
See
and
ya.
good night, Aiden. I'll catch you later. Respect.
Good night, Aiden.
I keep
But yeah,
saying
I went
Aiden.
off
It's
on this.
Adan. I can't pronounce things properly for the life of me.
Yeah. But yeah, I went on a rant. Like that was just like some guy on the internet just shit talking me who doesn't know who I am, and like I mean, I had to go on a military base when my brother was graduating from it, Fort Jackson of all places, named after a fucking war criminal.
I wasn't putting my fist
And
up to you saying Jackson. I was just waving goodbye to Aiden. I don't get it sus.
No, but no, and I literally went there and I spent pretty much the whole time basically calling pretty much everybody there a bunch of baby killers. Like, I mean, I don't need to tout my rep. I've pretty much been talking about this shit for years now. Ever since I learned about what drone strikes do, killing innocent people, I was under the impression that innocent people weren't killed by the United States government until I learned about drones. That's how much propaganda there was.
Obama woke a lot of people up in the way that Obama didn't want to wake people up. Like, you're onto something there, because I mean, we didn't hear about all this shit in the same way when it was just the army. Because I mean, I was very much in support of it. It was, when I was growing up, the whole patriotism move really hit a lot of people. I mean, it's actually what spurred my mentality around imperialism with the British Empire, because obviously, I mean, we got the history with Thatcher and other stuff like that, where I know our wording never went away entirely. Like, neo-colonialism was accepted with us still following a process of our old colonial nomenclature, because we don't. There's so much um so much love for it for a lot of people in this society. Like, there's so much of this, like, nostalgia. That's the word, nostalgia, for imperialism. And so, until I ended up starting learning more about what's going on in the Middle East around 2014, 2015, I wasn't. Actually, no, it might have been a bit later than that, actually. It might have been 2015, 2016. It was around the time I was heading into tertiary school. Nonetheless, yeah, 2014, 2015, it would be around that time. Secondary school's about 4 years of time, so about, yeah. So, what's it? I learned about what was going on in Syria and Afghanistan and Iraq for real, and what Obama was doing and what that led to, and the problems there, as it all started to come out and be more in the face than the truth. And it knocked me off my pedestal of being able to support those wars. It was no longer a war against this, like, evil terrorist force. It was this war against civilians at this point. More civilians are killed by drone strikes than combatants. And then when I learn about Israel and what they're doing and how they literally just bomb tower blocks full of families. Literally. Bomb tower blocks full of families. And they'll give them 5 minutes to evacuate the building on the phone. So that they literally put the people in a position where it's like, okay, try and evacuate, you ain't got enough time. And the people on the phone, that the IDF are telling that they got 5 minutes to evacuate before they're all fucked. I mean, I think it's a little longer than 5 minutes, but it's basically in a time period where it's not enough time for you to escape. It's less than an hour. All the response that they can really give on the phone is there's no point. We can't even get out in that time. We'll be martyrs to the struggle. That's the way they end up seeing it at that point, and they get blown up. And I mean, that's that. Learning that really knocks you off your fucking fascist pedestal. You're right on.
Whew. All right, I'm back. Sorry, I was just getting out of work.
Those stress.
Freedom.
To be fair, with what you'd said, you'd sparked like a good point anyway of something that me and you sort of connect on anyway. Actually, me, you, and Lumpen Skinhead all have a connection into this, and that's having that fascist past. My lisp is doing me no good. Fascist past.
Yeah. Yeah, my upbringing. Yeah, because it was when the American, is it the term sheikh? Is that the term for a Muslim religious leader? Sheikh? Let's go with
Sheikh.
that.
I think that's for certain
Sheikh?
types. That might be for certain schools. What's it? That's not what I remember hearing. Where's Better Boy? He'd know the answer to this because he knows more about these things than I do.
But he was,
or Maxwell because he might know the answer to this too. He's really good with cultural stuff.
yeah. Well, he was a Muslim religious leader who was an American citizen who went over to Yemen, and he got drone strike. He got killed in Yemen.
Well, I mean,
Just for no other reason than he was just,
they drone strike
criticizing
the school
America.
bus as well.
Yeah. And then a few months later, because I remember that was a big deal, killing an American civilian. That was like, I think the first time that had happened with a drone. A few months later, his son got killed. And that shook me to my core. Because I was like, no. This isn't what's supposed to happen. You're not supposed to kill innocent people, especially an American citizen. But that was the big one that shook me out, like, because I had tepid support for Obama prior to that. What do I mean by tepid? I mean, he wasn't great, but whatever. Good enough, I guess.
What's it? Jack asks if I've seen what happened at the Oscars. I haven't. I don't watch the Oscars. What happened? Does anyone know?
Oscars. Snap. Do they still do that? No, I didn't watch the
That's the
Oscars.
best answers I've heard. Did they still do that? No, I didn't see what happened. Did someone shit themselves? Because it's always the funniest thing. It's fun when people shit themselves. Unless they have a problem, then it's not fun. Then you should help them. But if they're an outright healthy person and they shit themselves, it is outright funny. Well, humiliation is kind of not cool. I feel kind of bad now. It's probably not funny to laugh at people shitting themselves. Fuck. But then again, it is kind of funny. Stuck in a catch-22. Will Smith physically attacked the host for making a joke about his wife's hair. Well, I mean, right on. Like, that's some racist shit. Chris Rock, more like absolute cock. He fucking cocked up there. That's some racist shit. Like, what's it? Oh, God bless Will Smith. Or as they say on the YouTubes, Papa bless. I'm now to be hip and cool, I promise. Oh, yes, I forgot to say thank you to the compliment that Aiden gave. Shit.
Mhm.
He complimented me, and I got too caught up with trying to say goodbye because I didn't want to leave Gangeros held up between what he was saying for too long. Bugger. Micromanaging all these things is quite difficult. I mean, there's still like conversations that people have wanted to have with me that I just haven't had because I've either forgot that I was gonna have them, or I've been like micromanaging so many other bits and pieces that I'm taking large chunk and periods of time to also relax and dissociate from things because of chronic fatigue. Oh, and the fact I still haven't gone to the hospital yet. Trademark. That should be like my new channel description. I still haven't gone to the hospital yet, and I should just eventually update it when I actually get my shit sorted. Progress.
You know, it's like we're going through the life. I call it the life of Lenin. We used to call it. My dad and me back in the '90s coined this term, the life of Lenin. It means, you know, Lenin basically went through his entire life just rap battling with all these different kinds of leftists, you
Right.
know, and they faced these guys, he faced those guys, and it just kept going and snowballing. And that's what's happening here, you know, and it's just left to be seen whether or not the Marxist Leninist tendency can survive this assault and come out at number one, you know.
Yeah, I mean it's all about, at least in my humble opinion, it's all about eradicating liberalism. Like if you have liberalism in your tenets still, in your core beliefs or what you're supporting, you're always going to be victim to this thing. And that's I still haven't seen anything from the red side of like completely abandoning, like even Caleb. I like they got into a whole thing, a fight, or they got a lot of heat because they had the audacity to call themselves American patriots, right? A certain group of
They're mentioning us. Hey, they're mentioning us. We're the people who blasted them for the American Patriot stuff. Hello. Uh,
I'm go-
want a kiss?
I'm also gonna I'm gonna steal the Lenin rap battle thing. I think that's pretty funny.
Oh, I have
Lenin
like
rap battle.
I have one Lenin thing. What's it? Um, you guys, I'll have to like just send it in the chat because what's it? It won't show it for you when I drop it into OBS. But if I just hide Discord so I can put it in the chat first, because it's only a short little funny thing. Upload file, multimedia, saved videos. Actually, wait, I know what I can do. Where it will be shown. Yeah, easily. I don't even have to. Actually, I can just drag it in anyway. Well, there you guys go. It's about 2 seconds or 3 seconds long. It's great. And here it is for the stream. Enjoy. Die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die! Die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die! It's beautiful, I know. You can thank me later. Burn, motherfucker, burn. I didn't get to hear it because of the way it is on the stream, so I'm going to watch it myself. So the stream will hear it, but not see it when it loads. It's going to take a while. I should have just played it on the Discord. Die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die! Die, motherfucker, die, motherfucker, die! Oh, it's brilliant. And, you know, for all forms of angsty occasions.
indigenous people's right to like racial balkanization, essentially. So it's like, what's different from you and the white nationalists then? If you say like, hey, brown people don't need to be around white people and they have the authority to create their own land, and you support that, it's like it's a contradiction. It's a contradiction in what you're saying.
You see, it is actually getting to quite an interesting point because what Caleb is instituting is he's doing the white nationalist thing where they're like, okay, well, if they want some, they can have these set lands that will agree with them on a treaty. They can balkanize, but only the lands that which are quote theirs end quote. Now, how do you dictate that? How do you dictate where white land starts and native land starts? Because if I remember rightly, English land stops in England. I don't remember English land stopping in the middle of Arizona. but apparently it does. Apparently it goes all the way into places that are more Spanish than they are English in regards to the settler population that are there. But that gets even more confusing. You start overthinking it even more, and you start to realize how much of a stupid idea it is to think that white land ends in land that is not European, and that white land even is the thing, that whiteness is a true thing that exists, and even though it's a made up idea by the British from the 1500s or 1400s, sorry. No, actually, I think Spanish was the 1400s, British were the 1500s. Such a back and forth fucking douchebag I can be.
Saying, how can you be a national patriot, but at the same time you say, well, no.
Douche actually I think means tampon in France, or it's tampon bag. I can't remember. Quote me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. So I just call myself a tampon bag.
If these races don't want to be around us, they can have their own pockets of land in this.
Or it means shower. I can't remember. Maybe it means shower. Either way, I'll do shit.
I mean, that's what the white nationalists want at the end of the day.
Caleb is referring specifically to a series of political alliances that have occurred historically through Marxist-Leninism. And they're talking about like the Fred Hampton guys, you know, the Panthers. They're talking about different aspects of movements within. You could say that they were involved in black nationalism or indigenous rights or something like that, indigenous autonomy, but they also had a link to Marxist-Leninism. Either they explicitly said that they were or implicitly, and that's something that's just part of, you know, the Marxist-Leninist tradition, at least in the United States, for the last 50 years. I kind of come from a more old school perspective. You know, I really see the death of Marxist-Leninism in the United States to be around 1950. That's when a bunch of things happened, and basically all the real Marxist-Leninists were purged out. When I look at organizations like the Panthers or some of these other newer organizations, I can express support for that. You know, I do think that Fred Hampton was a Marxist-Leninist, but I do think that there's also kind of something missing, and there is a little bit of a weird overlap. I mean, we have the national question. That's our Bible when it comes to how to work these things, and it does include some level of national cultural autonomy for these groups. But it's weird because I think most Marxist-Leninists, the newer style, they want all this land back and all this nonsense. They always talk about decolonialization. That's the kind of stuff that I think has been totally infiltrated by, you know, American hegemony, by American intelligence. And it's just like they have to start every sentence with something about that. Every pitch has to do with that, and then they completely forget anything about universal economics or anything like that. So yeah, I don't like it personally. I would start it in a different order, but I do express solidarity with certain elements of those groups. And I say, hey, in the national question, we basically are told that pre-dictatorship of the proletariat, there's really all the nations we see, including the structure of the United States, is a bourgeois nation. It's like we're looking at it through beer glasses or something like that. We can't quite see what the who is who and what is what. After the dictatorship of the proletariat is established, that's when we can legitimately see who is a nation, who has some right to.
That's incorrect. What? Lenin was very adamant about the different nations of the Soviet Union long before the Soviet Union existed, long before the dictatorship of the proletariat was properly established. Actually, arguably, the Soviet Union did not fully implement it because of the presence of the massive political power in which the petty bourgeoisie and labor aristocracy held within society, which I must add are not proletarians. Like, you know, how can you turn around and say that nationhood is defined by and invisible through dictatorship of the proletariat? Is that their excuse for why the Han dominance that's reappeared in China doesn't care for the different nations of China as much as Mao's China did, and is therefore eroding over the different cultures and committing cultural genocide, to be use the actual specific terminology as defined by the genocide act. I can't remember what the name of the genocide act is, but the one that was written by the Polish guy at the end of World War II. What's it? I think it was a bloke. I can't remember, but it was. He wanted it to be the first clause of the document, but it ended up being a bit further down. I mean, I think it's been changed in the modern context, but originally it was shifted about so that it could attract people like Australia and Canada and other people to sign it. Which Australia was the first country to sign the anti-genocide clause of the UN. They agreed to it first.
Well,
Interestingly, that they were committing genocide while they agreed to it, and for years after, they're still doing it today, technically speaking. I mean, they still oppress tribal groups. They're still killed and not reported on their deaths and their murders. There's still people that, regardless of the change in laws, only see them as flora and fauna still. Which is the polite way of saying they saw them as animals. When they say flora and fauna, that's just them trying to dovey up the fact that they just saw them as animals. That's what flora and fauna means. Flora and animals. Or creatures. And what's it? The constant process is to force those who stick to their tribal culture into the outback. It's a constant process of the constructionism in Australia and the settlerism there. You don't need the class. You don't need. I mean, here's a question here. Does anyone here really think that you need dictatorship of the proletariat to understand the difference between the Australasian natives and the Australasian settlers in Australia and New Zealand? Because New Zealand's Australasian as well. Because Australasia means the Southern Asia or the other Asia. I think I can't remember exactly, but Australia was seen as a part of Asia, and so was New Zealand originally. Yeah. Does anyone really think that Native Americans need a proletarian dictatorship to know the difference between them and their settlers? Like, what? And what do they mean that we need that to be able to sort that out? Like, are they gonna like? Is this like some Hitlerite shit where they want to do the fucking blood purity level shit where everyone's being fucking leveled on their breed abilities and how legally able they are to have a kid and how many kids and etc. like that. China is already strict on one kid, and they're very, very sexist as well in how they like, in how they want kids. They want female kids are put into care a lot and are disowned a lot. And everyone could go, oh yeah, but the cities they're getting too overpopulated. Well, why were they not building even development model? If they're a socialist country, they would have built the same amount of cities everywhere else, or would have stuck to a town model, or would have developed a platform that's suitable for ensuring that their population is sustainable, rather than leaving the west of China mostly underdeveloped and central of China mostly underdeveloped, and centering themselves on the the eastern portion of China, north and south, especially the coastal regions, but even inland, in the east, a lot of it's built up. I mean, there is some countryside land in massive portions there, because we got to remember China is a fucking huge country. I do understand that fucking problematic issue, but the you know. If you're not developing your country on an even basis model, you're going to get an overconcentration of population. We've seen this with every empire and every capitalist nation that's ever risen up and developed itself. When you overdevelop these regions and undevelop others, it creates an overconcentration of population. I mean, there's a reason why you see big support for the capitalists that electrified nations, because people like Roosevelt and can't even remember the British guy that did it, but nonetheless, people like Roosevelt repped as well for his electrification of the country and for his development of smaller cities into larger industrial cities, spread of concentrated development. There's still concentrated development, mind you, but it's a spread of it. So it's incorporating more in society to profit more of society and develop a capitalist industry. With socialism, even development is absolutely paramount. Stalin and Lenin both say this. That even development is a core feature of socialism. Without even development, you are not doing socialism. You are either in the capitalist preliminary phase and you're trying to kick socialism off, or you are actually capitalist. And billionaires and imperial outlets across the world really show that it is the latter, not the former. So I mean, the support for what I could happily call fascist China by these fuckers is mental to me. It's undialectical. The way in which that they managed to repackage Eastern imperialism as something anti-imperialist just because it's opposed to Western imperialists is the exact same thing that you hear Kotskites saying during the war.
Yeah. But apparently there's no private property in China because the state has supremacy over everything, according to Caleb.
That's
So
every
apparently
society.
it's the U.S. government. I mean, look at the clause in the U.S. Constitution. So I guess the U.S. is socialist because we have what do you call it? The U.S. government. Oh, I can't even
Can
remember the name.
seize your
Public.
assets.
Yeah,
It can
seizes. Yeah,
fucking
I don't know the.
it can completely destroy your business. It can, I don't know, like one of the most powerful billionaires gets arrested and done for his pedo sex trafficking industry. Like if
And then literally executed by the U.S. government.
yeah. So like, Caleb, what is the difference? This is the same as something China would do with any of its capitalists that step out of line. Saying China is more strict on it just makes it sound more like China's fascist. It doesn't make it sound like it's fucking communist. They still allow billionaires to exist. They still allow them in the party. They still allow them to make decisions and choices. Actually, the leader of the fucking country, Xi Jinping, is a billionaire landlord, and his son is an energy baron. Can't even make this shit up. Mixed all the squashes into one. Only English people will understand. Don't know if you Americans get cordial, but cordial or squash is just the shit you add into water. Because I thought you guys would have it, but most people I've spoken to are American. I have no idea what I'm on about. But it's like this syrupy, sugary water. It's about the same texture as water, but syrupy, sugary water stuff. You stick at the bottom of your cup. Stick a bit of water in it. Any English person hearing me explain this is going to think it's bonkers that I'm explaining to someone how squash works. But every time I've engaged with an American on it, they haven't had it, and I'm like, how have they not had it? Like, is this not like a normal thing? You guys too used to fucking drinking your Kool-Aid, soda pops. You're a Gatorade.
I've heard of it. I just don't think I've really used it. Not that popular.
Like the one American who's heard of it. I saw it once on an infomercial.
Well, I'm an American. I'm an American with a brain, so that's the difference.
Oh,
Actually, knew it. All five of us.
It's not the fault of the American labor aristocracy that they're a bit dumbfounded. The books that they study are also stupid. They have a brain, they're just not using it well.
Yes.
That's the way I always spin it on the head, because it's the whole European stereotype that we do that's also from the coast that they do about the South, or they're like the South is stupid. I'm like, you know who's really stupid in America? It's the coastal aristocracy. The intellectual one, to be specific, the intelligentsia, like the college lot, because like they know a lot, but they're morons about it, or at least the positions they take are moronic enough that it doesn't matter how smart they are. Like, I mean, Caleb's a good example of someone who's smart but comes across like an utter complete plonk. Like, at least from my opinion, I don't know what you guys think, but I think he comes across like a complete utter plonk. It surprises me people even like him sometimes.
Comes off as socially awkward as hell.
That's not a problem with me. It's just it's his ideas are a bit wacky.
I think that's one of the appeals, though, to him is how socially awkward he can be sometimes.
Aristocracy and their love of sociopathy. Never gets old. Oh, onward.
To land and all that stuff. So to me, it's like
we have gained a good bit of efficiency with this, though. We're not that bad. I mean, at most 10-15 minutes between plays rather than 2 or 3 hours.
I always tell Marxist Leninists we have to be honest about that process. It seems impossible to me that we could do this type of land reform before there is an actual revolutionary period,
Mm-hmm.
And they're always trying to sell it politically.
No, what we're pushing is that it's a part of the revolutionary period. Like that's the struggle. Like it's not about doing a reform within the bourgeois system. These people have such a black and white idea of how processes function, or do these people actually really think that the dictatorship of the proletariat just means electing the CPI into government or the CPUSA into government? Because it's so, God, that's even worse than Gus Hall. Even Gus Hall wasn't that fucking bad. Gus Hall's terrible. It was pretty telling.
Socialism.
Oh, sorry, go on.
Socialism is when you elect pink-tide governments in Latin America. No, seriously, that's literally what these people think.
Oh, socialism now. Socialism now. Socialism now. What do we? Who are we? City builders.
And piggyback onto the sock dems and all the other left noms and whoever anarchists even who want to they seem to want to do this before the revolution, and that's always the problem that I've had, because I don't think it's possible to do it before.
No, we want to do it part of the process. You plonk.
Or the revolution.
You gotta have power to change the culture, dude. Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's meaningless, right? To say we're gonna give this land back to these indigenous people. What do you mean, under the United States, like under this form of government right now?
No one has been preaching that.
It's
that's what's confusing about it to me, and to see someone like Caleb keep walking this stuff back. It's like, well, no, because you can't just magically give people chunks of land. You're going to create animosity even with that, right? So, yeah, it's just kind of weird. It's like the whole horseshoe theory. It's like even white nationalists, they have many different theories about how their reality can come apart. One of them is racial balkanization of the country. And so to me, it sounds like literally the same thing. I don't think most non-white people will want that. They want to be like, oh, we want to get away from white people forever and all this and be in our, I don't think most of them will. But to even placate that idea, I don't know, kind of feeds into that more dividing of, and this victimhood mentality, which is the sickest as far as I'm concerned.
Victimhood mentality. I'm talking about the genocide of fucking millions, you twat.
And we have to be careful with this kind of like the framing here. So basically, somebody like who was I can't remember his name at the moment, but the guy who was leader of the Silver Shirts, he advocated something like racial separatism, something similar to this. But he wasn't doing this from like a from like a Marxist perspective or anything like that. He was doing it from this weird kind of mystical, quasi spiritualist kind of fascist Hitler worshipping thing where he thought, we can create a white nation and just push the blacks to somewhere else and all the rest of them to a little plot of land somewhere and just pretend they don't exist or something like that. And if they try to get out of line, we'll just suppress them.
Well, yeah, I mean,
it's not
they're going off the idea of conquerors of conquered, so, you know, it's over. Stop talking about it, like, sort of thing.
basically, yeah.
Like, I actually, like, that was one of the things that made me really sick when we started going against the social patriots. Like, you know, I kept getting like loads of like it's over, like slavery has been done with, colonialism of America has been done with, it's over, it's over, it's over, we've won, they're basically nearly dead. Even some of the closest people to Caleb were doing it. I think even Dust James did it to Jason in a conversation on Twitter.
Yeah, Dust James has been saying a lot of funny stuff lately. But yeah, it's
I
ridiculous.
don't
Like
know, I'm
the
banned
idea
off
that
Twitter. I made a new account and it got banned in 30 seconds after being on Twitter.
CIA is fast.
Don't know who the fuck I pissed off. It's unfortunate because having a fresh account, I'd have been able to message Caleb again because I wouldn't be blocked. Getting my hopes up, having another interaction with him would be great. Because he doesn't
Hey,
respond
my
when I
charger's
comment on his YouTube channel.
my charger's fucking up again. I have to hang up for a little bit.
No worries. You can always rejoin whenever you like.
Yeah, well, man, let me
I'm
see if
quite
this phone
awake,
charges
so
back
I'm
up.
going to keep this going. I am, so.
All right, right on.
Right, and so I'll
Y'all
catch you in a
see,
bit,
y'all,
brother.
y'all see what I mean by this dude, though. He's a danger.
Oh, yeah, no, you're absolutely correct. And I do apologize for the lack of efficiency to begin with. But at least we're picking up the pace a bit more now.
That's what I was trying to tell you. This dude's very dangerous. This as much as Caleb is.
Oh, yeah, the first little bit I watched, and I saw the debate with Caleb as well. This guy is fucking smart. He's basically literally had the MLs at the end of his finger for the whole of this. That Pinko guy is a fuck all to say. He's just quiet and watch him. Like, one ML is not criticizing anything that Cultural Thug has said about Marxism Leninism that's fascistic. And not even talking about Marxism Leninism. He's more so talking about the principles held by these guys and Caleb. But he's talking about all this like comparison and trying to tell them that they're fascists and they're all, Marxist Leninist is conferring and agreeing with it, and the other Marxist Leninist in there supposedly a Marxist Leninist isn't trying to back it up or trying to stand in and try and say no, this, that, and the other and back up the ideology for what it truly holds its principles. I'm ashamed to think of them as Marxist Leninists in any retrospect when they can't even defend Marxism Leninism from a fascist.
Yeah,
So
Barry
here's
the
why.
Pinko. Barry the Pinko's Beatles friend.
Yeah. Here's why I think he's so dangerous. A cultured thug. He, like Hitler and Mussolini, cultured thug, he can hold them up as idols, but at the same time, he can criticize them strategically, saying that they did some stuff wrong in places like Ethiopia or the Holocaust, or they shouldn't have did this or X, Y, Z, while at the same
Oh, that's
time
just a
promoting this
front.
kind of
There's so many fascists
yeah,
that do that. I've
yeah,
been in
yeah,
that position when I used to be into the Nazis. Everyone's done that.
yeah,
Oh, Strasser
yeah,
this, Strasser that.
yeah, and
He
then
said
he's
it
like
himself. He
promoting
said
his
Strasser. He said to Caleb that it was a tragedy that Strasser went and that Hitler should never go rid of Strasser. It's a common trope. Common trope. Been in that seat myself. Sorry.
But yeah, I think he's preaching like Mosleyism, honestly, like a form of it.
Mosleyism is the more current. Mosley did this at the end of World War II. Like, I mean, Mosley literally sat on BBC television and blamed both the Jewish people of Britain and the Germans, just the Germans of Germany for World War II. Like,
Yeah,
that's
it's like, hey guys, come on, we're all at blame here. Come on, let's just come together. Like Nazis and Jews, let's just hold hands. We were all at fault.
And you can hear this in Cultured Thug's language. He's very much like yeah, well, we're all kind of on the same page, though. So, Lumpen Celt, 240% correct. 911% correct will be funny because America. Fuck it. Well, you guys don't like saying the word 100, so you would call it 911%.
Mm-hmm.
I'm as bad as Jason I am for the 9/11 jokes.
Oh, it don't bother me. It doesn't
I have
bother
the
me.
never. I have the never forgetty, and then it has like the two twin towers as spaghetti. Oh no, it has a spaghetti exploding out of them or something. I can't remember. Right, they're either spaghetti themselves or they're blowing up with spaghetti. Either way,
Yeah.
never forget your mom's spaghetti.
Well, let me get this figured out. I'll join back in a little bit.
Oh hell yeah, no stress. Respect and great work for pointing this out to us because it's important. It's a
Oh, no problem.
good
Respect. Talk to you
criticism
guys
of
later.
MRN for us not focusing on this sooner.
Yeah. Heading on out.
Yeah, I'll be back in a little bit. This charger's fucked up and it keeps dying on me. I haven't plugged in and using the phone.
Yeah, I'm gonna switch to my laptop right now. So peace.
Oh,
Red salute.
Respect, brother.
Red
I'll be
salute.
back. Red salute.
Wait. Is this going to be a smooth transition? You're now about to get high quality Gengaros. I know the quality has been pretty decent, but this has been low quality Gengaros.
This has been him at work. So that is definitely low quality.
He's been firing with great well thought points while he's been like having to think about 7 other different things while, you know, handling the stir.
Putting up fucking labels.
I like a lot of Europe is getting quite like was getting quite like angsty about the coronavirus things like a week or two ago, and then Britain is like calming down. Like, it's the stark opposite. Everyone's getting all panicky, and then Britain's just like, oh well, you know, fuck this. We're already a content people. We don't need influencing of contentness anymore.
I think the capitalists just want to pretend like COVID doesn't exist anymore.
Did you hear the Boris Johnson quote?
No.
He would rather see bodies mount high than have to close the economy again.
I mean, they probably will.
Oh, they already did. So, because of the way that they dealt with the coronavirus in the first year, they directed it at the disabled and the elderly. And they cut support for these people. They cut social services. Social services were supposed to get back to me, and I've never heard of them again because likely of the cuts that come to them. They cut mental health services. PIP has been throwing people with permanent disabilities off of their disability benefits for, well, even long before the coronavirus, but even worse during the coronavirus. And when you look at the cuts to carers and all the other stuff, and you factor all of this in, plus the deaths caused by coronavirus itself, all together within that situation, the government's complete mishandling of the situation took out 100 million disabled people within the first year. I think it was somewhere in the late top 90s, but I just rounded up to 100 because it's easier to say. What's it? And the top 90s one is an estimate, and estimates are typically low ball in capitalist nations anyway. So me saying 100 might not be me overballing it, might be me underballing it still because of how terrible we are with trying to mitigate like the problems that occur within our society. Even people who are critical of it will still play the ball with some of this stuff. I mean, you have people who will criticize the genocide in Palestine, but will then turn around and deny the Armenian and Assyrian genocide caused by Turkey, and with the Assyrian genocide, the Turkish aid of Kurdish Kurdish comprador settlers. The Turkish kind of used the Turkish kind of used the Kurdish in the same way that the U.S. used the Kurdish, but in a much more. I mean, they gave them more benefits and control over the land, I guess, in the way in which they set the deals up, and it was, like much more brutal and genocidal. Nonetheless, they used the Kurds to commit genocide against the Assyrian people, along with Turkish forces.
And Armenians. Oh, are you talking about?
Yeah, no, they did the
modern?
Armenian genocide too, as well. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. What's it? But the Armenian, I don't. Was the Kurdish involved in the Armenian genocide? Because I thought it was just the Turkish for that one.
I think it was mostly Kurds in the Armenian genocide, but I could. Fuck me if I.
I know that the Kurds
I have
get
to look
used by
back.
the Turks for a lot of shit that's horrible. Like they were manipulated and thrown around as a tool.
Yeah, they're like the cannon fodder, basically.
It's like how the British used Indian people for soldiers in Asian, so anywhere in Asia where we're doing colonialism. So that includes West Asia or the Middle East, as we wrongly name it. But we also used African colonial forces too, all across Africa. Like we knew that we'd get efficiency out of our empire if we weren't so uptight like we were originally with our empire. Because the reason why there was so much white colonialism with Britain was because we were outright opposed to involving non-British people into the. Which British people is a weird identity. I don't know where they come up with that one. But non-Anglo-Saxon people from essentially being involved in anything that was Anglo-Saxon imperialism. And same thing for the Lowlander Scots and the way that they engage themselves with the Anglo-Saxon imperial culture, Saxonic Scottish imperialism, I guess you could argue. Although, like I had someone say, at the start of the stream, for those who've watched from start to here, I mean, some people may be in between joiners, but some say that the Scots are also related to the Angles, so I guess that you don't need to say Saxon Scot. Anglo-Saxon sort of fits them into the bulk. I just feel that a lot of people forget that the Scottish are involved in this rim with the joint kingdoms and the way in which they sold out their own people in the same way half of England was sold out by the other half of England, but even more drastically with Scotland, much more abusively because of the way in which the Gaelic people as a whole were treated as um, an alien people. We should continue on with this slugger.
Of you are all oppressed. We were all born. You, Chris, me, Carl, fucking Barry, Alec, all born into this shit together, right? We there was nothing that like I wasn't born into aristocracy or fucking slave owning family and had all the privilege and gifts and whatever else. There was no secret white handshake I ever learned to get a loan or anything else. So it's like we're all born into this shit
What do you mean
together,
the
but we
secret
keep
white
finding like
handshake?
this victim.
What the fuck does he mean by the secret white handshake?
Yeah, I have no fucking idea.
That
It's supposed to be like Mason. The Masons are supposed to be like the Freemasons or something. I don't know what the hell.
You fucking. I imagine it involves shitting on the floor if it involves the Freemasons.
Narrative where the evil white man.
Or some weird ritual with like a dead pig putting on your head.
Well, I mean, David Cameron has a different ritual to deal with dead pigs. Yes.
There's a Freemason lodge that I literally drive by every day to go to my work. It's really not that far from me.
Doing drive-bys are dangerous. You shouldn't be shooting people. Sorry, you opened me up for the joke. YouTube's just having like a meltdown. Like, fuck. Then he may just have a heart attack then. Like the automatic algorithm waiting for it's a joke to be said before it's too late. God. You want to hope that they don't try and like, what's it? They'll start like following you like Mormons or something.
Yeah.
Mormons, they all know where you live. Every single one of them, the golden plates told them. You can't read them. No one's allowed to look at them. You gotta close your eyes and then I'll get them out.
Yeah, what's with their like weird, like this weird kind of Egyptian thing with Mormonism? Like with the language. I don't know.
Mormonism was literally I learned about this during the American West studies at school, and the Mormonism was literally just a cash grab. I literally told her, I was like, yeah, nah, gold plates, yeah, join my religion. Oh, yeah, do you know what, guys? Unlike the Christians, we're pretty cool with banking, so you guys want to store your money with us? And then the Mormons, fucked everyone over. Like, a lot of the stereotypes that you hear about people that did scam banking, it was never the Jews did not do scam banking. That's not anything that comes from the Jewish culture. Actually, the Jewish involvement in holding money actually goes back further than that. Scammy banking came from the Mormons when they ripped people off and got chased across America.
Oh yeah.
They stole a lot of people's gold because it's during the gold rush. And then European people decided to ascribe that to Jewish people and Islamic people, Arabic people specifically. Well, the intersection between Arabic and African people on the Islamic, what's it? Uh, um, on the intersection between the Islamic regions of West Asia and North Africa.
Man is at the top of it, and it's like
Exactly.
I don't see how feeding into that narrative is going to actually help us we are a multiracial country. It's not in cultural and regional and all that shit. Like I don't see how that's going to help us get past that and figure out, hey, we're different, but this is what we're born into. This is what we got to deal with. So let's try to make the best of it without shoving.
See, that's the race realism thing that Carl was going on about earlier, telling us about his beliefs. To put it realistically, the guy's fucking preaching eugenics. He's turning around and going, yeah, do you know what? We're all different. Just settle with it. He's trying to say like he's preaching eugenics, but saying we should just be cool with it. I mean, there's steps away from changing it to not be cool with it. I mean, Hitler was cool with homosexuality at one point, and then turned around and wanted every fucking person who was gay imprisoned or anything otherwise. I mean, Himmler used to go on long rants about how homosexuality weakens the German population. You know.
Yeah. Well, I think Hitler was actually kind of more like neutral on it, just be like, what I can remember.
He
It
was,
was
but as
more
soon as
like,
Ernst
keep it.
Röhm stepped up and got loud about something that didn't even involve homosexuality, Hitler then decided to condemn all people that were homosexual. So, bit
Yeah.
iffy. People think it was Goring's idea, which makes a lot of sense to me, but yeah. It's funny to blame the mustache man. That's what everyone does with the Soviet Union. Oh no, something went wrong. It's the mustache man.
Always.
To be fair though, with Germany, they typically the mustache man does do a lot of things wrong. Hitler did a lot of things wrong, and then you got Himmler. Himmler is like someone took Hitler and made him worse.
He's like Hitler, but with even more crazier beliefs. Hitler at least just believed in like some iceberg hitting the earth and just he believed in some weird shit. But Himmler, he believed in like castles that could take you back in time. He believed in like drilling through the earth's core. He believed in pools of magic blood, Aryan blood.
Do you think Caleb Maupin owns one of those time travel castles? That's how he wrote his City Builders book. He
I actually
borrowed
gotta
it
go
from
see
Himmler's
that.
granddaughter.
That castle actually still exists. I wonder if I want to go see it or not, and then I can get my time travel in. I'll time travel back like 5
through the
days.
Maupin verse.
Maupin.
I mean, so Hitler's idea of icebergs hitting the Earth is not actually too far fetched when you think about what an asteroid is typically made up of.
Yeah.
Shit tons of water. But it's not really an iceberg by the time it's the Earth. A thing called
Yeah.
re-entry. Fucking energy is heat. Heat is energy. Like latent heat is always a side effect of anything that causes energy. That's why everything that causes a lot of energy needs a fan. You know, you get a computer, a big computer, needs a fan. No matter what type of energy you're using, you're always going to get heat energy off of it because cold is a lack of energy. That's what cold is. You're removing energy from something. That's why when it's really, really, really cold in the winter, you're much more exhausted and energyless because it takes the energy out of you. It's turned into a science lesson all of a sudden. Turn to page 269.
Each other's opinions down each other's throat at the same time. And it's just hard for me to see that mentality working when you keep telling brown people, no, we get it. You hate whites. Oh, we're colonizers. We'll give you your land. We support this. To me, it's like shooting ourselves in the foot. It makes no sense to me. It's like to feed this narrative and to keep like this division amongst people over that, and especially
I'm feeding myself
enhancing this
with
victim
what
class
six.
mentality thing. It's I don't know. So to me, it's just like I hate. That's why I still see liberalism in it. It's still identity politics. So it's I don't know. It's like you can't fight this system by kind of
Yeah,
being
but
the
we've
same thing.
had, Marxist Leninists have gotten their asses kicked now for about 70 years straight. Like every year, it gets worse and worse. I came up into it in the 1990s, and every year it got worse. You've got to understand that Marxist Leninists in this country made strategic political alliances with various groups and groups that I think are, they were great. They were real Marxist Leninists like the Panthers. And we do have a solidarity with them. The problem is threading the needle with like black nationalism. And when I look at
Black nationalism came from the Panthers defanging themselves under Huey P. Newton towards the end of their life. So the Black Liberation Army split away from it. Black nationalism exists because the African diaspora is a separated nation from the American people. The American people is a pseudonymical people that's centered around the white settlers of America. That even to a massive degree depending on which region of America you're in, have massively isolated the Irish and Italian diaspora from them as well. You go to places like Little Italy and you'll really see what things are like. And what's it?
America is like a sandwich. It's all different layers of oppression, all put underneath it. A nice white bread covering it all up.
Anglo-Saxon imperial dominance and everything else is crammed in between it.
Oh, yeah. Damn, that actually worked now that I think about it because of the white bread. I was like, oh.
The East Coast and the West Coast. Because it's quite interesting that you'll find the stereotypical like really loud and like white supremacist in the South definitely, but the biggest like eugenically minded and like nationalistic and like covertly white supremacist types that you ever find in America, the ones that put their positions in a really really calculative fashion, they come from the coasts and they're always these very sort of white-minded people. I mean, Caleb comes from fucking Ohio. It's Eastern Standard Time. That's Midwest, and you know the Midwest. It sounds like it's very far into America, but the Midwest is not even. It's not even a quarter west.
Yeah.
Midwest is near the fucking coast.
Yeah. And when I usually think of white nationalism in the United States, like the open, more like politically active, politically aware kind, I usually think of like Washington, Oregon, Idaho, those areas. Like those areas scare the shit out of me. I would not want to go in like rural Idaho, Washington, Oregon sometimes. Like those places are scary. Like South, whatever. Like
I mean,
compared to that,
Washington is a massive like white settler population. That's one of the big things that makes that place a bit scary for people of Native and African descent.
yeah.
Because it's easier for the police to just go unnoticed. So the larger the white population there is, the less people will notice that black African people getting killed. You can see that scale for scale. Arizona's a place massive, massive amount of white settler colonialism happened in Arizona after America took it from the Spanish. And the police there go around killing loads of different people. I mean, when they shot up the synagogue, loads of people just went about their day and did their best to ignore it. People who were sitting and watching this from the aristocracy. Lumpen people didn't ignore it because they know the situation, but people in the labor aristocracy, they were just kept eating their McDonald's. I don't think it was a McDonald's. I can't remember what the fast food place was, but they kept eating their fast food. They kept going about their day shopping. They watched the removal of footage tape and the police that escorted these people to gun this place up, escort these people away. And when they were told to keep their mouth shut and just ignore it, they did as they told. No one give a fuck. If this was in, if this happened in like, fucking where the Panthers came from in Oakville, or any other place with not just a large African diaspora, but one that is radically minded, this shit would not be kept quiet. This shit would be loudly spoken about, and rightly so.
Hell yeah.
Get like Caleb, and he's he is friends with or has some collaboration with like the Nation of Islam or something like that. I mean, I look at that as saying, well, it's a limited strategic partnership. Obviously, not all of the ideology is compatible,
CIA.
but that's what It's also what motivates most of the left nowadays. Like you said, it's identity politics, it's intersectionality specifically, and a lot of people are talking about race. A lot of people can't even understand Marxism outside of what the Western Marxists have established it as, which is basically just, let's talk about endless superstructural groups, ideological groups. So everybody's competing for eyeballs, and everybody's competing.
Native Americans coming from where they come from and being the Trinidad this land is not a superstructural issue of a superstructural group. It's an issue related to the base of relations, colonialist relations. It's a base issue.
For some.
And what does this guy think? Like, literally, like, has he looked at a history of the communist movement in the United States? Like, he is aware that it was mostly a white aristocratic dominated movement. Like, it didn't push these things to the forefront more than it should have. And that's arguably one of the reasons why it failed, because it didn't confront whiteness, the colonialism, Americanism, all these things.
You know why it struggles
It
to
was
even
still
get itself back up off the ground as well? Is that
Yep.
When CPUSA actually got native people involved with them, promising them the proper land reforms and stuff like that, they got them involved with CPUSA. They folded them into Roosevelt, and they basically dropped them like a sack of potatoes after that. Um, you know, what did they get off Roosevelt? Because I mean, the natives were seeking revolutionary action. That's why they joined communist parties. They wanted a revolutionary action, and what they got instead was basically rights that supported their activity in private property and enterprise, and the right to work in a bourgeois job. So they got to be as they got to go into the same practitioners of oppression as everyone else. Yeah, not the revolution that they were promised that would bring a socialist society and of equality and egalitarianism. Just to be legally allowed to go through the same slog as everyone else, except not exactly, because it's going to be a lot worse for them because they're natives, so they're going to be oppressed more.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you can go on. I
Oh no, I
don't really
was
have.
getting
I don't
some
really.
chocolates.
Oh, you're eating like me too? Because I just got
I've been
home.
stuffing my face with shit. I can't be asked to take the time to make a fucking sandwich or some toast, so I'm just eating all of my nice things.
I got some
I
donuts
have like
here, so
absolutely no nice things either, so they're gonna be gone very shortly. I forgot to buy biscuits. Biscuits are the cheapest way to have a fucking good snack without having to spend a lot of money. Advice: you want to save money and you want to stuff your face? Digestives. Do you Americans sell digestives? Do you get digestives?
yes.
Buy digestives. Uh, read the stats. Not only are they good on the fiber, but they've even got a good bit of protein in them. It's all wheat. Wheat's high fiber and protein. I'm surprised no one's thought of, how they're doing all these high protein foods. What about the high protein digestive? Because the whole point of a digestive is not just to digest, as its name might say. It's supposed to be like, a really nice compact way of compressing food. It was heavily used by the military. I think it still is used by the military because it's a, powerful little biscuit. It's like Weetabix as well. You ever had Weetabix?
Nah,
Wheat
not that.
biscuits. They're amazing. They're these biscuits of dry shredded sort of wheat shavings essentially, and
Ooh, that sounds
you
nice.
pour milk on them. It's a cereal, and they're just big blocks of wheat.
I've had something similar to that.
Probably shredded wheat, where it's like
Yep.
bits of strings of wheat wrapped together. Because we have shredded wheat here. Shredded wheat's great. It's
That's
similar to
pretty much
that,
the
but it's
same.
better. They're flatter, so you can stack two on top of each other and cane them with sugar, and then you got yourself like an absolute fucking amazing breakfast. Now I wish I had some Weetabix because I'm all out of Weetabix.
Kind of a strategic alliance, and some of these organizations have a lot of power. So it's threading the needle. I'm sure you guys do it too with some of these crazy, white supremacist types, right? I mean, there's these guys that have a lot of power. So it's threading the needle. I'm sure you guys do it too with some of these crazy, white supremacist types, right? I mean, there's these guys who want a kind of a land back of their own, right? And they want to set up an ethno state. And what do, right? You tell them like, well, listen, fundamentally we're not racists, and we're not here to produce an ethno state, but I don't know. I guess sometimes you have to make some
Freedom of
concessions.
association. That's my only selling point to white nationalists is freedom of association. If we have a country of freedom of association and not forced diversity, you essentially get your fucking ethno state in your town or wherever you live at. That's largely white.
See that? Like, that's
This,
exactly what Carl was getting at. Like, straight up racism just spurts out there.
yeah. And also that we already have that, like, idea of white, like, I'm using his term here, free association. We already have these, like, white only kind of villages and places and stuff like that. Like what is he implying here? Like, I mean, other than just like he literally says, "Yeah, I just want to side with racists." Literally, that's what he's saying. Like,
Come on, man. Like, you don't need a countrywide ethno state. We'll let you be racist in your own town. That's what he's saying. So it sounds like he's saying to me.
yeah, yeah, it's doing the whole.
It reminds me
Well,
of
it's like
Caleb
the
Maupin. Do you
stuff.
remember Caleb
Yeah,
Maupin's whataboutism?
yeah, it's like the people in Washington,
Oh no, DC.
Oregon, and British Columbia who want to separate and create their own kind of like white ethno state kind of thing. In
That's
like
some of the most
the
Anglo-Saxon shit ever. Like,
yeah, it is
Canada and
yeah
America unite to make their own little country.
yeah that is like peak Anglo right there.
You'd think someone was making a meme. Is that one of those goddamn memes off the internet again? No, father, it's a movement. It's like when I tell people about the Northern English independence movement. I'm like, no, I find it insulting that you don't think this is a real movement. Oh, I clicked onto. Oh no, I was
So
on the thing. I
that's my
pressed
only
space.
selling
It didn't
point I can
work.
give them.
Ah.
Being like a non-white nationalist third position, I could say freedom of association. Do you not support that? Isn't that a better solution than forced diversity? And but that would be that's like the only thing
You
because
mean
like
forced
that's
diversity?
not
The diversity already exists. I hate this. Forced diversity. The population is already diverse. Like you
But
can't just undo that if you want to respect their existence. Like unless you were actually going to start preaching the Hitlerite extermination shit and breeding rate monitoring and all that bullshit.
like, what does he mean by like forced diversity? Like,
So it's a thing that they say to talk about
man, we need to like,
progressivism.
you're just shoving, all this diversity down our throats, basically.
Yeah, but it's like, how is it forced if that's just how society is? I mean, I guess there's an element where capitalism would overpressure it, but this is exaggerated because the diversity is still is still a priority issue that exists within society and needs to be represented. And to be honest, white people complaining about more people being represented when they've had 99% of representation in media is hilarious. It's like how everyone is treating Ukraine like a new special thing when we've been committing genocide in Palestine with Israel and genocide in Yemen with Saudi Arabia for decades.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of like the cartoon meme where it's like white people genociding natives and all these other peoples for centuries, and then it shows like a few non-whites coming to Europe in like the 1990s or something like that, and then the guys scream "white genocide," and it's like literally like projection.
I mean, South Africa is a perfect example of this. Been rampaging genocide of the whites, killing African natives. And then as soon as the African natives are starting to take power and struggle against the racism that still exists in South Africa because under the pressure of the loss of the Soviet Union and the power of the US empire and the British imperialism, um, Nelson Mandela sort of squashed himself and his position, um, and didn't go all the way with socialism like he wanted to. Um, Basically sold out to the British imperialists. So these people are rising up against that racism that still exists in South Africa because of Nelson Mandela's half-hearted attempt at dealing with the problem.
Yeah, yeah, because it hasn't, it's still, the revolution still needs to be done.
No, it sounds like you're supporting white genocide. I have to
No, if I was
report you
supporting
to.
white
I'm gonna have to report you to Conor Gillis. She is the
I
culture
was
police.
supporting.
She's so smart on cultural history of China. She doesn't even know that China has a long history of colonialism as well. When talking about stuff and will call me a all sorts of insulting stuff that I don't know this and I don't know that and I don't have the primary sources. What the fuck do I need to tell people? Do I need to have the encyclopedia in front of me to talk about the amount of dynasties of China that have happened since before the Roman Empire even existed? Like, fucking history. Oh man, I found it so funny, that event situation. It's why I've originally mistaken it for just a situation that went out of hand. I thought they were gonna chill out and that they overreacted, and then it went way too far, and it just absolutely made me laugh. Um, it also caused a lot of trouble for MRN, so it's not as funny in the end. But nonetheless, the trouble is past, and what's it? I just found it absolutely hilarious. Like, whoa, you don't know Chinese history because you've not got the primary sources. It's like I don't know most of Chinese history because I've not read most of it. But I used to be very interested in the old history of wars and empires and the way different things interacted with each other, and the medieval period is a period I've always taken a lot of interest in. And if you know anything about the medieval period, you'll know China has a fucking bucket ton of history from the medieval period. It's quite some beautiful history as well. They have some of the coolest fucking swords ever as well. The Chinese great swords that were used by it's from the group that lived just north of Vietnam in China. I can't remember the name. Um,
Yeah, I can't name the name either, but yeah, I know Chinese history myself. It's yeah, it's been series of like dynasties over the years. China, when it's weak, will be divided up into like three different Chinas, and when it's strong, it will be like one solid, unified polity, basically.
it's got a
And that's
very similar history to Germany, would be the way I put it.
yeah,
Except Germany's got more common culture between the Germans than all the Chinese have, because a lot of people in China are there because of the way they were colonially occupied. I mean, there's 53 different cultures in China. It wouldn't surprise me that there's a fair many of them that are not quite related to each other in almost any and every way, because they can't have that many cultures living in a nation that has a long history of colonialism and not have a few outliers that just don't have any sort of commonality wise, except maybe that the colonization has had them speak the same language, but culturally they're still drastically different. I don't know. I'm not Chinese. I couldn't tell you the intricacies of that level. I can tell you history in the sense of plot points and notions and things that we've come to figure out.
holy shit. I'm reading this comment. Sorry, I'm reading this comment from the debate I had with Default. Oh, this is definitely a red brown comment right here.
Oh,
Listen
what
to
did
this
you see
shit.
yourself? Because
Oh,
I've got
this is
piles, so sometimes it's a bit red and brown.
oh this is a good one. I'll start. Let me quote Stargazer 1212.
Oh God, what a name!
It's not that complicated. Ukraine is influenced by NATO, CIA, Mossad, and their goal is to get Ukraine to join NATO so NATO can put nukes in Ukraine. Putin has every right to invade. Most of you so called communists seem to be parroting liberal talking points. I'm so sick of you people. I fucking hate liberals. I'm not a liberal at all. I'm anti-capitalist. You people are useless. You're more worried about gender pronouns than wages and job benefits. Literally the same guy that we've been doing the video on right here. Like literally, like just replace the word gender pronouns with blue hair.
Yeah, that Morlock is his name. Morlock, more like moron.
Good enough for them, then I don't know what to say.
Well, there are a lot of factions within communism, especially like the American.
They always go on about the transgender issue, like they get really angsty about that.
It's an issue that I don't really get why people, um, sometimes even older women I find also tend to be very transphobic too. It's an issue that I've never really gotten why people are like that.
Well, you've also got the cis women that gatekeep being trans and what it means, and they massively obscure and push away trans men.
Yeah, that seems to be something that they're really.
And they set ridiculous so I mean, we already have ridiculous beauty standards set for women, but then you have like these cis women in the labor aristocracy who set even more ridiculous beauty standards than what we would expect of women onto trans women. So asking them to reach even worse standards when they're already struggling to get in a sense of comfort with themselves because of the way people so bigoted about the way people look. This idea of this person looking that way, that person looking this way is sort of the big issue regarding that because I mean, really, where does the trouble stop? I mean, there's been people I know who ain't even trans who have been accused of being trans in a way that was very very transphobic. So it even happens in a way where people are just wantonly going about anyone who has a masculine or male or look to them as a woman or someone who's a bloke who has a feminine look to them, etc. And vice versa, and it just people people can't people can't just grow up and act like human beings about things. Um, you know, fucking
But my
these
pronouns.
people are just
That's the big problem.
stuck because the trans community is full of more radicals than their community, than the white community. People just don't hear about the trans radicals because they're suppressed by the petty bourgeoisie.
Yeah. It's just that twice, literally, it's been twice. Two older women I've well, I won't go into it, but basically they've literally said some very transphobic things in front of me, and I have this like weird kind of way I can react when people say some stuff like that. Like I have a certain way, like you can tell my face can distort when I hear something that's very bigoted or racist or something like that, and I'll just go because I'm always like so um, hard. I don't know. It upsets me, really does.
Yeah, no, I feel yeah. It's tense. It makes you want to fucking lose your shit. I know I struggle to not lose my shit in situations like that.
Maoists that believe that the revolution will come from the lumpen proletariat. I'm sure you've heard this in the past,
Yeah.
and
Hey, me.
so they have all kinds of
Shout
theories
out.
and are really dead set in the idea that because, say, African
Oh,
Americans
that was a shout out. I feel very popular.
have so much more history of oppression that they're more likely to be revolutionary. I don't have a problem with that, but I also think that it's impossible to really create this kind of diverse coalition of all these different people who are going to go forward and produce a revolution and it all be focused around the lumpen proletariat. I just think that that's crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to create
Suck your
a
mom.
message that includes everybody. I'm trying to
Yeah.
offer everybody something.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah, because I
exactly.
know you've
Same
been
here.
listening to those streams from Leftism Today, and Leftism Today is like pushing that, oh, these big city, lumpen and blacks and Hispanics and all these people are the
Use the word
revolution.
blacks. Oh my god.
These guys don't.
You racist bastard. Use the word blacks in a racist connotation. All these lump and all these blacks. What the fuck?
Like what? Well, these are supposed to be 21st century patriotic socialist communists now, so they're you can't be PC, man. The PC police, because that's what they'll always say is like
You're
you can
giving
be
in to the
PC.
liberals. don't really have like that ability to know how to run a society. That's the problem.
Yeah, and they have some pretty bizarre ideas about what the society is. You know, if you actually listen to the American Maoists, they'll talk about was it Otslan, or it's talking about all these like weird things. Turtle Island, you know.
Turtle Island is the actual name of the island by the natives, and Artslan is not something that I've heard Maoists talking about.
We do not advocate for Atslan. In fact, the first time I've heard of Atslan.
The first
that
time
was
I
on
heard of it was
Wikipedia.
Falcone criticizing it. That was the first time I ever heard of it.
No, the first time I heard of it was Caleb Maupin, of all fucking people. I think. No, I think it was a Wikipedia article. And then it was Caleb when I heard it from there. But yes, Caleb was the one that I heard that from originally. He's the one who actually pushes that kind of stuff. I do not.
Come on, man. You're not gonna support. Come on, man. Are you telling me that the person who says openly that he supports the 1863 fucking Homesteading Act, was it 1868? I can't remember. 1860 something.
1862, and he
it's
called it
two.
progressive and needed.
Yeah, are you telling me that someone who supports the Homesteading Act of 1862 is not trustworthy to provide amnesty to the stolen native lands of this country? You're telling me that the guy who supported the act to steal native land is not friendly? Is not a friend of the natives? That's such a hard thing for me to swallow. You know what I'm gonna have to do? I'm gonna have to stick literal shit in my ears and start praising China, because you turn me into a patriotic socialist now, or a social patriot, to not disrespect my native brother and sisters. One brother and many sisters. I don't know why I forgot to pluralize brothers then. Brothers and sisters.
Yep.
And then you
Falcon
look up.
General talks about that a lot.
Oh yeah, see, I mean, there's a certain type of ultra that
Falcon General does not support Atslan. What the fuck do you mean? They talk about it, yep, criticizing it.
It's like they're just beyond redemption. I mean, they're so they're in such a normative moral trap that just focuses everything on identity. That
yeah, and they want the destruction of this country. They want to see like America burn. They want to burn the flag, dismantle America, and then they think, well, if we put the Native Americans in charge, it's gonna just fix all these injustices. They have a very moralistic worldview, and it's not really Marxist at all if you think about it. Like,
they often say like this has nothing to do with morals, but it's all about moral.
It's all about
they backstop everything.
We have the German fascist here.
And it doesn't have anything to do with Marxism.
I didn't expect alchemical
Alex
to actually be like Alec
Alec. Airsoft AKs, when they talk about real violence and they show an airsoft AK and everybody laughs at them. It's always been the same with me. My entire
That's Jason
life.
Unruh, right? I think I've seen that meme. Right? Yeah.
He's
another guy. Looks like he's worked in factories his whole life.
Yeah, he's a good guy, Jason. He's been around for a long time, but well, no, I think he has, man. I think he's blue collar, but
is he blue collar? Okay,
I think gas stations.
He worked at gas stations, cash register.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he did do something like
he's done factory work.
I forget what it was, something with lumber mills.
Yeah, when he was
younger,
he did blue collar work.
Not just lumber mill. He worked
yeah,
with
like
chicken,
he didn't start getting really fat.
I won't talk shit then. I won't talk shit then. Okay.
Yeah, it wasn't like he started getting fat when he started hitting like 36 or 37 is when the weight started packing on.
Well, you could be a fat fucking factory worker too. That's not the point. It's kind of, he just looks very soft, and it's like he hasn't had to work with his hands and fucking live.
Well, he used to. That's the thing. Like if you saw him in his 20s in his early videos, he actually looked like someone who did. He was more blue collar, and you could see it. Like he had more fight in him, and then he just got fat and super fucking black.
Is he a full-time internet guy now? Does he make all his money off online now?
Yeah, that's what
Or-
happened to him. Is like
Okay.
he used to be like
Not
a worker,
100%.
and he used to be like have a lot of fight in him, and then he got all fat and became black billed, and
He got depressed.
just got into
That's
all this
what-
crazy shit.
That's all that happened. Like, fucking hell, you're really spinning some shit here, mate. What happened was Jason fell into depression. Because when he tried to organize with other Marxists to actually get some things on the road and actually do more international news stuff, when he tried to get involved with Finball and Palinkash and all that, they used him for clout to big up their views and then dropped him like a sack of potatoes because they're fucking scum. And what's it? You know, you then also have people like Anarcho Pack manipulating them and then using that as a way to fucking get at him and stab him in the back. Everything to devalue his positions, because taking a third worldist position is not nice to these people who want to think of their little first worldist bubble and don't want to look at the world in the proper interactions of how it correlates. They want to just stick in their little bubble talking about these little specific events in European history and these little specific events on the European continent, and maybe mentioning Palestine once every blue moon, but otherwise they're completely stuck in their own little worldview. And
Yeah, they don't want real organizing.
Yeah, they don't want real organizing. It's just the most they'll do is strikes. That's it.
Yeah, because that would be hard work. It's like, oh man, we're not doing hard work here.
Come on,
You think we're actually being serious about this whole Marxism thing?
Well, it's like all the people who are like don't even like Dengism, but will still defend it because they're afraid not, to go against Dengism. Like, don't disrupt the current of things. It's like, well, that's a bit of a shit way of looking at things, in my opinion.
Yeah, that's the whole thing with the internet too, though. It's like how much of it is real and how much of it is just like it's a good way to get paid to bitch about the shit you don't like. It's like the Alex Jones model. Everyone's kind of always wanted that in the internet. It's like you can make money complaining.
What's
Like
that?
everyone.
There's some straight up native Nat Socks and Odio bronze types in my city. Sure, buddy, sure.
Kind of always wanted that. in the
Odio,
internet.
wait,
It's like
what
you can
in
make
the hell
money
is
complaining,
Odio
like
Blanc?
Hassan the Hun, of all things to call himself. Perfect example of someone like he can rail on the system all day long, and then here he is buying multi-million-dollar mansion, right? And it makes it very comfortable and easy to kind of have this I guess slacktivist mentality of I'll bitch about the things, but like what is the money you get? What is it going to? Is it going towards political revolution? Is it going toward combating the system? Or is it just going towards feeding you so you can talk about it more, right? So you can be the internet's version of Sean Hannity and Rachel Maddow for other people, right? So it's tricky with the whole. I could see how Jason Unruh probably lost his bearings as he became an internet personality and was able to make money off of it.
Yeah, still, it's pretty rare.
Considering his channel's demonetized, not so much, and doesn't really make much off Patreon.
Yeah, he doesn't he makes like barely enough to get by and works as what was it, like a cashier or something like that? Like a fucking like a
So
gas
when you work at a
station.
gas station,
It's like a gas
typically
station.
you won't just having a job running a cashier. You still got at the end of shift to fucking if you're someone who's working the whole night shift, you still gotta either be locking up the thing at the end of the day, or you gotta be setting it up for the people who are taking it on for the day shift. Like you don't just turn off and go home at night. You still gotta move stock around and fucking other shit like that. I mean, in this country, in most shops, you won't get a job of just the cashier. Like every job is multi-purpose in a shop. You're cashier, you're stock handling, you're doing all sorts.
Yeah, they're trying to phase out cashiers, at least at my job. We have the automatic. Yeah, they're trying to make it multitask and do a billion different things. They have these automatic registers now, so get ready.
Until the fucking they're like, well, do you know what? Automatic door sensors aren't good enough. We need AIs in the door sensors. We want doors to just know exactly where you are at all times, because then we can use that technology to help improve our camera technology and make all viewing all round vision cameras. Because I mean, we still have to use the really old technique of using those glass domes that show a panorama view via reflection, and they're really shit. You basically sacrifice most of the video quality to look at things that way. Then again, a lot of cameras still use VHS, so video quality is not what they're really after there.
Pretty shot. Oh shit. I gotta go walk my dog real quick. I'll
No,
be
that's
right
no
back.
problem.
But I think Culture Thug is hitting on, like, he's bringing up actually some points here with, like, people that are just like trying to take on like all this Patreon money. Like, this is some legit criticism here of like this is what the shit that Caleb's fucking doing, basically. His fucking
Or the CBGBML that criticizes soup kitchens as like charity, but then they turn around and will take party donations to be in the party. You have to pay to be in the party. Well, it's not entirely. You can ask them to not have to pay, but you have to ask someone. So it basically pushes poor people away that can't pay, because you don't want to ask someone that you can't pay. It feels insulting. It puts you in a position where you'll put your pride first. Of course you would. Um, Anyone in their
I'm
right
gonna
mind would
go.
put their pride first.
Yeah. Yep. I'm gonna go walk my dog real quick.
Well,
Be
no
right
stress.
back.
The CBGBM also take money for their newspaper. They don't do anything with that money. While he's walking his dog, I'm gonna make some toast. I suggest anyone who's actually been watching this slugger should probably get themselves something to eat too. 7 hours. This is gonna be the longest one I've ever done. Those two are still invisible. You don't need to see the German to know the German speaking. said I was gonna make some toast, but I've not even got to do it yet. I need to go make my toast. I guess we are all forgetting to eat our vegetables. It's always good to eat your vegetables. Remember. I don't get what he's on about. I I think it's an expressionism of us all being in an unhealthy state. Always got to eat your greens. My bark is fucking killing. Oh, bastard.
Alright, I am back. Hey.
I'm making toast. I'm making toast.
My dog went really quickly. See, he knows like we're both cold outside in the morning and we don't want to be out too long. So he just poops and pees really quickly right outside the house, and we just go right back in. Like after he poops, he just bolts back in. I just go, right, let's go back in. I'm fucking freezing out there. Also, my neighbor has a like a little, you know, like the little flags with like the little thing that hangs it up. He's got like an American flag attached to a Ukrainian flag underneath it. I know you would have liked that one.
What's it? Just making toast. And the dog as well would be moving quick because the fact that you want to be quick because you're in a fit of rushing because you're like in the middle of a stream, you're like, oh, gotta be fast. The dog will feel on the sort of anxiety and stuff like that. Dogs are very empathically hypersensitive.
Yeah. And he's so cute too. I love him. His name is Tippy Toe.
Good thing you're not paid an hourly wage for this. I'd be fucking skinned.
Well, at least I'm home now, so I don't have to. Stupid as shit ever.
He's unhinged. He's
So
on the loose now.
every week I gotta put up these stupid tags, for like the sales for the week. It's so much fucking waste to do this every week. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I get you.
Ugh, fucking capitalism, man. Gotta have those sales every week.
What else are you gonna do? Something productive? You don't live in that kind of country. America only promotes being improductive.
Yeah. They also apparently seem to think it's pretty funny to have the plants that are supposed to clean, get rid of the germs in our water supply. The water system for my area, they didn't have the chlorine up to standards to purify the water. So for 2 days, I couldn't drink the tap water. Fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, fuck that.
But yeah, here I am putting up fucking sales tags. But I'm really doing something.
a police helicopter. Oh. Yeah, I didn't catch what you last said because I was going to make a drink.
Oh, sorry. I didn't really say anything. Actually, I was gonna say something. How long do you think we should keep streaming for exactly?
Well, I don't know, to be
Only,
honest.
only asking because I'm awake, but I'm kind of.
If you want to stop, we can stop. There's no problem.
Yeah, we can stop now and,
Because this is going to be a
continue.
series of things anyway, so we need to come back to this anyway. So.
Yeah, this is like what, like
23.
5 hours? Holy shit! This is
Oh yeah,
5 hours.
there's a lot. Like that's why I said series when I started this. I knew this was gonna take at least 4 or 5 episodes.
We'll have to be on like we'll do more episodes. We'll do as many episodes of this as The Simpsons, basically.
Yeah. It'll be like The Simpsons, but worse. Because it's not just neoliberal. It's more fascistic.
Yeah. And it'll just keep getting worse and worse every season. Starts off good the first couple episodes, first couple seasons, and then just. All right, my man. You have a good one. I'll catch you on the flip side.
I'll catch you on the flip side, brother. Get good rest, respect.
Peace.
I mean, we did a lot of catching up here because I very unprofessionally. It's a bit of a theme with this channel, isn't there? Very unprofessionally, decided to have a catch up with me mate at the start of the thing. What's it? But now we're on to the we're onto the end of this session of the Maupin Watch. Alright, the fart. Red Baron edition. This will be continued. I'm gonna try and do as many of these as I can before I disappear off the hospital to get this done, because this is something that multiple people have said is important, and I'm gonna, especially my Lumpen brother is who brought this to my attention. It's really been the loudest voice of it, but then I hear other people that he's told me about, saying this, that, and the other, and what they've said, and I've even heard it directly from them, their problems regarding this, and how it sort of opened their eyes to a lot of the more fascistic elements regarding not just B levels group, but also what's it? Also Maupin's group, which are basically the same thing now, but you know what I mean. Like it was sort of a process of noticing things because MRN fucked up, which is a criticism MRN's made of itself. It's a criticism people have made outside from MRN. It was the criticism I made of MRN when I got into MRN. It fucked up. It made too many alliances with anti-communists, flaunting themselves as communists, and got itself in a nasty position. Now it's taking itself into a more correct position. I wouldn't say we're on the complete right track entirely. We've still got problems we're trying to work out, but nevertheless, we're getting things sorted. Now, I'm probably going to enjoy my cup of tea and then fall asleep because bloody exhausted. So I was just messaging Jason, the big man himself. And I'll reiterate again like I did before for the Americans because they get a bit lost. Big man in British slang has nothing to do with his size. It just means like the Don or the top guy. The one and only, that sort of terminology. To be fair, I'm still using British slang stuff, English slang stuff. Need to stop saying British. English slang stuff. I guess I don't know. I need to stop saying British. Saying British all the time like a moron. English slang. Anyway. I mean, it's one of those things that people don't get the difference between sort of having being respectable to people who are struggling to get their language and rhetoric and everything else straight and correct, and the mannerisms that we see from these so-called American patriots and what the fuck, patriotic socialists, so-called socialists. I'm actually about to end the live stream, so technically I'm still live, but I mean, how alive I am is a different question. You just woke up. Well, I'm about to go to sleep. Maybe I don't know. I'm a weird creature. Oh, oh, oh. I timed it. Body clock. This is some new degrees of body clock. You got your internal stopwatch. Sounds like you just fucking accidentally sat on or swallowed a stopwatch and it fucking become one with you. The fucking an incorrect insertion. Well, I hope you had a good stream. It was all right. Yeah, it was. I mean, it was great catching up with people. It was good chatting about. But I mean, most of it's just been like, Jesus Christ, this is bad. Oh, this is bad. Ooh, this is bad. You have an internal iPhone. Oh, we're all about the stopwatches here. I don't know what that is. Of course, I am joking. I am aware of the iPhone. I've owned one. Only one, and I'll never own one again. But I have owned one. Well, the worst presents I was ever bought. but then also a really good one at the same time. It was like it's good because it's good technology, and it certainly was good because this was one of the few times I got something that was really expensive technology. Every other time it was second hand and already out of date. I mean, I didn't get an Xbox One, Xbox One, an Xbox 360, and I didn't get an Xbox One until I was living on my own. I didn't get an Xbox 360 until about 2 years before it was about to go out of date. I was always late to the party with things. So when I was getting a smartphone, I very much expected I was going to get something that was Samsung. Something that had modularity and that could work well and everything else like that. And instead, I ended up with a bastard iPhone. And I was in a horrible situation because I didn't like the fact that like I got the phone that cost. Well, it didn't cost more because my dad got it on a contract, but the visibly costs more, but is worse. I mean, it kind of all makes sense when you think about the way it's got on a contract, because with a contract, I mean, you get a new phone for cheap, especially on an addition to his own contract. But he could have got either phone that went down that path because my sister really liked the fucking iPhone. I have an LG. LGs are alright. LGs are alright. But like, I remember gritting my teeth about it because I was like, I ain't gonna complain because I got something that's pricey and it's not something I'm used to getting something like that. So I showed happiness with it and enjoyed it, and it was cool having a smooth phone where everything was quite easy to use, etc. But it wasn't long before my grievances that I'd mentioned to my sister about the restrictions that comes with an iPhone that you don't get with Android, that I started to get iffy about it. Sorry though, my dad started to hear my iffiness about that side of things, and then my dad got a pissy about it. My phone's has a broken battery though, so it has 65% of battery, is almost dead. So that's because of battery swelling. I've had a fair few Samsung batteries that swell on me when I've used a Samsung phone. Now you can get batteries for Samsung because it was an S3 Mini. You can get batteries for S3 Mini to like £4 if you look right place, but all the time they'd swell on you, and then it eventually gets to the point where the phone will die after it loses a few percent, and won't come back on unless you charge it for like 3 times as long as you should. And that's only coming back on. That's not even charging the phone up to full charge. What's it? It's not bad. I am forgetting quite on a tangent, so I can be at the end of the thing, and I'm just like, yeah, well, you know what? Time to go into like an old massive loophole story about what's it? The only one time I ever had a fucking iPhone. I had it stolen off me as well because I got it towards the end of my time living at home because I got kicked out. I think a year or two later. I think it was 2 years. A year or two later, I got kicked out, and then the thing got stolen off me. Sorry, I'm trying to kill a fly. Yeah, it was stolen off me when I went homeless. But yeah, we'll be continuing with this shit. Because this red brown alliance shit they got going in here, where they got this ML, and well, there's supposedly two of them there, but the other one's so fucking quiet, it might as well not exist. But you've got, and funnily enough, is the one who's trying to whack big man and fucking on internet, and is going all BTFO this, BTFO that bullshit, because what, he yelled at someone, and then the guy who was hosting it kicked them out before I could utterly fucking savage them, because I only went in there to troll. Like I didn't even get the chance to take the piss out of them for being inexperienced morons and laugh at them. They know about that process because I did it to Haz. Um, nonetheless, you got that little bitch, fucking Larry the Stinker, and then you've got um fucking uh, uh, Mr. Duck, um, Ma fuck. There we go, Ma fuck. I'm normally better with the nicknames. I mean, you've got Ginger Weasel for Caleb. I come up with that one. I also come up with Jack Off Tinkle. You ever hear anyone say Jack Off Tinkle? That's because I come up with that one. I literally, it's the first thing I said when I saw it. When I first saw his name, which I didn't see his name until I saw him with Caleb. I called him Jack Off Tinkle because it's Ultraviolet has Jack Off Tinkle and Ginger Weasel, because I come up with Ultraviolet for Haz as well. Because they preach this over toxic masculinity. This very toxic masculinity. Blah blah blah. They preach a lot of toxic masculinity, so I thought by calling them Ultraviolet, it will mess with their toxic masculinity shit, because they're being referred to a color that is ultraviolet is invisible to the human eye, but if it was, like, people, well, violet is seen as a purpley early color, so you know what I mean, But yeah, nah, yeah, I have my laughs. The trifecta of macho Yankees, the fucking Triforce. Did you know Lenin praised the American Revolution? I don't fucking care. So did my fucking great grandmother, and I don't even think I have that many grandmothers. Well, I know I do, but it's funny to say things that are stupendously incorrect. Well, nice fancy use of language. Trifecta's a really nice word. You sure it isn't the troika of tyranny? Did you know that Lenin praised mainly of mans who support colonial, I mean free countries? I get ya. That Lenin praised only manly men who support colonial, I mean free countries. I get what you're getting at. That's what you call bedhead keyboard when you have the tired typing. They're still making their morning coffee. Kvefe. Voice of Duke Nukem. Did you know that Lenin praised only the manliest of men who support the colonial, I mean free countries? Did you almost use the colonialism word? I'm gonna have to tell you off, man, because according to Caleb's fans, I might as well call them fans. They're that fucking like seduced by his fucking shit. Like, what's it? Most of Caleb's followers are fangirls, irrespective of gender. Most of his fans try and preach that Lenin's imperialism no longer matters. So, I mean, colonialism and imperialism is gonna be the big scary buzzword for him. What's it? I'm gonna head off now because I'm shattered. I'll catch you in the next one. Respect, comrades. Lumpen proletarians of the first world in the struggle against the system. The workers of the third world struggle against the system will enlighten and show the way for the different struggles of the world based on the way in which they operate. We are going to stand behind each other in solidarity and in respect to the struggles to which different groups face on their path to freedom and the heightened of contradictions surrounding their path for freedom when looking at the world stage of imperialism and how which these different things interact, interflect, and relate to each other. And in that process, we must have a sense of camaraderie, love for each other, but a hyper attenuation of criticism to which we are utilizing criticism in every means necessary to every pointation that we can even compile our mentality towards criticism, 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 or as the real quote goes, criticize, criticize, criticize. Red salute, comrades, and Addy fucking O's. I'll catch you in the next video. Some bitch.